What's going on, everybody? Shout out to the chat. My boy Big Aaron, man, pulled up tonight. I said, you know what? This is a conversation I need my boy Big Aaron on. Well, shout out to everybody that's gonna pull up tonight. We don't know who gonna pull up, but listen, we're trying to have a serious conversation tonight. We gonna have a little fun. Y'all know we like to have fun. And Summer, we looking for you because Summer's the one that gave me the idea to have this conversation. So I said, well, you know what, Summer, you sent me a conversation. You sent me you want to have a conversation about masculinity and femininity. You need to be on the panel tonight. So hopefully we're gonna see Summer pull up. But I want to have a meetings of the minds with this conversation. So I said, man, let me call my brother Big A, man. Remember the last time we did a stream, like it was great, like great conversation, right? I know we joke a lot over here, and we do a little ratchet, but at the same time we gotta have some substance, and so we want tonight to be one of the ones for sure, for sure. Shout out to Terry Goes in the building, Construct in the building, EW in the building, and shout out, hey, if you're not following Big A, put your channel in the chat.
Yes, sir.
If you're not following Big A, make sure you get him a follow. Hit his goddamn follow button. You understand me? I love Big A's energy. Love his conversation. You know what I'm saying? I mean, one day he turned up a little bit, but he did it. He did it jokingly, right? But it was hilarious. The fact that he participated in some of the the extra we do every now and then. So
gotta have fun. Shout out to you, man.
No, for sure. So like I say, Summer gave me this. She wanted to have this conversation piece about femininity and masculinity. So hopefully she'll pull up. I actually had, I have the perfect, because we actually looked at it the other night, but I'm gonna bring it back, right? And I don't even think you've seen men and women having a conversation about femininity and masculinity. It was actually great talking. I mean, it was great conversation. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Let me see if I can go back and find it real quick. Give me a second. See if I can find it. Just give me a second. All right, bro. That's not what I'm looking for. All right, so I got distracted real quick. Let me find it. I think it'd be a great. Okay, you know what? I found it. Okay, here it's right here too. Let me see. All right, boom. I'm gonna stop it right there. So, shout out to everybody that's gonna pull up. Who are we got in the building? Make sure y'all like, share, and subscribe to my channel and the War Report. My bad. I mean War Report. Yeah. Podcast. Make sure y'all like, share, and subscribe on both sides. Okay. So I guess I'll go ahead and play until Summer and some of the other people come. We can just have a conversation. And I already dropped the link for anybody want to pull up, but make sure that you come up to have a conversation tonight. I'm not gonna be on the bull crap. I mean, if you're on some bull crap, you will get dropped. I'm not even gonna play tonight. Straight up. All right. I know sometimes I let y'all have y'all freedom of speech, and I try not to usurp my authority, but tonight it will be used. If you're not adding to the conversation, I'm just gonna drop you even without a ban. I ain't got time for all the nonsense. Make sure y'all support the platform. Help me meet all the goals, Cash App, Super Chat, etc. Y'all already know how we get out. Support the stream. Make sure you send a super chat tonight. Super chats, your super chat will be read. It's going to be a priority in this conversation. So when there's a super chat, it will be read immediately tonight. We're not going to be holding super chats tonight. We're going to read them immediately. We got to respect the money. And so if you have something to contribute to the conversation, make sure you send in a super chat or a cash app, one or the two. All right, so we're going to get an icebreaker going before the people pull up. And there's going to actually be a conversation about femininity and masculinity. Big A, it's just me and you right now. At any time there's something you want to elaborate on, say Trey, just call my name. I'll stop the stream and we can have a discussion on that particular talking point. So let's go ahead and do it. I don't know, you got anything you want to say before we get started?
No, man. Shout out to you. Shout out to the chat. Thanks for having me once again. I love the vibe over here. So appreciate the hospitality. It's my home away from home. But I come from the War Report, and this might be risky. These are really the only places I hang out because I like the minds. I like the conversation. And I like having fun too, but got to educate. You know what I mean? It's all about edutainment. So let's do it.
100%. All right. So we're about to review Ugly Money Me. Shout out to him. I love his podcast. But they're going to be talking about feminine and masculine. So it kind of goes with the conversation that we're about to have. So let's listen up. And this is a review off JB Reacts. So it's Ugly Money Meets podcast, but JB Reacts was reacting to it. So shout out to him. So that's where we're getting the content from.
It's because they met an older woman that was established and they couldn't fit in that world because they weren't doing the things as a man or were capable of doing the things as a man that they needed to do.
Let him respond.
That's the time where you guys should be accountable because not all the time you guys are up to par just as much as these
I've dated older women. I've dated women in high position. I've dated a sheriff before in one of the counties that I don't even care to say. She was more immature than the younger women I've dated. So, and she had a position of power. She's a sheriff.
But it's not.
Hold on. So this go into my next question. In 2026, are women more masculine than they've ever been?
You be changing questions.
Most definitely. Yes. Most definitely. Yes.
So before they start cooking, I want to have this conversation with you specifically. Why do you think? Because when the man asked the question, the women said yes. The women, a group of women, of 10 women said that women are more masculine in 2026. So would you have the idea of why a group of women collectively agreed with a man asking them, are women more masculine in 2026?
Well, let me start by saying I don't necessarily agree that women are more masculine, but they definitely try to exude masculine traits. And the reason for that is because masculine traits probably allow you to leverage things. I think it's all about power and the image of having power, the ability to make decisions and exercise autonomy. I think it stems from that. I think women maybe kind of sort of feel left behind by virtue of their gender and, the supposed gender roles, some of which are even biologically imposed. But I think masculinity comes with freedoms and perks that women want to leverage to, have their will done. You know what I mean? And I gather that by the way women communicate and the things that they communicate about. Like for example, women, they may misinterpret something you're saying, and they'll leverage masculinity to be able to fortify that misinterpretation, and try to disqualify what you're actually saying and replace it with what it is that they want said. If you get my drift.
So Big A, is that a masculine trait or is that a emasculating tactic?
Right. So that's why I'm glad. That's a great question. You're a genius. That's why I said I don't necessarily agree with them being masculine. I think it's a masculine trait that they leverage to emasculate. They're trying to fight fire with fire.
Gotcha. Big A, I
told you I love it over here, man. I can dig it.
I got to show this side of me a little bit more. Summer, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
All right,
how you guys doing?
All right, we're doing great.
Doing well.
Why do you think a group of women, collective group of 10 women, agree to women being more masculine in 2026?
I was actually kind of confused on that because the question that I've always had and wanted to discuss is what exactly are you all considering masculine traits? All right, and so Aaron, you said,
you're moving too fast.
I had two questions for Big Aaron. Okay.
No, hold on. So, listen. So, we're actually going to get to that because I don't want you to get ahead of me because we're actually going to define what masculinity is, what femininity is, all that. We're going to get through all that, right? So I want to jump the gun, but go ahead and ask your 2 questions.
Well, I won't jump the gun on the one I was about to ask, but maybe if Big Aaron can add to that segment what he believes is the biological, you know what I mean? Because you had said there's biological like masculinity and femininity versus what society may deem as masculinity and femininity, and do those and societal norms, is that necessarily gender based, or is that just personalities that each individual has? So Trey, I know you're going to dive into that, but that's what my question was. Are we defining masculinity and femininity based on societal norms on certain things that technically does not belong to a gender? Is literally just like personality, how you were raised, what you had access to, you know, all those good things. It's not necessarily like gender-based things for some of these that I think Trey's gonna read off is what my thought process is.
I'm a little hazy on the question, but I will make a small correction. When I used the word biological, I wasn't necessarily referring to the biological example of masculinity and femininity. I was talking about biologically imposed gender roles. For example, one of which, chief among which, would be the way reproduction takes place. It is imposed on women biologically. The gestation process, right? And the insemination process is a role that is imposed biologically on men.
Okay, that's the understanding that I had. Okay, got you.
Yeah. So, but that doesn't necessarily speak to, you know, the psychological representation of masculinity and femininity, which is what we're trying to dive into.
Because that's the only thing I agree with is the biological differences between man and woman. That is concrete. No arguing it. That's your role as a woman is to carry the child. The role as a man is to implant the child inside one. That's just they're just cut and dry. That's the roles of a man and a woman. That's the differences that I can see. So when we go into the psychological ones, it's going to be an interesting conversation. So we could kind of break down like, do women exhibit that same trait? You know, or men actually exhibit that same trait that you guys consider what is feminine? You know what I'm saying? So I can't wait to break it down that way.
Yeah, so like I said, we're going to get into the Q&A, but I want to get through this conversation they're having about masculinity and femininity. It's a great talking piece, and so I just wanted to I asked the question before they actually answered the question, but I don't think we've seen all of this, but I'm telling you, it's a great listen. So anytime y'all want me to stop, just let me know.
And that's not what we want. Right. That's not what I want for the community of women. Like,
why?
Because that's not our natural state.
No, why are y'all masculine?
A lot of the masculinity comes to this over independence of I don't.
Oh, I love that.
And I don't want any woman to feel like they don't need a man, no more than I want any man to feel like they don't need a woman.
So why do they choose masculinity? Y'all suck at being niggas.
Yeah, I swear to God.
Now, hold on. Let's squirt talk. Go ahead, squirt.
I will tell you why women are more masculine. We have to run the household, work the job, raise the kids, pay the bill, manage everything. And then we're so powerful that it's difficult to humble to a man telling us what to do when we've already done it.
All right, you don't hold on. If you would shut up, you wouldn't have to pay the bill. You wouldn't have to mow the grass.
Got a point.
You wouldn't have to struggle. You wouldn't have to go to work for 40 hours. Excuse me, ma'am, it's my turn to talk. See how that works? If you be quiet and choose better, you wouldn't have to do none of those things.
Yeah.
Because I guarantee you, there is not a man here that if his situation is not favorable, is going to choose femininity.
Let's stop right there. So let's break that down. So just like you said, if there's a situation that's not favorable to a man is not going to turn feminine. But a woman to say, well, I'm cooking, I'm cleaning, I'm taking care of the kids. I got to do all these different things. And that makes me masculine when from my observation, you're an adult.
No, and it's not even about being an adult, Trey. And I don't want to go down the road of this. I'm just bringing it in as a reference, right? all the things that she named is tasked to a wife. If you're a virtuous woman, it's not supposed to be something that we're considering masculine because it's something that we're tasked to do, which is to manage the home and the household and everything that goes along with it. We are tasked to have a job, quote unquote. I mean, however, traditionally that looks for whoever it is, entrepreneur, blah, 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 hobbies, whatever. But we are tasked to not to be idle, and we are to contribute to the home financially. We are to make good investments. We're the ones that's supposed to be over the bills. Like, we're the manager. Like, our husband is the CEO of the company, and he trusts us, and he chose us to be the supervisor, the manager, or whatever is right underneath them, right? To make sure the business goes forward. So I don't think it's a masculine trait. I don't agree with them saying those things are masculine traits. That's actually tasked to us as women, as virtuous women. So it's not a masculine trait for men. It's our trait. It's a woman's trait.
I want to kind of make note of the fact that when the woman discussed masculinity, it was a response to being burdened, which tells me masculinity is leveraged for selfish reasons. You know what I mean? It's leveraged so that she's either using it to alleviate herself of a burden, or she's using it to deal with a burden of which she wants some sort of respite or pity from. Whereas a man, when he talked about a man using masculinity, it was to alleviate the burden off of someone. If you did a thing, I would use my masculinity to alleviate stresses off your back, so you won't have to mow the grass, so you won't have to do A, B, and C. See, that's why I said women leverage masculine traits and masculine modus operandi to have their own will satisfied. And right here is a clear example. He made it selfish and personal. He made it altruistic and beneficial to those in his charge.
Wow. That phenomenal assessment. You got a response to that, Summer?
Yeah, I don't agree with what the young lady was saying. The young ladies are saying what they consider masculine. So I agree with you. It's a little bit more complex than that. So
but
I don't disagree.
But the fact that Big Aaron broke it down, like I never a light just clicked on. And like you said, in this specific scenario, a man will use his masculinity to protect, to take responsibility, to take the burden that the women were saying, hey, because of my responsibilities, I have to be masculine. And now this masculinity basically attributes a burden to me. Crazy.
But I think they're taking up these talking points, Trey. You guys could correct me if I'm wrong, but what I've been hearing this talking point on both sides. I've been hearing the men describing a woman working or in the work field or this, that, and the third also as masculine traits as well. I don't think this is just a female talking point that they're saying. The men have been saying that to the women as well. And I've been on the panel saying, what are we saying? We're actually tasked to work. Like, that's not a masculine thing.
I think that's one of those red pill talking points that I do not agree with.
Right. I guess that's what I'm saying.
A man saying that a woman having a job is masculine is retarded, in my opinion. I'm gonna just say for me, because Big Aaron and Harwin might think differently, right? From what I believe, a woman working has nothing to do with being masculine. That's just my personal opinion. But
I would agree.
Y'all can jump in.
Yeah, I would agree. An industrious woman is a part of her virtue, right? And a woman should be industrious. I don't think that's necessarily what's being said, or at least that's not how I interpret it. I interpret it as women enter into certain industries in the workplace that require her to be masculine. Right? But a working woman is not masculine. A woman that earns income is not masculine inherently. It's just that there are jobs and positions and career paths that require a woman to be masculine. And if she were to enter in those, she's going to develop those traits because she has to use them to be successful. But that doesn't cover.
I ask you sorry, Aaron.
No. I agree. I agree. I don't think it's masculine. I mean, that go back to hunter gatherer days. Either you a hunter or you was gathering.
Both are work, exactly.
But they're both forms of work. It's just that to Aaron's big A point. Is it? Do you have to exude quote unquote masculinity? Was that a quote unquote masculine job? Was it a quote unquote feminine job? If such a thing even exists. But to Big A's point, them leveraging their I call it pseudo masculinity, Big A. Them leveraging their so-called masculinity. Sarah, not Sarah, I'm sorry, Summer. I'm gonna ask you this. How, and this for anybody, Trey and Big A, you can answer too. How many times you see a black woman wake up and go, what can I do for my people today? Whether it's on the panels, real life.
I personally see a lot of black women. I think it's an age demographic. I think it's who you have access to, what you have access to. I think it's the class, right? So for me, I'm around a lot of women that do these things, but I do understand, Harwin, that there
outside of your circle,
a lot of women, right? Out there are women that don't, but I don't think anyone in today's society, unfortunately, is caring about the community like that where they're doing things. So that's a whole different conversation, I guess.
You think it's more?
I don't want to go down that rabbit hole.
I'm
thinking it's people across the board. People don't care.
We're doing it for altruism.
I just think people don't care.
Well, I think generally people don't care either, but I'm asking like in a sense of, do women do it more or would men do that? Because Big A said it's more altruistic for men to do it. We're not leveraging it. We're literally just doing it because we're doing it for somebody else or our people.
For the people, no, I think it's equal across the board. People don't care for the people. But if there was other levels of this that you're talking about,
or men activists, Summer?
Again, I have to plead the fifth because I personally don't believe there's both. I think it's equal across the board. Both men and women just do not care today in 2026. That back in the day, I could give it to you like up front, right? I could be like, yeah, clear, right? But today,
you got to get out more. I can name a black woman for you.
I can.
The sister in Texas, Candace Matthews.
Okay.
She get up and do for her people, just to do for her people.
Like Candace Owens, she's black.
I doubt that's for her people, but that's another conversation. But how many Candace Matthewses can we name? For every Candace Matthews, I can name a Rizza Islam. I can name a Trey.
I don't know. I don't want to argue that point, Harwin.
No, I'm not arguing with you. I'm speaking to Big A's point.
No, not argue with you. I don't want to argue against your point because I personally don't feel like there's a lot of people even trying to do activism right now today, both male and female, like it was in the past. But I could be wrong. I just have to educate myself, right? So you could be completely right. I have zero clue. Yeah.
No, that's fair.
But Big Aaron, okay, so this is what because I got you men on here. This is my question. Big Aaron, you said that there's masculine traits that these women take on getting these particular type of jobs, right? And this is where my confusion is because I needed to be specific, right? What can you give me an example of a specific job and then these masculine traits this woman has to take on in order to complete said job?
Sure. Litigation. To be an attorney, you essentially have to be disagreeable, argumentative, manipulative. You have to be adversarial in sales, things like that. Business, a position where it requires you to do business deals, business negotiations, anything that has a strong component of negotiation would require you to take on the masculine trait of being adversarial and disagreeable. Right. There's no space to be yielding, soft, or comforting. None of those traits would benefit you. All right. They're not.
And you
go ahead.
I apologize. And you think those are masculine traits that you just named?
The adversarial, absolutely.
Hell yeah.
Because there's a few women throughout the Bible that embodied all of those traits, right? So I'm saying that to say, I personally don't think it's a gender-based because I'm always biblical-based, Aaron, and so I'm just gonna say this, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong.
know
The
you ain't something.
Bible to
No,
me
I'm just playing.
is a blueprint, right? Because God had to lay out foundations in order for us to fall into place. Because otherwise, if He did not write out said things, naturally women wouldn't be like A, and naturally men wouldn't be like B. God had to write it out so we can read it to know this is how you're supposed to be conducting yourself, right? So anything that has a book and you have to be knowledge based and you have to study. If you don't study that, you don't know how to act or move appropriately. You're not educated. You're not knowledgeable in that. So that's what I think was going on in today's society. There is no actual blueprint that people are following. And the blueprint that we have, people aren't reading it. People are not educating themselves to understand how we're supposed to be conducting ourselves here in this world based on a biblical principle or whatever principle. So that's why I think it's all willy-nilly. And I don't think it is technically a gender natural thing, these things that you said. I think it's just the personality trait. I just think because women can embody everything. I don't think she's taking on masculinity to do what you said, Big Aaron. I think she could have grown up in a certain environment. She just could be an aggressive female. She can't. I don't think what you named is specific to just men.
So here's where. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead. I was done.
So here's where, when I mentioned earlier about biologically imposed gender roles, here's where the psychological aspect of that becomes an extension of the biological imposition. If you look at the way a man is built, his body is more prepared for combat than a woman's. Combat in and of itself is adversarial. If you look at the way children play when they're very young, just naturally, women gravitate to more egalitarian games that require a lot of communication. They want to play house. They want to, play doctor and nurse and all these sorts of things. Whereas boys, they want to get together and compete, right? They want to play a game. So what they'll do is they'll find a battlefield. They'll establish rules and objectives that need to be achieved, and then they'll assign positions. Well, who's going to be the quarterback? Well, let's see who can throw this rock and get closest to that hole over there. Whoever gets closest has the most accurate arm. He's quarterback. Who's going to be the ball carrier? Well, let's have a foot race. Whoever wins is the fastest guy. He's going to be the ball carrier. Well, who's going to be the lineman? Who's going to be the blocker? Well, let's play king of the hill. The strongest man, to wrestle for it. The strongest one, he's going to be in that position. And then we get together and then we play a game that has an end goal that needs to be achieved in order to establish a winner or loser. That is a natural, that's just how boys get together and play naturally, right? That's not a societally imposed propensity. That's just something that exists, right?
Yeah, we didn't need a book to teach us
that, right? They want to be very conversational. They want to, engage in things that are egalitarian, very expressive, and it fits the body type, right, that we're born into. So that right there tells you that to be adversarial is an extension of the biologically imposed role on men to be, the combatants of the group.
Do you think that this evolves? Do you think this changes based upon how we're living and what we have? So because you're saying it in a sense of, which I said 100%. No, I was about to say that. I'm saying in a sense of strength, physical. I'm not combating any of that. We're different. Completely, y'all stronger than that, right? But the mentality of around what you're saying, the aggressiveness because of the physicality, because you guys are built to do this, that, and the third. But I think when you put it in a boardroom, when you take it off the courts and take it off the streets or take it off the physical fighting strength part of it, now you have to spar with your mind and be sharp to be in these jobs that we have today. So when you think of corporations and CEO positions and things of that nature, I think a woman is built to be in that because we are the weaker vessels. So we have to develop and evolve to be more strategic, to be able to because we cannot spar with the man physically. We have to know how to use our minds and be able to, and you get what I'm trying to say? So yeah. I don't think it's a gender thing now for that, what you're saying. Back in the Spartacus days or when the men had to go hunt and stuff like that, I get what you're saying.
Today, we go to war, son. You wouldn't be able to do none of those things if we didn't go to war for you.
I'm not saying that we don't need y'all for that. We need men for a lot of things. I'm
So
talking about from another aspect.
I understand what you're saying, right? And to a degree, you would be correct, but I don't believe you are. One thing I always say, my dad used to tell me, a woman should not engage with a man in physical battle lest she get her ass kicked. A man should not engage in verbal battle with a woman lest he gets his ass kicked, right? Your strength is, your strength is verbal, right? Your ability to manipulate one's emotions is far more sophisticated than a man's, correct? But
Makes sense.
what I'm talking about is the initial propensity to competition, to combat, right? That is something that comes before we get to the boardroom. It's something that comes before we enter into school. It's just what your initial proclivity is to do. And I think with a man, competition is his initial proclivity, and that's what drives him in the boardroom. It's not what drives women in the boardroom, even though they have that tool that they can use, right? It's something, you know how men always say we've civilized society to make it to the degree where women have it easier. I think it's just a component of that. I think, like you said, because we're not swinging battle axes at one another, we're swinging Mont Blanc ink pens at one another. Women now can use the tool of manipulation that they have in their toolbox to kind of fight with the men, but it's not their initial propensity to do so.
Well,
they're not driven.
But can we say that we are, because we compete in different ways as females, right? So let's take the Qin dynasty, or back in China, right? Where the emperor would have concubines and first and second and third and fourth and fifth and sixth and 100th wives, right? Within that community of the women, there was natural competition. You had women slumping off the children so that their children could get the first position. And, they slumping off the concubine. So we do have competitiveness just as the men, but you guys apply it in a different way. So I'm saying that to say, in the corporate boardroom, there's no difference between a man and a woman when it comes to the aggressiveness, because now you have to base it on your mind. It's not on physicality.
There's a massive difference. And that's
okay.
Men typically will out negotiate women by virtue of the fact that they just have the stamina to do so, right? So, and when you talk about women concubines competing with one another for the gaze of the emperor, right? I'm not speaking in absolutes. I'm not saying women are completely averse to competition. I'm not saying that. Competition, it drives evolution, right? It's comparing one thing against another and the better thing winning. It's that simple, right? So even when women compete with, let's say, beauty, for example, to win the best mate, right? I'm not saying women don't compete, but they're competing for position, for the gaze of someone. Men compete for resources. We compete to leverage power out of the other man so that we can bring resources to the woman that captured our gaze. You compete against women for me. I compete against everybody to give things to you. There's a difference.
Yeah, for sure.
And that's innate without having to be taught it from a book.
Yeah, at the end of the day,
but can we say that there's differences in how it's applied, but we both technically have a variance of it, which can take that out of the masculine category?
Well, no, here's what
because we both have a variance of it.
No, here's what would make it masculine, and it's the outcome, right? It's the sought after outcome. When a woman competes, it's so that she can win something for herself. When a man competes, it's so he can win something for his tribe.
Which goes back to my question I asked. That's exactly why I asked that.
So she's in the boardroom trying to win for the household, then is okay. So I'm sorry.
No, for herself. For herself, because this woman still wants to go home and expect a man to provide. So it's not for household, even though it may end up being to benefit the household. That's not what drives her in the boardroom. It is a selfless endeavor that drives women to compete. And the way women naturally compete, right, for a mate is strictly to benefit her. When a man competes, it's to benefit him, the woman, the child.
That is false. Absolutely.
Well, men go to war for their tribe.
It's because they have all of it is self-preservation. Even the man who's going to compete for resources for his wife, that's still for his for him, for something that benefits him. Most of you who get up and go to work every day, Aaron, you don't go earn money to take care of all of the women. You go for your woman because she benefits you. So both are operating out of just their own selfishness at the end of the day. Neither one of them are like thinking, I want to, like what Harmon was saying, I want to go sacrifice myself for the many. There's very few people who are even like that, male or female.
That's why I use the word tribe, because tribe would denote family. You're right. I'm not earning money to turn around and give it right back to the world that I took it from.
Right.
Yeah,
But
we're not saying we're not doing nothing for ourselves.
But
We're
you're
saying
saying
we're
that the
driven.
women are somehow going to work and only caring about themselves, and that is just not true.
I provide for my wife. My wife doesn't provide for me, even though we both earn a living.
So what does she do with her money?
You're in the
Wait, but what does she do with her money?
oh,
I'm sure I could tell you. I'm sure she buys things for the house. I'm sure she buys things for kids. I'm sure
we're
she
married.
right.
We're married. So the financial infrastructure here is set up with that of a married couple that both people earn an income. But I'll tell you what, if she were to stop working, it is incumbent upon me to ensure that our life quality of life does not change. Whereas if it were the other way around, that burden will not fall on her.
But that does not mean that when she works, she's only working for herself. Doesn't mean
No. But what it does is it points directly at the priority of effort, right? If I am the last line of defense as far as provision, and she is not, then I am, by virtue of that, the default provider.
Okay, so maybe in your house, but there are husbands who had to be out of work for a while and their wives absolutely provided.
Yeah, but if you were to drive down the street and you saw a family on the side of the road begging for money, 2 kids, a man and a woman, you're not going to look at the woman and say, how did this happen? How did you end up here? You're going to look at the man and say, how did you drop the ball, son?
Do you think that that's true in today's society? Because I would look at both of them having them babies out there and be like, why she didn't get her frackalnacker behind up and go get a job, and what he doing? They both out here looking like Boo Boo the Fool with these kids.
Summer, that's you. You keep comparing what you would do.
No, it's a lot of society would now look at the female crazy. They would look at because she has opportunity now to work.
Exactly.
Summer, I think you're a little detached from reality.
Summer.
No,
and, hold on,
she's
y'all.
not.
Summer and Venus. Listen, the world, society is only going to look at the man. Period.
Why
y'all? Listen. Why y'all? Yes, it is. Listen, you have to get out this westernized mindset.
I'm in the West.
No. It doesn't matter. You're equating your ideology for what somebody would say in America. We're giving
American.
We're giving a biological worldview.
Yeah, I have biology too.
Yeah, would that be correct?
Yeah,
yes.
There is no such thing as a biological worldview because
we
talk about the worldview based upon how we naturally are.
In other parts of the world, things run differently.
No. Again, think about what Big Aaron said. Big Aaron clearly said, if the family is struggling from a biological worldview, the man is going to be looked at on why, not the woman. It's going to be the man.
They both are.
Trey, this is why most places the president is a man or the king is a man.
That is not why. Patriarchy is why. But
it doesn't matter. But most of you're proving my point. I'm still. You're proving my point when you say patriarchy is.
Listen, I said something that's factual, and what I'm not going to do is to sit up here and counteract what Venus is talking about with something that we know to be true. Like it's like, what's the point?
Yeah, like even her standpoint on patriarchy was westernized.
You know, from a biological worldview, I don't care where you go on planet Earth. If there is a family on the side of the road, there's a man present. The man is going to be held responsible. Or they're going to look, hey, why did the man not provide, or whatever the context is? Summer, is that not a fact?
Since the beginning of time.
I don't disagree with you, Trey. What I'm saying is
that's the point, though.
Listen, Summer.
That's not my point.
Just 1 second. I understand what you're saying. Hold on. I just needed you as a woman to say, you know what, you're correct, and that's it.
Yeah, when you break it down for just not Western and just overall in society, yeah, they be looking at you crazy as a man.
Thank you.
So,
That's
but
what we
yeah,
was
when you
talking about, though,
distinct, when
Summer.
you, but no, I was thinking like America too. But then when you
That's
say
why I
no,
said
we're
you a
thinking
little
that we're
detached.
right. No, that's not me being detached. That's me thinking that's what the conversation was about. But once you
No,
Oh,
say
so
no,
you,
this
I
is
get what you're
so
saying.
Summer,
You're
overall,
you,
correct,
then I'm
right?
just like, oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Because I don't believe that's biological, is what I'm saying, Harlan. That's why my
you
mind
don't,
didn't go there.
you don't think it was
I didn't
biological?
the point that Trey made and Big Aaron made. Now y'all making me lose
I
my
was
thought. I
going off
had
what
it
Big
right
Yeah,
there.
Aaron
I had it
said.
right there.
you,
Hold on, wait. What did Big Aaron say was
he was talking
biological? What?
about. He was basically talking about natural selection when he brought up evolution. Competition drives it. That's why we are how
No,
we
no,
are
no. The last
biologically.
thing y'all said. The last thing y'all said was Trey when you was breaking it down to say biologically a man will be okay. Biologically a man will be
He
No,
looked
said
Big
at. I
Aaron
didn't
biological
gave
agree
the
with the
worldview.
bio.
example. Hold
Trey
on one
said
second. Let me
biological
help you out.
worldview.
No,
Okay,
Big Aaron
I get
made
it now.
Big
Okay.
Aaron gave an example, and he said
Hmm.
if there is a family on the side of the road, they're going to look
Yes.
at the man to why, hey, why didn't you do your job, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They're going to look at the man, not the woman. And that's what Big Aaron was saying. And that is the part I was agreeing with, that's just a biological worldview and it's a fact. Like, what are we talking about?
I guess the only thing
Even
I'm
even in
disagreeing on
egalitarian
is the
society,
word, but
Summer.
what I'm saying is the biological part. Just because he's a man, he should be the one that should be looked at. I don't agree with that. I think that societal norms that place that on said man to say, hey, you're responsible for your family in its totality. So if we see you out there on the street with your wife and your two kids, we're gonna look at you like you boo boo the fool because that's what society tells us. What I'm
Exactly.
saying is we need to shift the mindset,
That's what nature
right?
tell us, though.
But it's not natural because we need to shift that mindset because now even black women always been working, but let's just say overall now in its totality, women are able to work and make a living and also offset some of the burden for the man if the man is looking at we finna be out on these streets. You see what I'm
Are
saying with
you
these
saying
cheap
it's not
steroids?
natural?
I don't
So
have
Wait,
no.
so
Summer, you
the
saying
women
it's not natural for a man to go out and provide and for the world to look at him as the leader? Are you saying that's not
I did
natural?
no, that's not what I'm saying.
So what you saying is not
I'm
natural
saying
exactly
no. What I'm saying is not natural, Harwin,
for societal norms?
for societal norms that we put on it. Yes, but natural
When has it
innately
not been like that?
men.
You can take it to biblical if you want to too. When has it never not been like that?
Listen to what I'm saying.
All right, real quick.
It probably
Hold
was
on,
before.
tonight.
Okay.
Hold on one second. Tonight, every time somebody super chat, it's gonna supersede everything. We're gonna read it because I've been slipping on the super chats. Real quick. Shout out to TLG. Instill nature versus systematic programming. Phenomenal take, TLG. That is
Mm-hmm.
phenomenal. Instill
I
nature
agree.
versus systematic programming. Thank you, TLG, for that super chat.
And
Mm-hmm.
that's and that's what I was gonna
So
say,
Summer,
Harwin.
go ahead
I'm
and
saying
answer
I
my
don't think
question.
it's natural. I
When
don't
has
think
it?
it's
Wait, Summer,
natural
slow down, Summer.
because
Wait, Summer, I ask you a question. You ain't answering it, so I'm gonna bring it back for you. When has it
I'm
never?
answered the way I want to
When
answer
has
it.
when? I'm asking you a when, so I'm asking for a time period. When has it never
There
not
had
been that way in
got
society,
it.
whether biblical
Mhm.
times or now?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
There had to be a time. This is my logic, right? You can correct me if I'm wrong, right? There
That's fair.
had to be a time. There had to be a time in which it was not happening the way it should be because God had to then write it down and say this was what y'all niggas should be doing. So there
Nah,
had to be. To
not Adam and
me,
Eve.
there had to. To me, right?
He
And
didn't write nothing
they
down
did
for
get a
Adam and Eve.
blueprint. They did get a blueprint. They were told it was a verbal contract. It was a verbal. It wasn't written down, but they was told. The word told them. Okay, so it wasn't written down, right? And they still
No, it
disobey.
wasn't.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no,
But
we.
here's
I'm not saying they didn't disobey. My point
so
is,
all I'm saying is it's
from
not
beginning,
natural.
but it
All
is.
I'm
She just simply didn't listen. Eve was aware of that.
right.
She was given a leadership. Now, did Adam slack on his macking? Sure, he did, because he wasn't forceful enough. But he naturally told her. He naturally was in the leader position. He was made that way. That's nature. If you want to call God nature in this instance, because some people don't believe in that. But in this instance, we're going to say that's nature. He was made that way. He was created that way.
Can we say that? Can you agree with me when I say that nature was one way before the fall and became something different afterwards because sin entered the
At no
world?
point in time, and I agree with you on that. Let me just be real clear. But
Okay.
even though I agree, at no point in time, when the man was on this planet, was he never not in a leadership position that Big A explained? At
I'm
no
not
point in
saying
history.
that wasn't the
I'm talking
expectation. I'm
about
not saying
expectation naturally within the societal norms and within nature. There has never not been a time.
Yeah, nature.
there had to have been a time if
Name
God
one.
had to I'm
No,
saying
writing it
logically.
down means we just
Hold
falling
on.
off.
That's what I'm saying. There had to be a time where it was not in place, where people were not practicing said thing. People were falling off from it. I believe it was like today before the flood, if I'm being honest, but we just had giants and stuff, but people was hard headed and doing their thug dizzle just like we doing on today, right? To be
Right.
honest with you, we was all
Yeah,
everybody was
your
okay.
premise
But
is
what I'm saying is, so somewhere down the line we lost sight of what it is that we should have been doing because God then had to
I
reintroduce it
agree.
back in writing to tell us to get back on said track. So just
But
because
that
he
don't
had to
mean
tell
in
us to get
sometime
back
in
on said track,
history. That don't mean sometime in history that
they
wasn't a
weren't
societal
acting in
norm.
the they weren't acting
I
in the
agree. I
capacity.
agree that we fell
Got
for
it. That's
things that
what
we
I'm
should have.
saying. Yeah.
But that doesn't prove your point. That doesn't prove the point that society has always looked at the man as the one that's responsible for a situation that Big A gave. Even though we needed something written down later on, there's never not been a time.
I'm
If
not
you can name
disagreeing
one,
with
I would
you.
stand corrected.
I,
But that was the
I'm
point,
not.
though.
I'm
The
not
point was,
disagreeing.
okay, if you're not disagreeing, then I mean you agree that it's natural. Then
I mean, there's
Before
evidence.
the fall, before the fall, I believe it was natural. But when the fall came and sin entered into the world, it discombobulated everything to where now God had to explain and say, this is how you all should be
didn't he
operating.
explain something to him
Because
before the
it took it
fall?
away. It took it away, is
Didn't he
what I'm
explain
saying.
something to Adam before the fall?
I'm Harwin, I'm saying I believe the naturalness of it got distorted once the fall happened. That's all I'm saying. So where we fell off so bad, we started doing so bad that the next go around or whatever,
Summer, we agree on that.
we had
I
to
just
write
want you to know
it
that.
down to tell us
Don't,
this is what y'all
don't.
should be doing because the naturalness of
No,
it
I just want you to. I agree.
just
I just want you to do what
is
Trey
all
asked
that's
you to
all
do.
Hey,
I'm
y'all,
saying.
hold on. We got to put some conversation forward because y'all going
Yeah,
too
that's
Yeah,
why.
yeah,
Because
yeah.
we
Go
going
ahead.
too far. Some of you
It's
repeating. I
Harlan,
just
it's a
want you to agree,
chainsaw.
like Trey said. I just want you to concede that it is natural in us.
No. But there's a chainsaw you can put on this without trying to argue from where she's trying to get you to argue from, and that's the fact that if we were to leave it up to nature, scientifically speaking, then it would mean at some point women were more physically able to be the first provisioner over us, which never was the case. We are physically, as far as nature is concerned, we're designed to be the provisioner first.
Exactly.
Yeah,
And I'm
that was
not
never the
arguing that.
argument though. Y'all are just
Yeah,
that
that
was
wasn't
never
my
the
argument.
You're
argument.
right, but that's where she took it when
It
she said
was
that
because she said it wasn't natural.
at some point, it was naturally unlikely or naturally that nature opposes what it is we're trying to say. I'm only combating that.
Right.
It
Yeah.
became
That's what I was combating.
it became unnatural is what I was trying to say, meaning when sin entered into the world, we started going so off and deviating from what we were truly created to be, which is the natural thing y'all talking about, right? Leadership, and we was created to be the helpmate, literally, right? So but because we fell so far off from it, I think it evolved outside of the norms that we're talking about, and that's why we're having these issues today because
Oh,
everybody is not naturally falling into. Men are not naturally leaders anymore. Women are not naturally nurturers and doing all that because sin and the world and things evolving and changing has taken that stuff off the table, and You get what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying.
Summer,
I'm not
what
gonna
makes
challenge.
Summer, wait.
real
I hear
quick,
what
y'all,
I
you're
have a
saying.
question,
hold on, let me
and it's
make one
on
statement.
topic.
Summer, what makes you think men are not natural leaders anymore? That is insane. that we
They're
even
not
think that.
everything.
Just the
What?
evidence, the
That's crazy.
evidence of it is it's just
Yeah.
not natural. They don't if it was
It's natural to be leaders, Summer. It's just that we've been programmed not to. The programming is what's not natural.
that's what we saying.
No,
He
you're
said
not,
what
It's
because
makes
you
her
not
can't say
think they're not
programming is
naturally
not the
leaders
same as nature.
anymore.
That's
I
nurturing.
said
You never let her answer though. Yeah.
anymore.
No,
That's
but
what
that's
I'm
still a
And he
saying.
contradiction,
asked her
Summer.
what makes her say that. So can she answer that first? Like before we tell her what to think.
I didn't tell her what to think. I just disagreed.
She didn't
It's
get
a
to
it's
answer.
it's a natural contradiction. If you're saying that we're programmed to be something that we're natural, because she agrees that we're naturally leaders, and
His
then some
question was,
along the
what
way,
makes you
way,
think that men are not leaders naturally anymore? So she's gonna get
good,
into why.
got you. So if we're not naturally leaders, if we're not leaders anymore, but we were naturally, what caused that change, Summer? You already
This
I
is
answered
said the
that. So
fall
that
and
crazy. Like
exactly
I
the
said
fall.
the
I
fall
would
and I said
right.
sin.
That
That's
which is
what
the
my
that
thought
answer
process,
right
my
there
opinion on
that answer
yeah.
is the answer to Trey's question.
y'all gotta stop trying to control people's responses.
I
Like
didn't
this is
control it. I literally
crazy.
she just answered it. That answer she already gave that
But
answer when
You
she was
Harlan
just
talking to me.
coerced her into saying
yeah.
something
I
before
didn't
she could
coerce
even
her into say
respond
anything. She
herself.
said that already. She repeated what she said, and I already knew she was going to say that. That's literally the same answer. Am I right, Summer?
Big A, it's on you. What
Right.
you had to say? I know Big A had a
Thank
response.
you.
Go ahead.
No, I mean, you know what you. I'm not going to argue against what you believe is happening in the world, right? In the condition people are in. I'm just trying to define what things are, right? The conversation is about the difference between masculinity and femininity and the uses of the two. And I'm just trying to establish, right, where the trademarks lie, not the copyrights. Copyrights are it prevents people from using a thing, right? You use whatever you want. I'm talking about the progenitor of these things being the difference between man and woman.
That's
Because
why
how you see the world is how you see the world. And if all the men you've encountered, none of them are leaders, I can't argue that. I may disagree, right? But I'm not here to argue that. I'm just here to argue the position that things, are in by definition.
So can I ask some of my question? Then I'm gonna drop because this is exhausting. But Summer, I wanted to ask you because you don't see a difference between masculine and feminine. What I was hearing, I wanted to know: are there any qualities that you deem purely masculine? Can you tell me what those are? Summer.
I know, girl. I'm thinking.
That's actually a good question.
Yeah, because I was
I
listening and it's like no
personally
matter
don't.
what you guys tell her, she keeps putting men and women on the same playing field, and I actually don't agree with that. So I'm trying to see if do you even like have any qualities that you see purely feminine or purely masculine, and just in the first
No,
place.
what I
Okay.
said at the beginning. Yeah, what I said at the beginning, Venus, is I only believe in the biological differences of a man and a woman. The psychological differences and things of that nature, I believe we all can embody those traits. It's personality traits. It's not based on gender. Because everything that Big
But
Aaron is talking about, I can
but
say that women
I was listening.
or
I heard
men
that.
can exhibit those same traits.
no, true, but okay, you mentioned biology, right? So having more
Mhm.
testosterone than estrogen typically indicates certain things, right? Certain behaviors.
It's actually a good point, Summer.
Yeah, no, I'm not.
Uh-oh.
I'm
Behavior.
asking. I'm having an open. No,
Well, that doesn't
an
help. Don't
honest
do that. Like, let her
conversation of
think.
trying to. Yeah. I'm having an honest I brought this subject up is because we always just saying the words femininity and masculinity, but we never really define it. We never really break down when we say, like Big Aaron, you broke down when you initially just said it's the job. When the women goes into certain jobs, they exhibit certain masculinity, right? Normally we get all off subject. we get all
No,
off
that's
subject,
why
and
I'm
I could
bringing
never,
it back,
and I could
right
never.
back to you. And I want you to.
But
I'm asking you, are there any qualities that Summer deems masculine? What are they? Or feminine? What
I
are they?
I don't.
So you think men and women operate the same way? Like you having more
Mm,
estrogen than Aaron has no
I
difference in the way you show up and he show up in terms of behavior or the way
see.
you think or
See.
your
So here's
emotions.
let me give you why I think the way I think. Okay, I probably have the same amount of estrogen that Aaron has right now, right?
You
Because I'm
don't.
in menopause.
You
No,
still don't.
I'm just
You still don't.
no, no,
You
no,
still don't.
no, 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 no. But I'm just making a joke
Summer, you ain't out
because
here growing mustaches, man. You
because
good.
hey, I'm taking this testosterone stuff, and I may be growing one soon. But I'm
Well, it
just
don't look like
saying.
Aaron
I think
mustache.
I know. No, no, no. Venus, what I'm saying is I'm coming into this conversation with an open heart and an open mind because I truly want to have a deeper conversation of what people consider masculine traits
I
versus
understand
feminine
that,
traits.
but
And then
Summer,
I could determine if I agree or not.
you're not
So
answering my
I can't give
question.
you one. I can't give you one because I don't right now in my mindset, I don't see any differences. But like when Big Aaron gave his example and he
Right.
articulated to where I could
Don't,
understand it, I understand it.
don't. Okay. You keep talking to me about Aaron and everything else, and I'm just okay. So you can't answer my question. So you don't have a
I don't think
basis.
there's any difference for me.
Okay. So you think
That's what I'm
that
trying to say.
okay?
I don't.
So if we put a woman, let's put you
Mhm.
in the seat of the president right now, and we have to go to war, and you got to press a button, and send I don't know, make a decision that's about to kill 100,000 people. Will you be
Mhm.
able to do that?
Yeah,
With no problem.
no problem.
You gonna be able to sleep at night?
I probably won't be able to sleep,
But you'll be able to do
but
it.
I would be able to make the decision if I was placed
Okay.
in that position of power. I would have to. It would require for me. I have an obligation now to the job that I need to uphold. So I have to take that job knowing that there's going to be decisions that I'm going to make that could be difficult.
They say you got to blow up a school right now. You gonna do it?
Ethically, if I was a president, that's not something that I would engage in. I would try to determine why we shouldn't blow up the school. I don't think a man should do that either.
No, I'm just asking you as a woman, would you be able to do it?
Summer, let's just say
Me,
it's a
me
terrorist
as a
inside the
person,
school
no.
that says he has a button that's gonna blow up a whole country, but he's in a school full of kids.
What they
You
teaching
gonna blow
at
that
these
school up?
schools?
She already just said no. So
Hey,
the fact that it is part of
Can't
like
Summer, you gonna
why
answer that?
you're
I tried to throw a
indifferent.
caveat in.
hey, what they teaching at these schools where you got to
No,
blow
but
it up? What the hell going
doesn't mean
on?
I'm
Stay
different.
on context, bro. Come on, don't do that.
Y'all
But that
just
doesn't mean I'm different.
What the
But
hell?
Venus,
yeah.
that
Summer, you
doesn't mean
gotta
that
answer
I'm.
her question, Summer.
She said no, she wouldn't want to blow up the school.
Right.
Nah,
But
but
Venus,
not when I added
that
those
has
caveats
nothing
to it to force her to see if she gonna make a decision.
to do with me being a woman.
So you think
It's a person.
so you think
We
men have
disagree,
the
Summer.
same level of empathy and sympathy that you have? You think so?
Some men can, yes, for sure.
Do most men?
Some do most men today. I
Hell
think
no.
Ever.
the I
Damn,
well,
Jesus
I'm gonna
did.
be. Jesus, my God, you know what I'm saying? My God, I believe yes, they do.
I guess men can't be
You
empathizers.
think
Men could be very empathetic.
I didn't ask what they could be, I asked you what they are. What are most of
Yeah,
them?
most of the
Okay.
men today are not. That's just only because of what's going on in the world today. That's not because they don't have the ability to be. Just because they're a man. Like that's what I don't agree with that.
Most people didn't have empathy back in the day either, men or women.
Right,
Or
right.
today.
Like
Most people are
but
selfish.
everybody
They
has
always
the
have been.
ability to be empathetic. That's not a gender trait to be
I
empathetic.
say there's a high percentage of people that can't be empathetic. Good
Yeah, I agree
30,
with
40%
Like
that one.
can't be.
overall. Like
It's not there.
overall, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm saying there's a
Today,
lot of people who
especially.
cannot,
both
who
any
don't
gender can be
understand and
empathetic.
don't
Yeah.
have empathy. It's not there.
Yeah.
But her
Today,
overall point
I
is still
agree. I
good when
agree
she
with
brought
that,
up the
Sam. For
testosterone.
sure.
But I just don't think that is
Okay,
a
so I got a
gender
question.
thing.
One last question for you. How come it's so
Okay.
easy for men to have sex with multiple women and claim they in love with you? And why is it difficult for women to do the same thing, Summer? Since
Why
we
is
the
it
same,
easier for
right?
no, go
Mhm.
ahead. Say that again one more
Because
time for
men,
me.
Huh?
so since we're the same, how come men can say, hey, I love my wife, and I can have sex with 10 different women and not give a damn about them and still love my wife, but it's way harder for women to do the same thing if we are the same, according to you? Why is it like that?
It's way harder for women to be with more than one man because you feel because you are you saying that because biologically we're wired just to be with one man, and then the man says that they could be with multiple women because they're biologically wired to be with multiple women because of the way that they're set up biologically. That's what we're saying.
No, I'm asking you, why is it like that for women?
She thinks she's slick.
Right. Like, I'm asking you, why is it like that? Why can a man be like, oh, I love my wife, get up and go sleep with somebody and come right back and smile on her face like nothing happened, kiss her on the lips after he just had
Because
somebody
I think
sitting on his
society
face?
told
He don't give a damn. And why is it much harder for women to do that? Why?
because I think society told men that they could get away with that, and that's what that they're biologically should want multiple women, and you should want to do this, and it's okay for a man to sleep, but for women, we were shamed and told you shouldn't want to sleep with multiple men. You should just go and be with one person. You should this and you should that. And so I think there was shame involved that caused all of these gender norms to be in place in some cases, not all, right? So I think there's women out there today that can be with multiple men and be fine, just like a man could be with multiple women and be just fine. There's a mentality, is a personality, is what you're going to accept. It's not a gender thing.
So you don't understand how oxytocin gets released in a woman, and that's the hug me, bond with me hormone. And it's when it's released in a woman, it has the effect that unchecked testosterone has in a man. We have post-nut clarity. You have post-nut haze. We have pre-nut haze, right? We get real interested in you before the nut, and then we get clear afterwards. Women are clear before sex, and then they get real attachment heavy afterwards. That's what oxytocin
But
does.
but they could be attachment heavy to multiple men. They could get their oxytocin from multiple dangalangs, and that's what they want.
Well, that's time wouldn't allow that to happen, because once you release oxytocin from the first man to have sex, that hormone is going to want her to bond to him so that she never even gets to the second release of oxytocin from another guy.
So how do you explain these quote unquote hoes that these people are talking about? These hoes that are sleeping with the multiple men. I don't think it's natural today. Is what I'm saying.
Outliers. That's majoring in the minors. So unless you want to admit that most women are hoes.
No.
The hoes you speak of are the minority.
Oh, so you think they're the minority? Okay,
yes.
I can agree. I can't disagree with you that Big Era said it here.
I didn't realize before today's Summer, you don't stand on anything. Like, you kind of just
I've been some. I
never saw that before today. Oh shit.
Venus, I've been how many times?
I didn't see it before.
Now you understand.
I have a question, Venus. It's me saying that I don't think that there's any differences between a man and woman outside of biology. Is that not me standing on something?
So you don't hear me talking, Summer?
Go ahead, Trey.
I'm trying to hold you accountable. That's what I'm doing, and you don't want me to.
No.
No, you don't. You think just because you got the little sweet little voice, the little cute eyes, like.
Now, no, but I was just asking. I was asking honestly, Trey. Me saying that I don't believe there's any differences psychologically between a man and a woman, but I do believe that biologically there's great differences, right? But I'm willing to listen to, because I honestly don't, everything that you could tell me, I can say I don't believe that is gender specific, because there are examples of both men and women doing the same thing. That's not me not standing on anything. That's me not being convinced yet.
You are going to see examples of us doing the same thing because, yes, we both possess estrogen, testosterone, masculine, feminine energy. However,
Mm-hmm.
based on gender, there's going to be one that is dominant, right? And because you have this dominant gene, energy, whatever you want to call it, there are certain behaviors that absolutely come with that. And it's like you don't want to acknowledge that. You want us to be
No,
exactly the
tell me the
same.
behaviors. No. Nobody has
Right to him.
articulated outside of Big Aaron. What are some of these things? I literally came up here asking, what are we defining as masculine and feminine? Because we always just say the word, we don't describe it and say, well, because what I've been hearing on these panels when they just say what masculinity is in a woman, I'm like, that's not really masculinity in a woman. That's just a personality trait. That's just them surviving, or it's not a masculine trait to work. That's what we started off with talking about working. And then we broke that down and we agreed, okay, it's not necessarily the working in itself that's masculine. It's the jobs behind it. It's certain jobs that the woman may take, right? So we're digging deeper to where I'm like, okay, I pick up what you put down when you
being
say
a
that.
single mother also puts you in the masculine.
How?
Because you have to be the nurturer and the disciplinarian all the time.
Venus,
so
is that
you
the
don't
same?
think women are
Hold on. Venus, is that the same for a single father?
Maybe because some single fathers don't even know how to. They don't have the nurturing side at all, so they give a deficit to their kids just in a different way.
What about those that do? What about the men that are nurturers?
Yeah, they're gonna be more feminine. It's true. Yeah.
So hold on. So
What?
real quick, I can show you 1,000 videos
Mhm.
of me as a man feeding my son, kissing on my kids, all of the above.
You may be more feminine than other men. Maybe. I don't know. I haven't seen.
Hold on. So me kissing on my kids, me nurturing my kids makes me feminine.
You having to be the one to do it all the time, yes.
That's crazy.
Hey, anybody that want to look
I'm
at
gonna keep
that,
it
why that's
across the
incorrect,
board. Like
just
if
study
you
egalitarian. Okay,
if
go ahead.
you I'm gonna look at it across the board. If we're saying that a woman having to channel her masculine energy more than normal because there's no one to counterbalance, then I'm gonna say the same thing for a man. If he has to be operating in his nurturing feminine a little too often,
Being nurturing is not feminine, Venus.
So
Yeah.
what is feminine, Trey?
Do we have a study that shows
This is
that working
crazy,
or
Wait, no,
kissing
Trey,
your kid?
what's femininity? Like what
No,
what are some
actually, it's
feminine
funny.
traits?
Now
you feel how I feel, Trey. Now you feel welcome.
No, don't avoid the
Welcome,
question.
Trey.
Trey, what are
Welcome
some
to the
feminine
Thunder.
Hold on.
Scam crazy.
Right there. Hold on. This is what we're gonna
What
do.
are some feminine qualities?
Hold on. We're gonna move the conversation forward.
Oh wow,
Venus,
interesting.
Venus, just 1 second.
Mm.
Because once we get to the Q&A, then we're gonna break down the feminine and masculine traits. Okay, can we do that? Can we just push the conversation forward and then get back to that?
I mean, I'm gonna go to sleep, but
It's
you
gonna
know, I'll be
get
listening.
even funnier.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. Let's push the conversation forward.
But women like to use this excuse, well, I have to be masculine. No, you
That's
don't.
real.
You chose to be masculine. Because if my bills ain't paid, I ain't about to start flipping my hair and start twitching when I walk. So there's no reason why, because of the fact that you had to pay your own bills, that you grew a dick in your head. You know what I'm saying? Men don't revert to femininity at no point in time, whether we up or whether we down. I do not understand why women want to choose to be niggas when they have to be adults. Go ahead.
It's called adulting.
We just had
Exactly.
a group
That's a
of
good point.
men who just offered and wanted us to go 50-50 with them. And that's putting us in a state of masculinity.
So
Hold on, just because so earlier on this panel, the guys were saying, they were talking about 50-50. A lot of guys were saying that it should be 50-50. But she's saying that a guy presenting that to her is now making her more masculine. No, that's y'all creating a union or a partnership situation. If you were alone, you would still have to take care of yourself 100%. You have someone
Trey,
coming
can you
in
press pause
that's
real
going
quick?
to relieve you of some of that burden.
when you study egalitarian societies, the man and the woman provides. It's like 50-50. They giving 100, but we would call it 50-50. Yet the men still masculine and the women still feminine. And you can look up societies like the Khoisan tribes. All right, I'll end right there.
And I'm not even gonna say some. He's probably gonna be relieving you of at least 80% of that burden. So I would still say that you don't have to come into a situation to be masculine because you possibly might have to do something in life.
What are we really talking about right now?
Like,
do you want to be 50-50 or do you want me to be feminine? And then on top of that, I don't know a woman that would not mask in femininity if she was in the presence of masculinity.
But if we're not, this is what I'm saying. If we are not in the presence of femininity, we ain't gonna mask ourselves in femininity. We still be niggas.
That is true.
I don't give a f- if there's no women in this mother, I ain't about to start twitching. So why are you starting to goddamn think that you a
Actually,
nigga?
he was gonna start twitching
It doesn't
anyway.
make sense. God made you a girl and you're a beautiful one. You're good at it. Be that.
Stop, Scam.
God made me a man. I'm gonna be
Listen
that.
to him.
At no point in time, there is nothing that you can or cannot do to me that's gonna make me not.
You're right,
be a
though.
nigga. So there should be nothing that I can do to you that should make you not be a woman. Go ahead.
That's
in
true.
the state of just being in a masculine state in the world, like I don't have a choice. Like if I'm going out,
Why does it make you change genders?
We said why does it what?
Ugly money. Go ahead, brother.
What was the question?
Why does you doing what you have to do make you change genders?
So Trey,
No. Masculinity is gender based.
Yes, ma'am.
So Trey, this is exactly a good example of what I meant by is this surface level conversations, meaning they keep throwing the word, you trying to be like a nigga, you trying to be a man just because of this, but they're not breaking down, which we're trying to do here. What are you what when you specifically, what are you talking about when you say you don't have to come into the relationship trying to be the nigga, right? That's what they saying, right?
They're arguing
But it's
against what
kinda
they're
like
saying, though,
they're-
Summer. They're not.
No,
their
I
argument
get it,
is a
but how
counter
would-
argument to their ridiculous argument, saying that they got to become masculine just because they take on more responsibilities.
Right.
is
That's where
ridiculous.
I was getting to. I was about to say yes, because the women are breaking down masculinity as if it's just a job, but we already had that conversation that working in itself is not a masculine trait. That's something that we're called to do as virtuous women, right? Especially to help out in the household. And even if it's not virtuous women, you called to work if you gotta go eat, okay? If you want to survive, right? Especially if you're single, go get a job. Fine. But I just wanted to break down there, just and you being a nigga. What does that mean? What is that? Because they're saying it like they mean something behind it too, though. The dude with the machine thing that was he sound like he has some things to say about you guys aren't being feminine and you guys are doing this. What is it that y'all are saying that women are not being feminine? Give me some examples of women not being feminine. Give me some example of women acting masculine. Aaron gave one. What is
Venus
the
gave
actual
one, too.
breakdown of what people saying?
Wait.
right,
Venus
well, we
gave
gotta
one.
The
get
too.
testosterone.
Yeah, her testosterone and estrogen, and then Aaron's was oxytocin.
That's biological, so I didn't disagree that we
But
have
that affects your
biological
behavior,
variances
though. Your
different.
biology can affect your behavior. For example, if you don't get enough vitamin D, it can make you depressed.
For a woman or for both men and a
For
woman.
human beings, period.
Hey,
That's what I'm saying,
Harwin.
Harwin.
Look at the dude who was doing all
That's what I'm
that
saying.
quacking.
But
Look
I'm
at that
just
chubby
saying to
dude
your,
doing
hold
that
on, real
quacking.
quick,
You
Scam.
talking about vitamins, being honest.
Say that again, Scam.
Not scared.
Look at the dude that was on the video doing all this yapping and quacking. Does he have
I
anything
was
to
just
say
using
about
that as an
vitamins?
example, Scam, to show the sister Sarah. I don't know why I keep calling you Sarah Summer. The sister Summer, how your
Because
biology
Sarah's
can affect your behavior. Because Big Aaron brought up oxytocin, and then Venus, before she left, she brought up the estrogen and testosterone. So they can work hand in hand, Summer.
so our biology may cause us in more vast majority on a female side due to hormones that right biologically
Testosterone
can
and
cause
estrogen are hormones.
that hormone, due to hormones can cause us monthly to be a little cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. That's the difference. Because
I'm gonna let you have it. I'm not gonna
have. Well, no, I'm just saying. I'm picking up what you put down, right? So, but a man, however, is not restricted by that. Don't have to go through all of those hormonal changes like we do. They do go through hormonal changes, but at a different rate, right? So that's saying that that's our difference right there. We could be collectively more emotional. Is that what you're saying?
The emotions become more unpredictable.
Oh yeah, go ahead, BA.
No, I'm saying your emotions become more unpredictable and more difficult to regulate.
Yeah, because men have emotions too. Like anything can be described as an emotion, how you behave, or the lack thereof. But Big A just broke it down.
Right, Harvard. That's what I was gonna say. So the disadvantage that we have as women is that our hormones play a huge factor on how we react emotionally. That could be the difference between a man and a woman.
Or advantage.
But is that masculine or feminine energy are just the difference between us genders biologically, just because of the way we're made up physically. That doesn't mean that it's a masculine or feminine, right?
You just gave the nomenclature and then the definition. What you just said, you said the same thing twice.
Got it.
Absolutely.
I would like to say, just like those words, emotional and logical, and feminine, masculine, I think people are just reaching in their pocket, grabbing the words and throwing them in the sky when they hear something they don't want, or using them as some kind of weapon. And that happens if you listen long enough. The very thing they're complaining about, you see them actually be what they complain about, or don't know what they're even asking for or complaining about. And the words just get thrown all over the place.
That's what Summer talking about when she talking about that surface level stuff.
In the next 20 minutes, like even this conversation, or continue to happen.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Summer.
The panel and this dust panel that's on this video, the words are going to go out in the sky somewhere, and it's not going to make any sense.
Summer, does that speak to when we talk about the surface level stuff, what Scam just said?
Yes.
Right,
yeah, that does happen.
All right, let's get through this so we get
daily.
Just like femininity is gender based.
Masculinity and femininity is not gender based. That's a spiritual.
Can you ask why y'all be masculine?
No.
Have an English question.
Have men that are moving in, women that are taking care of different things in their lives. Is that not a form of them becoming feminine?
Okay, look, I've been waiting to speak.
Go ahead, Big Bro.
I've been waiting, so I want to say it's just a question.
No, we got to answer her. We got to answer her question before we ask another. Go ahead and ask that question again. We got to make sure we get the floor. Go ahead.
It's on the same perspective. If you're saying that, when women we're doing 50-50, if you're saying that you want a woman that can come and have you established from where the ground zero, you're coming into her house and you don't have anything. Is that not the same thing as those characteristics?
Is a man? She's basically saying, hold on. We're gonna let the bros answer.
What I'm saying, that's putting you in your feminine.
I'm about to paraphrase. She's correct me if I'm wrong, fellas. If a man is moving in with a woman,
I don't agree.
Is he displaying femininity?
No.
That's a good question. If a man moves in.
No, hold on.
All right, real quick.
I told you so.
If a man, it's a question. If a man moves in with a woman, is that feminine?
Say that one more time, Trey.
My answer is I told you so.
If a man moves in with a woman, is that a feminine? Is that him being feminine or a feminine trait?
No.
Okay, anybody else?
It could be, depending upon his motives. Like, let's say if it's a brother just fresh out of jail. I don't think he being feminine. I just think he got a woman and she probably held it down, or he got a family member. He moved in with that woman. But if it's a dude that's just trying to live off of a man, I don't even think it's feminine. I just think you being an asshole. You being a dirtbag. If you just moving in to use somebody, because men and women can do that.
Right.
All right.
My answer is I told you so.
We heard you, Scam.
Scam, shut up.
Man moving in
That's a
with
good
a woman.
question.
He being a
Man, just moving in with a woman. Hold on. That is a man moving in with a woman, being a man. Whatever you want to call it.
Damn.
That makes you feel better. I wouldn't invite.
But she got the niggas furious over there when she said, bitch.
I've never done that. I own my shit.
Let him talk. Let him talk.
Paraphrase my question wrong.
Let him talk. Go ahead, brother. No. Let him talk. Go ahead, brother.
Well, waiting for the time.
No, we're gonna let him talk. Go ahead, brother.
I've never moved in with a woman, but even if I did, hold on. Even if I did, that still don't make me a woman or feminine because I decided to move in with a woman. I'm just a man moving in with a woman.
But hold on. I don't know. That's a tough one, bro.
But I ain't doing that though. I never have. I never needed. Hold on, and let me get back to you because you stuck on 50.
I have a question. I have a question, Trey.
We cannot deflect, gentlemen.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't think it's feminine. I just think if it was a decision that was going to be best for them to do at the time, like he could have had his own place and she had her own place across town, and they decided, you know what, we want to make it, more official. We want to move it together. And she's like, why don't you move over here to my space because it's a little bit closer to your job. That way you don't have to commute as far as you have been commuting. And it makes logical sense. And then, the smart thing to do as a man would be to be like, can you break said lease or can you add people onto your lease? You know what I mean? And then get added to the lease. So that way, if anything were to go astray, you can't just be getting kicked out because he's like, oh, this is my house. You know what I'm saying? Whatever. You be smart about, be adult and mature about it. But I don't think that's being feminine if you make a logical decision that's going to be for the betterment of your situation.
That's a great question.
But be smart about it.
That sounds like a statement, man, but I hear you.
So you guys don't think that's feminine, right?
Well, that's the question.
Yeah, I was waiting for a question, so I ain't gonna lie.
Shout out to TLG with the $2. Summer makes the soundboard noise again real quick.
What is that?
Make that soundboard noise again real quick. Whatever noise you made.
I don't know what that is. Yeah, but I don't see, that's what I'm saying, y'all. When we break it down to when we start breaking it down is I can concede to, because of hormonal issues, there's a difference there. But
Summer,
I don't think that's a feminine thing for a man to move in with a woman.
Hey, Summer, just tell the truth. It doesn't make any sense. Just
right? Yeah, okay. It doesn't.
Yeah, it just
not even close.
Gotta be fair. They hit us back. Hold on.
That is a good one.
We cannot deflect. We is not gonna start saying we ain't gonna do them. We gonna answer that question.
I do believe that if you move in with a woman, I think you do take somewhat of a more submissive role, especially if she is paying all the bills. What? You're coming into her space. Now, if she exalts you and puts you at the top, and let's say you come in, you're paying all the bills, and she treats you like the king of that spot, you best be trying to get something to where you creating something of your own, or if you taking over something like on paper, because if it's just still hers, that can always be thrown back up in your face.
So wait,
if a nigga moving in with a chick.
So is the expectation, okay, because this is where it becomes kind of cartoonish, like for real, this is what they do out here in these streets. So you're telling me I have an apartment or a home or whatever, right? Mm-hmm. And I've been paying on that joint for 10 years. I paid off the well, right? I've been in there for 10 years and I be Johnny, and then we go on a few dates and we kick it in and we decide we want to, be in a relationship, and then months or a year or something down the line, he decided to move into my house. The expectation really is that man finna come up in there and then start paying all of my bills to the house I've been paying on for like 10 years already.
That's what the women be coming up here saying. Something.
Man, that's why
they gonna look at you different. They come. I mean. That's why I don't think it's feminine. I just don't think it's smart.
I mean, you should come in and then you guys have a budget plan, right? The expectation is for you to move up in my stuff and then you ain't paying nothing because that's a lie from hell. But you have a conversation and say, hey, babe, since you're moving in, this is how much my mortgage is. This is how much the bills run. How we going to do this? I'm not going to be like, well, now that you here, yay, I got my free check. That, is my house.
You heard them sisters just arguing that 50-50 stuff, right? That makes them masculine. Scam, there goes some dust for you.
No, it's been dusty since it started, but nothing. I haven't heard anything that had anything to do with masculinity or femininity since I clicked the link, or even before.
Right.
Nothing. But you can grab the word and just throw it in the sky and say there's some kind of societal norm that doesn't exist. And then somehow it's feminine.
I honestly think they want it to exist. I think they want all these comments they're saying to be true.
Making common sense decisions.
Scam. In the video, the women said that if they paying bills, if they doing all these different things, that is feminine. I mean, that's masculine.
Yep, that's what they said.
Okay.
The red pill did this to these ladies.
More people, because women's.
No,
more people said something that doesn't make any sense.
Right.
Well, Scam, do you agree with the women? The women said if they're paying
I don't agree with anybody.
Nope.
Again, I'm asking a specific question. The women on this podcast said if they're paying bills, if they're doing things that their man would do if they were in a relationship, that makes them masculine. Do you agree with that?
Of course, I don't agree with any of it. Like I said.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, well,
men brush their teeth and women brush their teeth. Which one is it, masculine or feminine?
Okay, good. So we're on the same page. Good.
So Scam, you on my page? Okay.
I'm not on any of these pages.
Well, Summer, that's
one at a time. Go ahead.
I wouldn't do it at my age.
Hey, so you telling me, right? So if the man stays somewhere and the woman stays somewhere, right? And he had a bachelor pad. She like, nah, babe, I don't like your shit.
Here come all those excuses.
Let him answer. Let him answer.
Hold on.
Go ahead, bro.
So he like, nah. She like, nah, babe, I don't like your shit. You could move in with my shit. And he come in paying the bills. He come in paying her bills.
Don't do it.
You telling me that's feminine?
Go ahead.
Don't do it.
Don't do it.
So T-Mac, if
don't do it.
Hold on, T-Mac, if AP,
that's not the.
Hold on, if you dating AP and he come in your house and he taking care of everything that you were 2-3 months behind on, you still think he feminine?
They're gonna let you
Absolutely
catch up.
not. Is that not back to the whole 50-50 thing? Now you just came into a house and now you two are building.
But it ain't 50-50 if I'm paying everything though.
Exactly. It's not 50-50.
Right.
That's what I said before. I don't want 50-50.
Once your bills
if you're going to come in,
they're
you're going to do 100
to the door.
Just what I said.
I can't hear you. Speak up a little bit.
I see Summer. There you go.
You talking over me. What I said was 50-50, and I don't do that. So if you're coming into
There
my
you
house
go.
and you already have your establishment, now we are building because you're coming into together. And if you just said you're paying 100% of the,
You the one that's keeping all the money in the savings.
I never said that. And I also
I'm asking. I'm just trying to get. I can't see no face. I'm trying to match the voice.
No, you said I was keeping all the money into the savings. Now
And I'm not even trying to be funny, y'all. If I'm gonna keep it gangster, some women gotta pick a struggle.
Facts.
Which is what?
Yeah, what
Oh
you mean?
shit, here she go with
Rose, did you see the woman? Hold on, Rose. Do you see what the woman look like? Talking about she want a man to come in and pay 100% of the bill. Let's just be honest.
Here's the thing. If men
Listen,
were,
Rose, the little girl with the little afro and the purple
what's wrong with her?
with
Let's
the big
talk that.
feet.
What's wrong with her?
Rose, look at her, man. Why you not being keeping it gangster?
I mean, but men want peace, right? She looks pretty peaceful to me. Y'all
Man, that don't mean, man, that woman ain't peaceful. You can tell by the way she
just
talks.
said
She's
she
not
was peaceful after the shit she was just talking. Come on,
Rose, you
Rose. Here
can't
you
be
go with
serious.
this shit. Man, she
Ain't
just
nothing
give me a
peaceful-
headache.
peaceful
Soon she
about
come
this
on the
woman.
panel. She just tried to call this a peaceful woman. Did you hear her talking?
Nah, I just got the last 10 seconds of the video, but
I'm about to roast you.
So you threw oh, that's the sisterhood talk just came out you couldn't help
Man,
it. Okay.
look, man, let's keep the
But
video
she was
going.
she wasn't okay.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead, Summer. Justify this woman saying 50-50 real quick, like when you just called it stupid.
I'm not justifying her saying 50-50. She's just setting down her boundaries and perimeters of what her expectations are for her life.
But like, come on, like some people gotta pick a struggle. That's all I'm saying, baby.
Yeah, Summer, you was just arguing that that men moving in, that's crazy. Like, they should be able to move in, and she shouldn't expect him to pay all the bills. But here's a woman. Hold on, Summer. Here's a woman that is expecting a man to pay all her bills just because he just moved in with her. You was just agreeing. Me and you was on the same page.
No, I'm just talking to what I heard her say. Not my page, your page, nobody page. I'm saying what I heard. What I heard her say.
That's what she just said, though. Summer.
I'm trying to tell you what I heard her say now.
What
My
did you
bad.
say,
Rose got me irritated.
Already? I heard. She said, "Dang, I just got here."
Can you answer the goddamn question?
Yes, I think she was basing her response off of him saying if he moved into her crib, then he was paying 100%. And she was agreeing with him, saying, yeah, that would be fine with me. I was saying, I don't want to accept 50-50 in a relationship. So if you move up out of your crib and move up into my crib, yes, we're going to have to discuss what we going to be doing. And then he's like, but I'm paying all of your bills. I'm paying 100%. And so she was like, well, yeah, I'm not disagreeing with that part. So they're not disagreeing, them two that are talking right now. She's agreeing with what he's saying because he said he coming and paying 100%. And that's what she wants.
You bothering me right now, Summer.
But that's all I was saying. That's not what she was saying. You guys were saying she was.
We know what she's saying. What I'm saying is what she's saying.
All right, hold on. We're gonna keep pushing the conversation forward because we still got the Q&A. So
being ignorant on purpose, it could be an investment. No, I never said that the money had to go to the savings.
Earlier, she basically was trying to say that she wants a man during the 50-50 conversation. She was saying that she wants a man to pay 100% of the bills, and what she does is basically do 100% of the savings, but she doesn't want to be paying the bills as well. Which to everybody it sounded crazy.
She's gonna put her money in the savings and I'm gonna pay the bills, right? That's what she said. I'm trying to put a voice.
What she said.
Okay, hold on. That was a great question.
But that makes sense.
That was a good one.
Hey, old boy, look.
What'd you say, Summer?
But that makes sense because that aligns with what Edaman was saying in regards to eventually, if the woman is working, we shouldn't be even utilizing the woman. This is what he said. We shouldn't even be utilizing the woman check for the first 3 to 5 years of our marriage, right? Then when we start having kids, that money that we didn't utilize and we were just saving for he said we should be able to live just based on my income. So we need to live at the level of what my income is, regardless if she's working. But if she is working, there should be a plan if you guys are wanting to start a family that all the money that she does make within that 3 to 5 years of building period that's saved or invested. So that when she does get pregnant and she does need to take off to be a stay-at-home mother for a time period, that residual income can sustain them. That's what he was saying, that's what essentially what she was saying in a sense. You take care of all the bills, but I'm going to still work, but all of my money is going to go into our savings to build up our legacy and blah, 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 blah. So she's not saying anything different.
She said she's not talking about that though.
But she said she did.
She said
we could put all my money in savings.
She didn't say that. But if you was to rewind and you would hear her say she said she didn't say that.
Where she said she wanted to put all her money in savings?
Yeah, she said that she didn't say that.
I thought she said, yeah, I said we put all my money in savings. They were trying to make her say like she was saying something else.
She said, yeah, to not 50-50.
Right. She doesn't want to pay the bills 50-50, right? She doesn't want her money going towards bills.
He said something about savings. She was like, well, who said that?
No, and then she clarified and said, I was saying we put all my money in the savings account.
That's 50-50.
Essentially. Big Gary, she just want to slice it a different way.
Listen.
If they annoying, bro.
Yeah, if she's saying she does not want. That's why I hate these colloquialisms. And people should just speak clearly and directly. If she's saying she does not want to go 50-50, then that means she does not want to allocate any of her income to contribute to the household. If she does want to go 50-50, that means that her income gets allocated to the contributing to the household. Now, however that contribute or however the funds are dispersed and managed is inconsequential. What you bring into the house should benefit the house. That's 50-50. If it's not 50-50,
but Big A,
what you bring into the house goes in your pocket and doesn't benefit the house. It only benefits you. Simple.
But Big A, when the man said you put your stuff in savings, she said, no, that's what you said. So she ain't even saying that. Well, that's what I'm trying to get someone to understand.
If she expects all of her money to only benefit her ad infinitum, then she is not advocating for 50-50.
Right. I thought I heard her say she was saying she would put all of her money in savings. But it is essentially that big Aaron.
Well, savings for who, right?
For the family, she was saying for the family.
She said those words?
That's what I derived from what they were all saying.
Did you derive that or did she say that?
No, we got that.
That's what I heard. That's what I heard. No, but that's what I heard her say with the way she was describing it is what I'm saying.
Well, which is it? Did you hear it or are you deriving it? Because there's a different things.
It was
Did
implied.
She say that?
Implied, derived.
Okay, got you. So you assume we got you.
Yeah,
okay.
But if you if you rewind it.
Damn, what was the movie? If y'all ever seen Undercover Brother, he looked like Smart Brother, the same dude that played on Soul Plane as well.
With a voice with the accusations.
The big dude looked like him.
Hey, y'all go ahead. DJ Squirt, great. That was a great one. That ugly mommy. Go ahead. What do men need to understand?
Men need to understand themselves. I mean, just asking the right questions and looking a certain way and being on a date has nothing to do with it. If you know who you are, you know.
Did she just say looking a certain type of way?
Man, listen.
Look at this.
She's out of
I'm big. I'm finna break this. Look, bro. Look at her wig, bro.
Yeah, Medusa comes to mind.
Her wig, her slouchy shirt she got on, and she got on some tights, and she got them legs out. And no, she's 100 pounds overweight, and she want to have the audacity to come out here talking about men. Rose, we on the sisterhood neck, Rose.
Yeah, I was gonna say she looks like she could employ your services. That Humpty Dumpty-esque shape is she looks like she's about to fall off that couch and require all the king's horses and men to deal with her.
Oh my God, Big Aaron.
What's wrong with what he said?
I mean, here's my thing. Like, were they told to come with their Sunday's best on, or what's going on?
No. Hold on. She literally just dragged men for their attire.
Okay, on the first date.
Rose coming to cat for the sisterhood.
No, I'm just saying.
I think she's dressed appropriate for the occasion.
Take away, her being in the room with them. Just focus on what she said. What's wrong with a man coming appropriately to a first date? What's wrong with what she said?
Well, it would make perfect sense if she came appropriately to a podcast.
Thank you.
She is dressed appropriate for this podcast. Absolutely.
Scam, shut up.
They're talking bullshit, so she's dressed appropriately.
I understand.
This is the zoo.
But technically, there's nothing wrong with what you said.
Am I wrong?
Would you attend this podcast, Miss Rose, dressed the way she is with your hair, and it's in the same condition that hers is?
Great question, Big Aaron. Great
Hell
question.
no.
Hey, Rose.
So why you sitting here capping then, Rose?
Rose, you probably don't go to sleep looking like this woman.
I'm not saying that she looks aesthetically pleasing. What I'm saying is there's nothing wrong with what she said.
No,
I think it's just coming from the person. Y'all don't like it coming from her.
No, it's not that. My thing is, you cannot set a standard that you're not going to uphold.
Okay, I agree with that.
Hey, Rose, if you're going to the zoo and the cages were all open, what would you wear?
And the cages were all open skin.
Yeah, meaning, are these people dressed appropriate for this type of podcast? I'm going to say they're overdressed, to be honest.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
Am I wrong?
I don't think so.
Is there any educating going on?
No comment, Scam.
Any influential leadership development going on in this conversation?
From what I see or hear, no, not yet.
Yeah, but she's going to expect you. But listen, she's going to expect you to dress like you're a goddamn pastor. Here you talking about?
I have a question though.
I wouldn't wear electric draws to this podcast, but I wouldn't be there to begin with. Just being honest.
Is this podcast set up like the whatever podcast where they go out on the streets and ask for volunteers to come up to the podcast?
I don't know how that happened.
Because that's what it could be. Because a lot of these podcasts set up like this, where they have a bunch of women, is that they try to go out and ask women if they want to volunteer and participate, and they just walking around shopping or whatever, and then they go, hey, we're doing a podcast, so you want to come up and about whatever, and then they just come up. They randomly just pick women, and then they start having a discussion.
Yeah, my advice to her would be to politely decline on the basis that she's just simply not prepared. They caught her at the wrong time. Is there another one that's going to happen in the future? I'll be more prepared.
Oh my God, Aaron, I'm surprised at you.
Why?
I haven't heard you talk like this, so this is catching me by surprise. But
Talk like what?
I will say y'all have a point. Like,
I normally don't have
I
points.
don't have anything to say.
I normally don't have points.
Rose, do you see anything that these women should be dressed up for?
Can she answer my question before she answers yours?
Oh, I'm sorry. Hey, what you say?
You said you haven't heard me talk like this, and then you said, but I have a point. I said, do I not normally have points?
Oh no, you normally have points. I'm just saying the comical commentary.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry, my dear. Thank you. Okay, I'm sorry. I got you.
So, Rose, you're saying that he doesn't have a personality. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes.
No, he has a personality. I'm just used to him.
It's very dry.
He has no.
You'd be correct. I'm not emotionally sophisticated like that to really react. I mean, you'd be correct if you said that.
Yeah, no, it's just the comedy, the comical commentary behind it. I've never heard him talk like that.
Oh, I appreciate it. Yeah. No, I actually have a very dry and intense sense of humor. I think my delivery, it goes by people.
Yeah.
Where you want to be, what you have in place, how you're moving for yourself, then you know the right person to even communicate with.
Amen. Amen. I think give me another brother.
All right.
Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, so big man over here had a good point about how many of you have been trained to be wives. You understand? So that's a starting point right there. How many of your mothers have taught you to be wives? Not just your grandmothers. You know, has it been trickled down from generation to generation? You understand? Right. So that's part of it. Then you have to understand what that man wants as well. It's not about what you want, it's about what he wants. If he's gonna be the protector and provider, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. And don't bring nothing up about your last relationship. Let me give you this game right here. Come on. When you get with a man, love him and get with him like he's your first person you ever been with. That way you can help get rid of that junk. And how many of you had therapy? You talk, yeah, Tamika.
They called out the ex.
Have you seen a psychologist, a psychiatrist yet? You know what I'm saying? Real talk.
I'm gonna answer that because
hold up. And the questions y'all talk about, you have to ask the right questions. We go deeper. Go deeper. I want my woman to breastfeed. I want natural food. You understand? I want my children to be homeschooled. Excuse me. How many of y'all with that? You don't ask the real questions on the first date.
Amen.
That's true.
All right. No.
Good question.
Yeah, I like it. I like it.
And also, last thing, fit, feminine, friendly.
Amen.
Kevin Samuels.
Coachable and teachable.
That's real. That's a good breakdown.
Yes, I have had therapy, but I want to say this. Since we're talking
It ain't
about
work.
Yeah, what do we need to learn?
I'm gonna get to that. Like our grandfathers, if you go back in the day, when we're talking about our grandparents, our grandfathers always said, "Hey, happy wife, happy life." Right?
Oh, Cap. You said the grandfather said, "Happy wife, happy life." That
And she just made that
up. Let's continue.
And they showed their women the utmost. If y'all don't listen, then I can't say anything.
Hey, it's her turn to talk. Hey, gentlemen, hold on. It's her turn to talk. Give it a flow the way she gave y'all.
I'm getting to a point.
Go ahead. Be quiet, gentlemen, please. Go ahead, man.
I'm not gonna lie. Tamika with the white toes is definitely towing.
Yes, our grandfathers would say, "Happy wife, happy life," and that's fine if you were, but a lot of the relationships back then that last the longest, like I said, the men took care of the household. They did not expect the wives to work. The wives stayed at home. They took care of the kids. They took care of their households. And what I'm just the stuff that I'm listening to today is different, and that's why there's a lot of men.
You divorced your man and he had a baby on you, though. That's what a lot of women say. That's what the men back in the day did. Granddaddy had a child out on, but grandma stayed still. So why you play your position and stay if you want more of a traditional type of situation?
Did Rose just say no?
Marriages that are not lasting because,
Did
like
he
you
just
said,
say
hey,
that out
it's about
loud?
you do what I say.
Rose,
Instead
stop
of saying,
lying.
hey, let's
Stop
communicate,
lying.
let's work together, let's build together. It's about togetherness,
Crazy,
not
Trey,
about
can you hear Rose?
listen to me and this is how I go. That's not how it was back in the day. It was unity, and that's what's missing: unity, communication, and loving your woman and not treating her like property.
Amen.
They did it more.
The Bible said it is property.
I like it. I like it.
The ones back in the day did it more. Men have definitely compensated for the emotional burden that women have to bear today. The men back in the day, it was way more about duty. So this whole fairy tale, this when you just talking more out the side of your neck because you didn't live back then, so you really don't know.
Can I say one thing?
I want you to say what women need to learn or understand.
Now, Harwin, here's my thing with that. Was it true that Granddad had other kids all around?
Not all granddads, just some.
But okay, but it was a known thing. It was known enough to know that a lot of older men did it, the traditional men. The only thing is grandma didn't damn near find out until at the funeral, at his funeral,
Cap.
that he had other families.
No, Grandma knew. Grandma knew.
Nah, not majority speaking.
But why you mentioning what he said, what he said about the men? But why you ain't saying nothing about that lie she told?
Which
that
one?
A happy wife, happy life. That shit didn't start to the 80s and 90s.
Nah, I don't think so. I think that's more of
Hey, real quick, anybody up here with grandfathers, raised with grandfathers, the men, y'all ever heard y'all great grandfather say that?
No, I mean I had great uncles and they never said it.
Scam. Summer.
Man, that's some bullshit.
I knew he was finna come with that. Summer.
No, I've heard the phrase, but I think it's more
We
like
talk about from the old school though, not from the 80s and 90s era where it really started. Rose would act like that ain't when it started, but okay.
No, that's what I was gonna say, Harwin. I think it did start around the time that you said it did.
Facts.
But just because it wasn't a phrase, a catchphrase, doesn't mean it wasn't happening.
So do we want to know
No,
where
what was
it came
happening
from?
was both was happy. Oh, my bad, Big A.
You want to know where it came from?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There's a poem written in 1903 called "The Working Wages Man" or the Working Wages Party Man or something like that. And at the end of one of the stanzas, it says he's just describing his life. He says, "I'm a hardworking man, and he has a happy life and a happy wife." There are two things that aren't necessarily. One is it's not cause and effect. They're just two things that coexist. I have a happy life, a happy wife, a happy dog, a happy child. It's a list. It's not a cause and effect. It wasn't supposed to be, not in when it was written first. But people
I agree.
ran with it like they ran like De Beers did with diamonds and all this other shit.
Rose, if you have a happy wife, you will have a happy life.
No, that's what Big A just argued against. You didn't hear what Big A just said.
Y'all don't even let me finish. What was I about to say?
You're right. Go ahead. So my bad.
Correct. So whatever was to follow. Well, go ahead. Were you going to correct yourself?
No, I was going to say I agree with what you're saying. Just because it says happy life, happy wife, happy life, doesn't mean it was put on the burden to make the wife happy. It wasn't. I never got that the burden was on the man to make the wife happy. I just thought it was if you have a happy wife, you will have a happy life. One thing
No, that's not what Big A just said. So we were right. What he was saying was there was two things that would not necessarily have to go together. Is I have a happy life, comma, and I have a happy wife, comma, etc., etc.
No,
that's not the.
What you
said is something different. No, you didn't.
You used an if-then statement, and that is incorrect. You said if you have a happy wife, then you will have a happy life. Which is what Rose is saying. You're right. That is a cause and effect. If one thing happens, then you will yield the result of the other. That is not how it was written originally. They were written as a coexisting pair of conditions. One could be taken away and the other one would continue.
It didn't
to
become
exist.
that way, Big A, until the 80s and 90s with these independent women that was affected by the Moynihan report. But that's another thing. They act like that ideology didn't come from them destroying our families, but whatever.
No, what I was saying was when I heard, I agree. I said, okay, maybe I should have paused. I agree with what Big Aaron says. Pause. So when the statement came out, happy wife, happy life, I did not take it as it was a burden out on the husband to make said wife happy. But that's how people are when they say that phrase, that's how the majority of people are taking it. That now in order the man has to make said wife happy. And if that wife ain't happy in that household, he gonna have hell to pay. That's how I was taking that phrase when people were saying it jokingly. Happy life, happy wife, meaning the man gonna have to sacrifice and he gonna have to give into everything that she says is gonna make her happy in order for him to have peace. I wasn't taking it like that when I heard that statement. Is what I'm saying. But I think the vast majority of people, when they make that phrase up, they're taking it that way.
Yeah, and that's what we're talking about.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I agree with you, Aaron, that I think it has nothing to do with the other.
Right.
But I think people are taking that phrase that way. That's what I was saying.
Yeah, they're just coexisting circumstances that he's proud
of.
Oh.
Rose jumped right to the conversation of the kids outside the wedlock. So just gonna skip over that to jump to that. Okay.
I'm quiet.
Oh, you quiet now, huh?
I mean, that's just what I thought. I thought it was something that, was just passed on from generation.
So now you learned that you've been brainwashed.
Oh my God. I wouldn't, that's a stretch, Harvey.
That's not a stretch. You thought that was a thing your grandfather said.
Okay, but my whole life ain't a lie just because I believe something.
That ideology is a modern concept, man. You've been brainwashed to think it's common. The fuck?
But let's say that was the normal thinking, because we heard about that, Big Aaron. Am I correct? Like that was really big, like in like the 90s and
in the 80s. 80s and 90s, the era of the independent woman.
Yes, but you know what that does, Summer? What it does is it highlights the societal acceptance of the psychological differences that would define masculinity and femininity as genders, right? The fact that you can put that kind of prioritization into play and neither party would oppose or protest against it tells you that there's a psychological difference between femininity and masculinity. There's a role there. A man's supposed to ensure a woman's happiness, and a woman's happiness as a result will ensure the man's life is happy as well. As untrue as it may be, it still delineates the fact that the psychological differences exist as gender roles.
Yep.
Based on what society says. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, you're going to see the manifestation of human psychology in the way society evolves and is constructed.
So I guess my point was, I don't agree with society. Whatever they're trying to make, that's why it's tearing up right now, is because they're trying to put these roles on people that don't fit anymore. The world that we live in today requires for some of those things to be adjusted. I think if we want to get back to living together and being in relationships, I think the mindset needs to shift, and people just need to understand that from me as a woman and speaking to women, that the vast majority of y'all and us, because I'm included, is not going to get the Big Aarons of the world and the people that want to pay, protect, and pay and provide, and you stay home and you do that. That's not going to be an overwhelming option for. I'm not saying that negates the fact to be feminine. I'm just saying that the reality is the mindset needs to shift where both incomes are required in today's society. So the mindset to think a man is lesser than because they can't come in and pay all your bills, what the reality says, especially a black man, right? With how the system is set up to keep us try to as low as possible, but we fight against that thing. But the
Yo, that's
reality
a
is
rose.
the reality is that we've always had to work together. And if I'll be honest,
And
from
that's a
what I've
fact, Summer.
from what I've heard from Rose, is she's willing to, if the circumstances
Man,
deem
Rose gonna leave that
necessary.
nigga the moment he go broke.
That ain't true.
I believe she
Ain't
will.
true.
But she
Okay,
has
my
a
bad. After
standard. You're
90
not gonna be
days.
able to. You're not gonna
After
be able to
90
be
days, then that's
lounging
his ass.
around,
After 90 days, Summer,
for a long
Rose is
time. It's
gone.
crazy work.
If he,
I don't think she said she was going. She said she's going to bring it back up. Which tells me she's not going to be negative during that time. She said she's going to give you some time before I get on that behind. That's what she said.
On that behind, we talk about a grown man.
exactly,
Just
a
like
grown
you.
man that's comfortable with sitting on his behind. Yeah,
No,
you're right.
see,
We're
there
talking
she
about a
go to
grown
the company. So you assume he comfortable because he depressed. Ain't that some shit?
no.
See that Big A?
Dang, how
Big
did you
A.
become depressed?
No,
Hey, Big A, we can't be depressed.
no,
We can't get down on our luck.
Harwin, that's not true. That's not true.
We be damned if you do,
Oh, she was
damned
at
if
the
you
door.
don't.
That's not true because I
She
cleared
must have
that
to
up
go
as
to the
well.
potty.
I said if it's something going on like mentally, medically or something like that, that's understandable. I said this is for a man that's voluntarily sitting on his behind
And I
and
told you when
just does
you
not
did
want
say
to
that,
do
Rose.
anything.
You right, you
Yes.
did. And I told you we not talking about no bum niggas. So why I keep
Okay,
saying that?
but we're also talking about, because even in marriages and relationships, people change. So if he was a hardworking
We
man,
not
he was
talking about no
providing.
bums. So we can leave that alone.
Okay.
If you talk about a bum, if you talk about somebody
Mm-hmm.
that just nothing, nah, we ain't talking about that. We talk about some men and women can go through mental things or go
Right, and
through
if he
financial
going through something,
hardships or
right, he going through
mental like ailments, like you might break his leg or whatever, anything, right? We talk about
right.
things that really happen. He
Okay,
might be
and
down
that's
on his luck. We not talking about a guy that just at his mama career playing a video game and he 45.
understandable. That's very understandable. So if that's the case, then that's different, and I cleared that up. So I don't understand why we keep bringing that up. But here's
Because you
my
said
thing.
that nigga make
As
10,000, you ain't. I mean
here's
30,000,
my
you ain't.
thing. But as a mom, you know what I'm saying? As a woman, my house now, I can't afford to be going through nothing mentally or whatever. Don't get me wrong, things happen. And if you have that person that's gonna support you, I'm all for it. But at the end of the day, if there are single women out here, single moms or single dads, they don't have any room to say, I'm depressed, I'm this and I'm that, I'm gonna stop working, I'm gonna chill for 90 days. Because now they become an unfit mother, kids are taken away, they're judged, and they go through all this other mess. So what I'm saying is, if it's a legit reason, I'm understanding to that. But see, as a man, don't take advantage of your reasoning. Don't use it to your advantage like that. Don't abuse that. That's all I'm saying.
So nobody's talking about that, Rose.
I'm just saying, like, it's so many
All you
different ways.
doing is saying is you just really saying that, nigga, you on the clock, nigga. That's what you saying.
I mean, that's realistic to me. Everybody's
Is
on the
it?
clock. Like mortgage and rent,
Is it?
baby.
So is it realistic or is it death do us part? Which one is it?
No, it is realistic, and it is to death do us part. But at the same
Oh,
time,
okay.
if you want to go there from a biblical
Okay.
standpoint, a man should be working unless
He
he
should.
just physically can't.
He should. But
Okay.
the woman shouldn't divorce her husband. So what we talking about?
I understand that.
Okay, cool. Long as you get that.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, I'm sorry. I'm just not dealing with a man that's not going to be the provider that he should be for his household. That's just me personally. And we can keep talking about it on every stream. My answer is not changing.
Yeah, you gonna divorce your husband and when he fall on his luck, we got you.
I'm not. That's not what I'm saying. Press play, Trey. No, man, get your stuff together.
Trey, you up?
I think he falling asleep. Let's call him.
No, I'm
Did you? I was going to ask Big Aaron, did he have the questions? But okay.
All right, hold on, real quick. Hold on. I'm gonna send him a Big A.
You sleep, Trey?
Nah,
Well, yeah, because you should be up. Because what was you going the other night when you uploaded that story on Instagram out here in these streets?
None you.
What you talking about?
Nah, I want to know.
None you.
Trey
Mind your
was
business.
outside with the sunroof open. I said, where he going? Look like it's about 11, 12 o'clock at night.
Nah, I was on the way home.
From where?
From my gym.
Mm-hmm.
I swear to God.
Now, Harvey, you be quiet because you be outside too.
No, I don't.
I don't know where you be going. It don't be sunlight when I be looking out your when you be in the car, it don't be sunlight outside.
Man, I be chilling.
Y'all be outside.
Now let me find these questions.
I literally don't do nothing but work, write, study, chill with my dog, Rose.
Well, I believe you because me and V
My
invited you
daughter,
out.
now my daughter back in school. Now I'm picking her up from school, take to school, homework and shit finna get cracking again. Ballet just started again. I'm being the fucking father in a bachelor. I ain't doing nothing.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
Ain't doing nothing.
We can go with that.
Big A, you got the joint. I just sent it to you.
Yep, I got it. All right. Let's see here.
Let me take this off. All right, there we go.
So I see you getting your workout in on Instagram. I'm like, look at Summer. You look good too.
Thank you.
Get myself together. That's motivation.
Thank you.
Was you doing my workout, Summer?
I'll be doing those sometimes, but I'm trying to get myself back. Remember, I told you I had to take a hiatus from lifting, so I've been going back consistently with the
How
lifting.
you just doing the do the 5 yard? I mean 5 pound weights.
Yeah, no. I went back to lifting heavy. I went back because I had stopped for a while lifting the heavy weights.
You can do both, Summer. Like I literally do both.
Oh yeah. In between, I do hits in between my heavy lifts to keep my heart rate going up, and then so like you're saying, like if I do like the Smith machine and I do the pull down, the cable pull downs for my back, then I'll get up and then I do the back row. You know what I mean, with the lighter weights, or I may do some just some cardio in between with the lighter weights. Is that what you're saying? Am I doing right?
No, it's not what I'm saying.
What you saying?
No, so what I'm saying is I do my workout and lift weights in the same day, but I might do them. I might do one in the evening and one in the morning. See what I'm saying?
Oh, I combine mine.
I got you.
If you get what I'm saying, like instead of resting for like the minute, I may do a hit in between and then go back to lifting. Okay. Yeah.
That's what's up.
You ready, Big A?
Yeah. You may just go through starting with question number 1.
Yeah. You got to get through that. And then you can set the premise too, masculinity versus, you know what I'm saying?
You go through that? All right.
Yeah.
So
if anybody want to come up, y'all come up. We still got 4 more spaces. I'm gonna drop the link.
All right. So tonight's discussion is masculinity and femininity. Are women more masculine and men more feminine today, or are we confusing gender with personality traits? So I guess the background sentiment is that we constantly hear 2 statements. Women are becoming too masculine and men are becoming too feminine. Well, before we debate whether that's true or not, we got to ask some deeper questions. What exactly makes a trait masculine or feminine? If a woman is strong, ambitious, assertive, independent, competitive, confident, or a leader, does that automatically make her masculine? And conversely, if a man is compassionate, nurturing, patient, gentle, emotionally expressive, or sensitive, does that automatically make him feminine? Or have we taken human personality traits and assigned genders to them? Men and women obviously have biological differences, but personality is a bit more complicated. So tonight we're separating biology, personality, culture, relationships, and gender expectations and asking the question, what makes a man masculine and what makes a woman feminine? But before we can go through any of that, we got to define these things first. And we will start with the first question, what is masculinity? And once we've answered that question, we'll find out what is femininity. But let's get a definition from everybody of what is masculinity. And if you have trouble with that, I can give you some kind of pointers to help you in the right direction. But don't all talk at once.
I think anything that does with the biology goes along with your gender is a masculine quote unquote trait or a feminine trait. So if after I have a baby, and it doesn't apply to all women, but I believe it applies to most, there's like this bonding period that you have with them that automatically comes over in some women, right? And then they bond with their kids. I think that's a difference. As I was sitting up here thinking, I think that is a feminine trait. Does it apply overall? No. Okay. But do I think it's a majority when women have children? Yes.
Hey, Summer, when you say bonding, you talk about children?
Right. When we first have
After you had a baby?
Right after we have the baby.
You know Big A brought that up kind of when he mentioned oxytocin, right?
In a sense, yeah. That's what I'm saying. I'm changing my position on that.
Oh, look at you. That's what's up. Rose can learn
Yeah,
something.
as I was sitting here thinking and you guys are talking through it, then I could say that's one of the things that I thought of that is a feminine trait. Once the baby comes out, in that moment and in those first few hours of bonding, and there is a bonding period that happens. It kind of like clicks in most cases. Yeah. I could see that as a feminine trait. Masculine.
Well, yeah, we're defining masculinity first.
Strong. But I still, men are physically stronger.
Perfectly, I don't know is a perfectly acceptable answer.
Yeah, that's the only one I got. So we could go to the next person.
Okay.
I'm still thinking.
Next.
Rose?
Yeah, I don't. This is a tough one for me because I don't think there is just a true definition of masculine. When I think about that word, what comes to mind is like strength, leadership, dominancy. But like I said, women can have those traits too. I just think, well, no, I'm going in a whole nother direction. Yeah, that's what I think when it comes to masculine. I think strength, dominancy, and leadership.
Arlen?
So we saying, like, are we trying to define it in words? Like, if it was in the classroom, ask me, what does masculine mean? What is...
The question is, what is masculinity? You can answer it however you see fit.
What nature deems it to be, whether it's physical or biological, and then the effects from that is what we exemplify in our behavior since the beginning of the time. A woman can be a leader, a man, I'm sorry?
No, go ahead. I thought you were done. Go ahead.
Okay, a woman can be a leader, a man can be a leader, but it is the goal and what we're trying to do with our leadership and how we express it. I think that what makes us masculine. And then
can you measure masculinity objectively?
Biologically, you can.
Okay. Anything else, anybody, or we want to define femininity next?
Masculinity.
Oh, Scam, you still here? My bad, man. Go ahead. Masculinity, you got
it. Within the natural order of things, the characteristics that a functioning in the natural state of affairs, male, in a case of survival mode, will default into, that a woman is more likely not to default into. Something like that.
I like that, Scam. I ain't mad at that.
So it sounds like you're saying it's largely biological and secondarily psychological and behavioral?
Yes, more in the natural order of things.
Sure. Right. Okay. And nature is where I drew the priority about, over biology. Okay. Now,
can a man naturally be dominant? See, I'm thinking thinking through it because of their strength physically.
Domination is a choice. That's different.
Dominance
saying natural, huh?
I said, good job, Scam.
Yeah, that was a brilliant answer, by the way.
Shout out to the brother.
Yeah,
Bro, there you go.
Dominance is physical strength would be a tool that could be used to exert dominance, but dominance is not predicated on physical strength, and physical strength doesn't automatically equal dominance. Certainly, dominance can be expressed through or leveraged by physical strength for sure.
Gotcha.
They're not mutually dependent.
I'll put it this way: beating up a man that's bigger than you. The act is the fighting, but beating your wife and beating your kids are three totally different things.
Right.
And the reasons you're dominating and what you're dominating is not the same.
Yeah, you would have to run dominance through an ethical filter to even see if it's viable or justifiable. And, right. I believe unethical dominance is simply evil.
But I'll say when I say natural state, when you see something going on and something clicks and it's fight or flight and you get to knocking somebody's head off and it's not a choice almost, that's a man acting in his natural mind, natural state or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. But what'd you say?
I was gonna say, but can't that be that could also be applied? It's like instinct is what you're saying, right? Instinctively. But that's just not a male trait.
Well,
I'm trying to get you guys see, I'm trying to.
So let me give you a hand.
Go ahead.
Try not to think of these things in this entire conversation as an absolute, right? I think a good way to consider this is men and women don't have a copyright on masculinity and femininity, but they have a patent. They have a trademark, right? So the progenitor of masculinity is the man. But that doesn't mean a woman can't be the user of masculinity. And then conversely, same thing with femininity. I have a 9-year-old daughter. You don't think I don't have tender feminine moments with my daughter? Moments where I need to say again?
That's very well put the way you say it.
Yeah, right.
If someone breaks in the house, the person or someone's attacking a 3-year-old and there's a whole family or community, naturally the males and what they're designed to do by nature is they're going to be the first ones taking people's heads off.
Yeah, you come into my house uninvited, I'm going to be very feminine with my family and the most masculine motherfucker that the intruder's ever seen in his life. And probably the last thing he's ever seen as well.
Right. Without much conversation, women, please stand back, guard the kids, whatever. Men start taking heads off.
Yes, I got to keep these people calm and remove this dude's head from his shoulders. Exactly. Or woman, or whoever the hell came in here.
Right. And that they were designed to do so.
Correct.
And I'm not disagreeing with the physical part of it. Yeah.
That shotgun and going to work and still keeping the kids calm, right? If I'm not here. So it's the same thing across the board. But you see what I mean? Don't think of it as absolutes. There are user rights that are allowed, but we're just talking about the progenitor of these traits, the creator of these traits, who's responsible for them existing, and who's more likely to default to them first. Who's more comfortable with defaulting to them first? Masculinity would be men, femininity would be women. But there's definitely leeway for cross usage. So don't get stuck in the absolute of it. It's not.
Agreed.
Got it.
Yeah. Okay. So in that case, let's define femininity then. I think we did a good job with masculinity. What is the converse descriptor?
Rose.
Yeah, Rose. What's going on?
Feminine. I think what comes to mind is soft, like graceful.
Oh, great word. Graceful. Okay. What else?
Those only two. Soft, graceful, empathetic.
Empathy. Okay.
Yeah, that's all I got.
Excellent. Summer?
not pushing, not for warfare, but I wouldn't classify empathy as feminine.
I would.
I say it's neutral.
Yeah, we'll get to that. I agree with you, Scam. I that's the same thing with nurturing, but we'll get to those definitions in a minute. Trust me, be wrong, because I definitely want to dissect that. But I agree with you. I kind of see where you're headed.
Mm-hmm.
Summer, femininity.
What's feminine? Physical for me again. I'll just say physical traits. Soft. Weaker.
Okay.
Physically.
Scam.
Soft. I gotta go with that as I can't give you another one right now.
That's fine. By
the time you come back, I have some pieces.
The same definition that the Scam and I said, just inversion for women. What they have the propensity to do naturally through natural nature in a situation, given their instincts.
Got you. Okay. All right. Yeah. So biologically,
which usually is something soft.
Yeah.
Or
The behavioral and
empathetic.
psychological manifested through biological.
Exactly.
Okay.
Through natural
Gotcha.
processes.
Yep. Got you. Yes, sir. So Scam, did you want to add anything to that, or we can go on to the next question?
We can go on. It'll come out. Stuff will come out eventually.
For sure. So now that we have a kind of a solid definition, and I agree with everybody's definition, and I don't know that I would really add anything to femininity. Soft is good enough. When someone says women today are too masculine, what specifically are they talking about? And do you even accept that?
Nothing. They ain't talking about nothing. Most of the time it comes from men that's not secure in their own masculinity, or
Oh my God.
like looking at some women that's probably just a little bit tad bit more masculine than them, and it could come from a number of things, i.e. the life that they're living or the background that they come from. So to me, they ain't talking about nothing.
Now, let me ask you this. I'm going to throw some words at you, and I want you to envision a woman embodying these words and tell me if she's being masculine or not. I'm going to go with the first 3 or 4 words: independence, career ambition, assertiveness, and aggression. A woman that embodies those 4 traits or behaviors, would you say she's being masculine or not? And then justify why.
Can you repeat those again?
Sure can. Independence, career ambition, assertiveness, and aggression.
No, I don't think that she should be categorized as masculine just because she have those traits. I mean, I'm very aggressive with my career. I go after the position or whatever salary that I want, and I'm not stopping until I get it. That doesn't make me an aggressive person. That probably makes the act in itself aggressive because I'm going after something that I want and I'm not stopping until I get it.
So are you being masculine in the moment? We're not saying you are masculine as far as identifying you as such, but are you being masculine?
No, I don't think so.
So aggression is a feminine trait?
Well,
I feel
Aaron,
it could be in my
Oh,
opinion.
it's big time.
you said assertive and aggression.
Correct.
Which one? They kind of, you can't be assertive and aggressive. One's a level 2, one's a level 3.
Well, no, these are not ands exclusively. They're ands and ors. Either way you choose to,
I got you.
They're just there.
I got you.
You pick one or combine them. And there are more competitiveness, But so you're saying that assertiveness and aggression can be feminine, but
no,
do they not? So how can you be soft and aggressive?
You're asking generally, or you're asking Rose still?
Well, both, but Rose, because she says she doesn't assign aggression to masculinity, but she gives softness as a definition, part of the definition of femininity. I'm asking, how can they coexist?
Because I don't think what you say, assertive or aggressive.
Both.
Because I think if I'm defining aggressiveness right, I don't think you have to be mean or rude or just be out of your place, out of your feminine traits to get what you want, if that makes sense, or to go after what it is that you want to have.
Rude and mean. I mean, rude and mean have an ethical implication, and I don't think that's really to be applied to aggression. Aggression is more or less
because aggressiveness, it could be considered as like hostile.
Well,
am I not right?
It can be, right? So hostile, but not from an ethical sense, but from an action-oriented sense. I'm looking at Merriam-Webster's definition. The first definition is a forceful action or procedure, especially when intended to dominate or master. How can you do that softly?
I mean,
it can be done.
I don't know how else to put it. To me, it's like you just going after what you want. You don't have to like go about it in a combative manner, in a hostile manner, or anything
Well, it says
of that
forceful
nature.
action. The first two words were a and forceful. A forceful action. The first three words of the definition.
Yeah, I just don't. I don't know how to explain that. I just don't see that as masculine. I don't.
Is to be soft, is that to be forceful? Or is it to be yielding?
That's a good question.
Think of a pillow and a rock. Throw them at each other. Which one's yielding and why?
You said soft. What was the other word?
A rock. Throw them at each other. You fire a rock and a pillow at one another at 100 miles an hour. Which one's going to yield and why? The pillow, because it's soft.
I think.
Was that? Yeah. Okay.
It's probably an accidental drop.
Yeah, I'm hoping.
Trey.
So.
Is Trey sleep?
Trey Rose, unless I don't know. The timing was comical.
Hey, Trey.
Oh, he got the Jesus mic.
Trey.
Yeah.
You gonna get that man a heart attack.
Rose got dropped.
Most instinct
He
man
did
in the world
that. That
gonna
shit
have a heart
worked.
attack.
That shit works, Scam.
It works every time.
You gonna wake the dead.
Jesus Mike is she in the back? Well, she can get back on it when she pops back up. Can you give those 4 words? Aggression. What are the words again?
Independence, career ambition, assertiveness, and aggression. And there's some other words to use if you want to.
Yeah, I'll say this.
Study, case study words. That's all.
Overuse of these. Overuse can put you into the masculine. But adaptability is necessary. So I think a lot of people use those and criticize them because they're trying to put somebody in a certain box and they're not evaluating the whole situation. A woman having a career, they got to eat. It's common sense. And they can even have a soft career. What are we talking about? They can be a waitress.
Yeah, ambition.
Considered soft and they're good at it.
Well, the word is career ambition.
Ambition, even if they're feminine, femininity has ambition too. To be the most feminine. Is that masculine?
Okay.
Aggression, default aggression, yes, it's masculine.
Mm-hmm.
But in a reaction to pain, which is something we see, let's be real, society's flipped all over the place. But reaction to pain, if you take a dog and feed him cat food, what are you really expecting? If you take a fish out of its natural habitat and put him in Kool-Aid or Gatorade, expect a different reaction than the norm. But if the fish is in fresh water, swimming like a dog, okay, yeah, we got a problem. Does that make sense? So if you're just aggressive on Tuesday, Friday, and Saturday, no matter what it is, yeah, you're probably on over to some masculine stuff. But if we put somebody almost as good looking as me in your presence, meaning you're masculine over here, but we put you over here with somebody who's different and you start acting to the default, then you really weren't masculine. It was just conditional, if that makes sense.
Without experiencing the extremes, if aggression is the dominant feature to your personality or disposition? How would you describe that person?
Say that one more time.
Without experiencing the extremes, if aggression were the dominant trait,
then it's masculine
in a person's
in a woman.
disposition,
Yes.
right? Okay, there we go. Okay.
But if you push somebody off their square, expect them to
understood.
act like something. Yeah.
Understood. Yeah, I mean, a woman can be driven to fight, and a man can be driven to flight. You know what I mean? Fight or
Yes.
flight is existent in both of us. One's masculine, one's feminine. I'll grant you that.
Yeah.
And
But-
you would need some extreme circumstances to draw that out. I'm just talking
Yeah.
about the day-to-day disposition of a person.
Right,
Which
but I
one-
also say this: if you put Abs Jenkins, Chris Brown, or somebody almost good looking as me talking, "Hey baby, how's it going today?" Talking smooth, and these 50 women aren't acting like that, then that tells you it's not just these women aren't all as masculine as you say that they are. If they turn into the default and start acting like a woman all of a sudden, that kind of shows you something. If you get what I'm going.
Again, yeah, I kind of.
Now them other 10, they gonna do what they do. They too far gone in it. But there's ones on the borderline or in the wrong position. You change a couple things and they start acting like regular women.
Yeah,
When I think of,
go ahead, Summer. Go ahead.
I was gonna say when I think of these masculine and feminine, when I hear people talk about that, I have this vision of literal women acting masculine and men acting fit, like the literal version of it, meaning you have women out here putting on the stereotypes of what a man is, quote unquote, right? And then they call them like butches, like that's what we used to call back in our day, like they're butch, right? And then you have the men that are literally trying to put on the attributes of what they feel a woman is, and then they act accordingly, right? So when I hear the word masculinity and femininity, that's what comes to mind when I think of those things. Not regular day-to-day life stuff where aggressive, women could be aggressive, men could be aggressive. I don't think it's a masculine trait and or a feminine trait when you speak on aggression, right? It depends on your circumstances, how you were raised, how you were told how to deal with situations. If you have, I know y'all don't like the word emotional intelligence or not. Like,
I like that.
I don't think. Yeah, because I don't think it's a feminine or masculine trait to be aggressive. I just think it's your circumstances and your personality. But feminine could definitely be if you feel like a woman prances around and wears makeup. It's like, hey girl, hey, like that one dude that got the Budweiser commercial.
Hey, Summer, you said circumstances and personality. I think those are different. What do you think?
I think your circumstances can build your person. I think your circumstances can create certain personality traits, like your environment, what you grew up in. If you get what I mean.
Okay, you're talking long-term circumstances, not short-term.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. Like if I grew up in a hostile environment when I was younger and I always had to fight or I always had to be aggressive because that's how I had to survive. I don't think that was a masculine trait. I just think that was a sense of survival. Like I had to be aggressive in that situation. So therefore, when I became a woman and got older, my past dictated how I'm acting now. I don't think it is a feminine or masculine trait. I just think it was my environment creating me to be this way, my personality to be that way.
When
You know what I mean?
when you employ extreme scenarios, to test these things, you kind of going back into the absolutes. You know what I mean? Like think more baseline. If you just took the average man and the average woman running at each other full speed, what do you think their reaction is going to be right before impact?
You will see masculine and you will see feminine.
Exactly. Who's going to move first?
The woman.
But that goes to the physical.
Right.
I'm
Well,
not disagreeing with you guys on the physical part
it's
of
not
it.
physical.
Physical, mental. The only reason why I'm going to move first is I'm smaller. I'm going to get mowed down. But if Aaron, you running at me and then I'm running at you,
That's
the physicalness of it, I'm literally going to move.
No. But that's why I said the moment before impact. At impact, yes. Physically, the masculinity is going to move you out of the way, whether you moved or not. That's impact. But I'm talking about before. There's not going to be an impact. because mentally you're going to make a decision to move before I would. That is the difference between aggression, masculine aggression, and feminine passiveness.
I like this example.
Your propensity to move first makes you less aggressive. Aggression,
but
is not moving.
Hey, Summer, simply put, somewhere in my brain, and I'm not a violent person, get into all this wild stuff in the streets, and that's not me. But there's somewhere in my brain you can click something on, and it's warfare, and I'm built for it. And it can almost be a default. Aaron too, he was a Marine. Women don't have that necessarily in their default. They have to go out of their character to get that for that. And especially if you take man against a woman, the man's built for it. It's just a button, let's do it.
Well,
a woman,
protection for the baby, though.
Protection for the baby.
Okay.
Even naturally, they would probably cover up the baby. Just being honest.
Yeah. And that's a deeper extreme, but yes, I agree, Scam. You're right.
But it has to be. It's a different circumstance for a man, because a man can make a logical decision or an emotional, whatever decision. It's time for me to go and do this. It's wartime.
Man, I'll punch another man in the face for looking at him funny. A woman.
But
go ahead.
Sorry about that, Aaron.
But I'm just saying, a woman it's out of character.
Yes.
And the women who are going to that extreme, saying I'll fight him or I'll fight a woman or whatever, that's out of circumstance. That's either a horrible circumstance, or if that's their default, something is wrong. Not saying I'm justifying men fighting either.
Well,
I think the
let me
women
say it's more wrong. It's more out of place for a woman. Let me say that. Than
But
it
I
is
think
for a man.
But I think the women literally have the aggressive trait. However, wisdom says because of your size, right? There would be why it wouldn't be wise as a smaller person to
Hold
go.
on. Summer, you're married, right?
Yes.
Okay, somebody's outside out of line. You and your husband are both sitting on the couch. How does that play out?
We both ride at dawn.
Huh?
No.
We both ride at dawn.
Right.
We both-
Fine. And then
That's
But it was just-
Midwestern. You look at each other and
Yeah.
your husband says, go back in the house. And you say, no, you go back in the house. Who's going back in the house?
Well, if wisdom tells you that my husband is better equipped to handle said situation outside, I'm going to be wise and allow my husband to handle it outside.
So do you
However,
understand-
if wisdom dictates that there's a gang of people outside, and if my husband goes out there by himself without me with my pistol in the back to have his back, he's liable to be caught up in everything. So
Hold
there's
on.
going to be
You said to have
circumstances
his-
where,
You said to have his back, right?
Right.
yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, that's it. Because now you establish who's up in the front. Exactly. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
No, but we're gonna both go out there guns a blazing.
Yeah,
But without us even,
If there is a
without
threat
us
to
even
our
saying
home,
without us even saying it, you
yeah,
still said have his back.
yeah.
Where I know if Aaron's wife was on this panel, Aaron's going outside. He's going outside.
Yeah, I consider having, because that's my husband. I consider having his. That's the role, right? Like, because I'm talking from a wife's perspective. But what I'm saying, if this was,
we can fix this. Summer, remember when I opened and I said that we don't have a copyright on masculinity and femininity? We have a trademark or a patent on these things. Meaning,
Yeah, we're trying to work this into.
there is a user ability. Right? Men can employ a sense of femininity and women can employ a sense of masculinity, right? And I think that's what you're saying. You're saying that there'll be a moment in time where you're required to employ a masculine trait. I'm not saying that's impossible, but that still doesn't negate the fact that it is a masculine trait that you're employing, something that is natural to man, or man is the progenitor of such behavior. If
Have a higher
propensity. If softness is a word you would use to describe femininity, then hardness would have to be a word you would use to describe masculinity. And if a woman did something hard, she's being masculine.
I wanted to clarify what I meant by softness. I think Rose meant something else than what I meant. The softness I was saying is I was physical.
We're
We're physically weaker That's what I was talking about when I said women are soft.
How does it psychologically manifest?
Right. And I said, I can't think of anything outside of just the woman being a weaker vessel.
You did.
That's what I said.
But you did.
What about the birth?
Yes, children.
Yeah. That one I conceded to. Yeah.
It stems from there. We all come from that. That's our first experience in life, and it's built from there. If that's what's required of women, I think women are emotionally sophisticated far more than men. You know why? Because they're the first ones that communicate with the baby before the baby understands language, which can only happen through emotion. The baby has an emotional response to their condition, whether or not they're cold, hot, hungry, need to shit, whatever. And the mom can interpret all these different cries and responds accordingly. And then the baby, in turn, looks at the mom and looks at her behavior. If she's smiling, do it again. If she's not happy, don't do that anymore, right? Because she expresses herself through emotions. And that's how she communicates with the baby. Because the baby doesn't understand English, Chinese, Japanese, Spanish, or Russian. But emotion is the language that a woman uses to communicate with the child, in a far more sophisticated manner than a man ever could. It starts there. But that's what femininity is, and that's why your emotions are far more sophisticated than ours. And it's not to do with emotional intelligence and regulation. Those are different things.
Well, I'll wait till it comes up, because I know emotional logical is coming eventually.
It's coming, right? Yeah.
I'll wait till it comes.
Yeah. I just had to put that there so that she can understand, right, the matriculation of femininity and masculinity starting at birth and how it is used, right? But yeah, we'll get there. But do you understand now, Summer? Are you able to have the conversation? It seems like you're stuck with absolute of these things being physical, and they're not. But do you see how they could be psychological now?
Yeah, we're trying to make them more primary, secondary, or dominant, recessive than it is all the men here, all the women, because that's what they're doing it in a lot of the conversations, and it's sabotage.
Yes,
because they don't know the definitions, and they're acting like the very thing it's a mess.
Yes,
and they won't stop doing it, and we're trying to clean it up.
Yes,
or trying to have the conversation and have it in more clean and good faith.
Yeah. I guess my hang up is the natural phase that you guys are saying. I think society has the strength is there. You guys are stronger. Certain things y'all do better because of the physical strength, period. Point blank. It is what it is.
That's case closed right there.
Right there. I'm agreeing on that. I said that from the beginning. I know there's a difference between a man and a woman with the physicality. It's just that when you say aggressive and you're trying to break it down, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't agree with aggression is a masculine trait. That's all I'm saying. I believe it's not tied to gender at all. I think the woman can act in it, cannot be as aggressive as she may want to be because her size dictates otherwise. But if she had the girth and she had said size, there would be no difference. She would have the same aggression that a man would have. But the only reason why she has to,
it's not just size, it's hormones.
But no, I get what she's saying.
But that's what makes us more aggressive, is what I'm saying. Especially with our hormones, we may not be able to physically beat you, but we become very aggressive when we're off balance or something. But it just applies differently. But if we have the strength and the power behind us, it would be the same exact thing.
The keywords that you're saying, like one keyword you said was if.
Yes.
Another one you said is have to use more. The reason you have to do that because it's not natural.
Right. Hey, Scam, you on it tonight.
If it was natural, it's just a regular thing.
Yep.
For me I tell you, I'm not a violent person. It's not my lifestyle. I don't got all these street war stories. But I can deliver a toothpiece like that and drop 90% of the people out here. And I had no problem doing it if need be.
Right, but I'm saying a woman still has I'm saying a woman still has the same aggressive level as men, but they don't have the totality overall.
There's a reason for that.
To act on said aggression. So I'm saying the aggression in itself is not masculine.
Yeah.
But because we all hold that.
the level of aggression is.
But what I'm agreeing with you guys is you guys can act more on your aggression because of your size, because of your strength.
It's more to it than the size and the strength. It's also the mindset in which you're football, which I'm not good at. I think, Aaron, you play football?
Yes.
Were you built for it?
Division 1A.
Oh, dang. Were you built for it?
6'5", 300 plus pounds, run a sub 5 second 40.
Oof.
You said what 40?
Sub 5.
Oh, damn.
485 is my fastest unofficial. 480, 489, 488, 486, something like that was my fastest official clock time. Yeah, mid to high 4.8s. Let's say 4.9.
So I can say this. I'm
4.9
sitting back in my femininity right now because I don't know what the hell y'all talk about with y'all masculine energy.
Okay, I'll put it this way.
I could give you that.
I was never athlete. I weigh like 180 right now. Aaron outweighs me at least 100 pounds. But if I had to, I could go on the field. I would just go after his knees instead of going head on. But I can take that blow, or I think I can. Or but a woman's not getting out there. Most people won't even let a woman get out there.
Yeah.
But
I'm not disagreeing with that.
Collision or whatever, I understand the mindset of taking the L or taking the collision and whatever. Wrestling, getting slammed, whatever. It's natural. Boys do that. Men do that. I'm the youngest. I grew up taking L's. It's just part of the game.
But can you agree that evolved, that these societal norms and what men and women should be doing has evolved?
Women are not, as a norm, women are not tackling and wrestling each other.
Here's what she's
they're trying. The mentality is what I'm saying is that there are.
The default is still going to go to a man.
That's all.
The default is always going to go to a man in warfare.
I'm just saying. I just think it's changed.
The fact that you have to compensate shows you that it's not natural.
What's happening is she's using extreme or rare circumstances
Straight
where
knocked out. He got people in the back.
Yeah, do the Jesus.
I think Anger Man is even trying to get in.
Oh yeah, AM. Yeah.
You wanna wake up again, Scam?
Trey, cover your ears, everybody. Trey.
Yes.
Hey.
Hey, yo, that's crazy.
Undefeated. Is Anger Man in the back?
Yeah, AM might be back there too.
Yeah, he up on the panel.
Oh, AM? No,
what's up, y'all?
That's why it's so serious.
All right, you can go back to sleep. I was hoping Rose would come back too.
Yeah.
But she's
what's up, y'all? How y'all doing?
What's
good,
man?
Good, how are you?
I can't believe it actually worked.
Yeah, but we're trying to clean it up, not necessarily because we know men and women can do a lot of things. There's a gray zone. But it really pops off. We're going to see what the black zone and what the white is. Default,
right?
Primary, secondary.
What you're using, Summer, is the fact what I said earlier that there is a user rights agreement between these things where there's going to be a time where a woman will want to be aggressive. Absolutely. We're not trying to speak in absolutes, but what we're saying is where's the probability lie?
It's cellulite.
Men are more readily going to be aggressive than women, and there's more of a probability in more circumstances where a man will be aggressive where a woman wouldn't. And you can test that simply by taking a woman that's in a baseline condition and a man in a baseline condition and pitting them against one another. Who's going to be aggressive first?
Or take a husband and a wife. When the wife is jumping in front and the man standing in the back covering the kids, we got a problem. They both got to be in baseline.
Don't have one of them in, that 28-day cycle where she turns into a dragon and all this other shit. See, because now what you're doing is imposing extreme circumstances to change her disposition. Take her at baseline, take him at baseline, make a comparison there. He's the first going to be the aggressor.
Yeah.
So let me say this.
Let's be real.
I agree with the strength.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, let me say this. I agree with the strength aspect part of it, the physicality of it all. I get what you're saying, Big Aaron and Scam and everybody, that it's not the totality and all. So I'm not looking at it that way. I'm just saying in today's society, and even in the past, you have these women that have these traits, but a lot of times they cannot act on them because of society. So I'm just saying, is it natural? Society is what I'm saying.
This is why this right here is why men back in the day didn't want women talking. Because you don't know what you're talking about right now. What you're talking about is just your opinion, and it's an ill-informed opinion. It's not just about strength. A woman's skin is thinner than a man's skin. So you don't even have the same durability. Not to mention the fact you don't even you can't even regulate your body temperature the way
I was
a man
finna
does.
say that.
In addition to the fact that you don't have a certain level of testosterone, which is definitely necessary, right? Then you also have the upper body strength. Like there's a myriad of reasons why y'all are not designed to be warriors.
And y'all burn
it just is what it is.
But I agree with all of that.
If that's the case, what are we doing?
I heard you.
I agree with all of that.
I heard you when you said, well, if a woman had the same size as a man, then she would be able to be just as aggressive. Like, let me tell you something, Summer.
Women are bigger than men.
You can't even comprehend the level of barbarism that swims around in a man's head on a regular basis. Like, we're living in a civilized time right now. I said this on a live stream. We're living in a civilized time. I have at least one barbaric, at the very least, one barbaric savage thought a day. Like, what if I just snapped out and just took everybody out right now? Like, you be driving in your car and you just see people randomly walking, like, what happened if I just jump the curb real quick? Do you
chop somebody in the throat, or drop kick them, or punch them and stuff like that? That's what you're saying?
Dear Heavenly Father, please.
Not talking about
calm these souls down.
I'm not see what you just said.
Boom! Just want to bump them in the throat, angry man.
Chopping somebody in the throat. That's what we used to do as kids for fun.
Meat checks, smacking
No,
the
we
back
weren't
of the
doing
head.
the throat. That's a brutal one. We weren't doing
Hey, angry man.
Smacking the head, pluck the ears.
Hey,
open chest.
Hey, y'all, have y'all paid attention? Let's say we on the basketball court and it's women in the bleachers at the gym, and two men or a group of niggas get into it and about to fight. The look on the women's face, like, damn, why y'all throwing y'all pride and ego? Why y'all just can't talk it out? That's just because that's how men are. Then we'll get the fight, or we'll shoot for it after we done called each other bitches and hoes, and then we still cool after it. And women don't understand it.
Hey, Summer.
I think we didn't beat it to death. Summer, come on.
You can't.
And I know you get it, because a lot of your keywords link to it, that you know that you had to go out of the norm to make a woman somewhere on this stage. So if you have
the physicality of it all, the physical. You guys name it. Angry Man named everything that has to do with. Angry Man literally came up and he named everything that had to do with the physical, the softer skin, the translucent skin, the upper body strength. So I was never arguing that. I know that there's differences and variances between a man and a woman with the physical.
But there's also the psychology of it. Yes. What you don't get is
protective nature.
There is a thing called killer instinct.
And most women don't have it.
Most of y'all, if y'all do something like that, it's for different reasons. It's the reasoning behind it. Like, a woman, don't get me wrong, a woman can be very dangerous. But like, if somebody, let's say for argument's sake that somebody dies and they do the toxicology report and they find out that the person was poisoned, the police are more likely going to be looking for a woman suspect. Because that's kind of what women do. They put women or weaker men. They kind of poison people, or they do certain stuff. It's certain things that fit the trait of what women will do. Whereas men,
Mark forehead trauma.
A man will brutally beat somebody to death with his hands.
I'm gonna shoot him. That's too much work. I'm just shoot him. I'm old.
What's that saying called when they was like they made a psychological saying for it that you could tell the difference is because women typically want to give people a nice death, which is why a lot of, like he said, a lot of nurses, they drug their patients over time. They don't want to outright just kill them immediately. They want to give them a nice death.
But what Scam just said gave you an indicator, right? So when I said a man could brutally beat somebody to death, Scam was like, that's too much work. So Scam back in the day would have been the guy that invented the gun.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
So he's like, I want to do this much more quickly and much more efficiently. With less effort.
But if I have to use a baseball bat, it is what it is. But I prefer to just go ahead and smoke them.
But see, somebody just said most men don't have that either. I can agree to that to a degree. Most,
yeah, right. I'll agree.
Listen, hold on. Listen, but a lot of men will react to a lot of men will throw themselves into the act of danger without even having a logical reason behind it. And when they do it, they'll look at, what the fuck? I don't know these people. What the fuck they got to do with me?
But why so serious? That right there, whoever said that in the chat, that's them just trying to diminish men. See, here's the thing about that.
No, I'll agree that. Well, go ahead.
You could be right.
I agree. A lot of men do it but a lot of men won't know why they're doing it. Out of reaction.
The level of men to woman built to combat is a good 3-to-1, 4-to-1, to the point where it's just known.
But here's the problem: you could be right, or you could be terribly wrong. It's like that. It's like that moment when you're out you're out on a trail or whatever. You might see a bear, and that bear that day may not be thinking about you or give a shit about you. Or it could be the day that he decides, you know what, I'm gonna just go ahead and fuck you up. Right?
Well,
so that's the problem. If you encounter a guy, this is why back in the day, my pops and the men in my family said, regardless of what type of man you think a man is, you gotta always respect the man.
It's still a man.
Because you never know. Like that may be the day that he decides to just go postal. You feel what I'm saying? And so you could be right, and statistically you're probably right. The problem is if you're wrong, it's gonna be really bad. That's the problem.
And that's what I was. That's why I joined, because I agree. Women can be dominant and assertive, but it's the actions behind it. A woman, like a man, will be dominant and assertive over a lot of things, but women are mostly dominant and assertive when it comes to their goddamn kids and family. That's pretty much the only time you will see a woman really get belligerent, and it's okay. If a woman kid's in danger and she don't react, everybody gonna talk bad about it. Like,
actually, why so? If there's a man there and he stands up first, I think she's going to be standing there watching a good 60-70% of the time.
But if she's by herself, her instinct should kick in.
No, I got you by herself. But if there's a man and a woman, you're going to, if there's a man and a woman there, if this happens 30 times, we wouldn't be having this argument even close to masculinity and femininity.
Well, you gotta be.
There's a couple of dust. Now hold on, we got a couple of dust dads out there. We got a couple of marks, but overall, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
Well,
I was just thinking on them being in a one-on-one situation, not where it's a combined situation with a man.
I think we didn't beat this to death. Aaron's looking at us crazy. We didn't beat this with a stick, a pitchfork.
You gotta. You gotta realize.
I was gonna say,
you got to realize that the same way when you say that, well, a lot of men are not really combat ready or whatever, well, you got to understand the same way that you have men that are out of character today, you've got women that are out of character too.
Way out of character.
You got women that think that because they've been brought up on these liberal movies where you see Scarlett Johansson beat up 6 guys that are 6'3", 300 pounds by flipping and twirling and spinning around their neck, you got women running around here thinking they can do that to a guy that size. And the reality is, Scarlett Johansson, a 13-year-old boy would give her problems.
Anger Man, to be honest,
beat her.
I got one.
In
I got one.
reality,
Angry Man
most women know.
Okay.
The women know.
No, of course.
If you give the look of death and you stand and square up, they know.
And that's another thing. Most people have most people in this world.
It's a very
have
small
been in a-
population of the women, and they think they can get away with it. It's not they think that they're built for combat.
And that's what I would say would be a woman trying to be masculine. That situation right there, a woman that feels like she could square up. It's a physical thing again, you know. I'm just saying.
It's not a large enough number.
But I think
this.
my definition of a female as being masculine is in that situation too. That's a good one that you guys brought up. A woman trying to square up physically, thinking that she gonna fight a man. That to me is masculine energy. When a woman tries to fight a man,
they exaggerate it in the space because they pull up them clips of where it happens. But this is not what's happening every day.
Well, she just admitted when she said that. That's not physical.
Yeah,
That's
I don't think
it's a cognitive decision, which means it's psychological. She just admitted it that a woman could be masculine psychologically.
Right, but when they think they could fight, they literally gonna physically fist fight and they squaring up with a dude.
Yeah,
that's what I and clearly you about to get your behind whooped. You get what I'm saying? But you still going up there squared up chest to chest with this dude that's towering over you.
That's why I
That to
call
me,
them pseudo masculine.
No, I'm saying it's a very small minority.
Masculine energy.
What's that word again, Hall? What you just said?
Pseudo masculine.
You said she's conceding.
Yeah,
pseudo masculine.
Oh,
cool. I'm finding stuff. You know?
Yeah, we didn't beat it with a stick.
Yeah, she's conceding because she's assigning masculinity to the trait of being male, and she's saying it's something that a woman can cognitively walk into, but it's not something that inherently belongs to her. It's a decision that's being made. So that right there is a concession. So let's move on because we definitely. Let's see. We kind of actually moved through a lot of this. Damn. Okay. Dating and relationships. Oh, let's make it controversial.
Uh-oh.
When a man says, I don't want a masculine woman, what does he usually mean? Does he usually mean I don't want a woman who challenges my authority, or is he describing a legitimate relationship preference?
It means he doesn't want a black woman. That's a joke.
That was bullshit.
That's a joke.
Okay.
They finna clip you up and stop right there.
Because if you keep saying
they're
it,
gonna cut out the joke part.
You're gonna get sucker punched by a Yugoslavian woman tomorrow for saying that.
I ain't heard what he just say.
Nothing.
Oh, okay.
Nothing. Yeah.
So I'll repeat the question.
Don't be acting like don't be acting like the sisters don't be acting super strong. Like, let's cut it out.
No, I ain't. But that's why I said they're gonna clip you up. We're gonna leave it right there. We don't need, if you wasn't listening, why so you just gonna have to catch it on a rewind, my guy.
Rewind it on YouTube.
Aaron, I'll be somewhat balanced when I answer that question. Man says he doesn't want a masculine woman. I'm gonna throw a few things. A couple of them have dust. One, he doesn't want an aggressive woman who's gonna stand up, square up, arguing, yakking, and quacking. Two, he's dealt with these women before, which is on him. Because why is that the first thing that comes to your mind? I don't want a masculine woman. Why you can't just be thinking something positive? It got to be all this bullshit. Which can't actually put him in the yaks. He's really looking for the next masculine woman to go with the last 15.
There's the dust.
No, really, he doesn't. He's
another one.
In this day and age, what he's really saying, he could be saying one of two things. He could be the type of guy that just doesn't want a woman that's going to challenge anything he says. He could be that type of guy.
Mm-hmm.
He could also be the type of guy that just
somebody's in the back.
He could also be the type of guy that doesn't want.
Hold on, referee timeout.
My bad.
Yes.
Jesus, Mike, cover your ears. Trey. He must be really knocked out. Oh man,
you gotta hit on another level.
Man, I called him twice. That's how I know he was knocked out.
Oh, he might be out for the count for real.
Yeah, so
cellulite's in the back.
You could have the type of guy that just doesn't like being challenged at all for any reason whatsoever. And he could mean that. He could be like, I don't want a masculine woman. In other words, he just wants a woman that's just gonna do what he tell her to do all the time, right? It could be that. It could also be a guy that just doesn't want to date a pirate. Because a lot of these chicks out here are pirates. Like real talk. Like they you said, like seriously though, like they look, a lot of these chicks out here, they got tattoos, they smoke weed, they drink liquor, they curse, and they go to crab boils. That is a pirate, bro.
No, they drink beer.
And they got
So that's
tattoos.
So that's a deal breaker.
And they got tattoos. Yes, that's a pirate.
But hang on, man. If they don't want these women, but they're on a ship looking for them,
come on, man.
And they go to the straight with one with a BBL and an eye patch. Say, hey, shorty, what's your name? Hearty har har.
But see, that's a whole.
Tell this dude he on the ship.
That's
saying I don't want a pirate be on the ship.
See, that's a whole other discussion though. That's a whole other discussion though. See, that's a conversation that you
proximity.
It's like why are there so many dudes that complain about the type of woman they're always pursuing?
Yeah,
that's a whole other question too.
Hey, y'all, I never understood, because that's a good thing. I never understood how people who want control or have an issue with giving up control tend to date strong-willed people. I never understood it. And a lot of men do that. A lot of men do that. I never understand that shit.
But that was our superpower back in the day. The men and the women blended better. The men loved it when their woman, not towards them. Okay, I'm not saying towards them, but men loved that their woman, that their black women were strong because they operated more like a unit, like a helpmate unit, and they weren't like saying. They were proud to have a educated black woman on their arm that was assertive for the family, but not towards their husband. Is what I'm saying. They were proud of their.
What do you mean?
Education have to do with being
like
masculine?
Wait, first of all, what black man do you know is like?
That's a good question.
Yeah, I'm proud that my woman is strong, independent, and educated. I don't think I've ever heard of.
Okay, so we grew up on it. We grew up on it. Angry
Mark
Man with the Cosby Show. That's the type of woman I'm talking about.
Wait.
No. That's the type of woman I'm talking about.
Let me hold on. Wait a minute. Wait. Now, see, y'all women saw something different than what the fellas saw.
Yeah, because I ain't like the Cosby Show or his wife.
The fellas was not attracted to Felicia Rashad. They wasn't attracted.
Whoa.
They wasn't. Let me finish my statement.
My bad. She just fine, bro. My bad.
See, this is what happens when you don't listen to full statements.
She is fine.
No, I already knew what you were saying. I just want to say she bad, though.
She is fine though. That deserved a pause. She is fine.
No, it didn't deserve a pause because if you can't, you can't understand a statement in the middle of the statement.
Yeah.
So as I was saying, dudes weren't attracted to her because of her education. They were attracted to her because of her looks.
Yeah.
Let me rephrase.
Proved it.
I
already knew he was finna say. She Felicia Rashad.
Let me.
Go ahead.
The premise behind what was being told in movies and television and what was put out in the media was that the men were okay with women going after their careers and being aggressive and partnering in the home and playing the 50-50. And some of the women, made more money. So from my perspective,
do y'all see how feminism? Do y'all see how feminism has a chokehold on all women? Do you see this goofy shit?
I support
No,
feminism.
what I'm saying, it was pushed at us on the night. Okay, you can name
Summer,
so
I
many.
support feminism, but
But the
I don't know
Who's
where
the
you're
boss?
going.
but see,
I
Summer,
said it was pushed on us so we
listen
can
what
have.
you
That's why
saying.
we
I'm
have
trying to
that
find where.
mentality.
So I'm
That's
trying
why
to find
women
where your
have.
line is with this career. I'm trying to find
But see, listen what you
what the
saying,
line is
Summer.
with the career.
Hold on, Watson. It's like 3 people talking, bro.
It's
I
the
was
fact.
going to
Go ahead,
say, I
Skim.
think the
Go
reason
ahead, Summer.
why we are where we at today is because our generation, who raised the next generation, and so forth and so on, right? What was being pushed to us at the time, there was a shift in the 90s where it was going away from this homemaker, this, that, and the third. And what was being pushed is the career woman that still had the husband, still had the kids, but she was going out for her career. She was moving up the
Can't rock
corporate
with you.
ladder. And she would because if you go back and you look
If
at
you you know what I'm saying is
the
whatever's
media,
pushed.
what was being pushed.
But
The
the
media
fact that
push
it's being,
anything. They'll tell you to eat Twinkies for breakfast to get strong.
yeah.
I can't let the media told us to be anything.
So here's
Because
the
it's
thing.
off a cliff.
Here's the thing,
But
right?
I'm just
But
trying to
scam
find what your
propaganda
line
is a
is.
thing.
Here's the
It
thing
Right,
is.
about
that's
it.
what was being pushed.
But the fact that it was being pushed, which
Here's the
means it was coerced or they had to
here,
convince y'all, it's not
here,
natural then.
here's the
No,
thing
no.
about this. Here's the thing about
I
this.
was trying to tell her that earlier.
With that whole Claire Huxtable thing, right?
Yeah.
There's hints in that show that y'all didn't pay no attention to. Like how
I seen it.
Claire was always getting burned out. Trying to be a lawyer and raising 5 kids. There was numerous times that I don't know if you remember. There was numerous times he had to take on a whole. We got to take a few days off. We got to go do this or we got to go do that. You need your own room where you can get away from these kids. Like it was a bunch of shit she had to do because she was getting burned out trying to do all of that shit.
Hey, you remember that episode where on the episode where I guess there was their daughter's soon to be husband, she had to check him because even though he was like, you serve, he said something about you serve you serve Bill Cosby.
Yeah.
And she had to be like, I don't serve it, because it was weird for him to see a career-driven woman not only give her husband coffee, but give the company coffee, give the company
Well,
something.
here's the
You talking
thing.
about the oldest
That was
daughter,
the
ain't you?
Yeah.
I think this is where it gets. Well, go ahead.
That's
I got it.
where that was the extra shit. That was the extra
Yeah.
sauce they kept putting
Seems
in
like it's
there.
petty.
That was like, why is we really? Because I'm gonna tell you the issue I had with that, right? Because every once in a while, Claire she would come at Elvin crazy,
That's a
and I
mom.
never understood how Elvin's mama didn't have a problem with that shit. You feel me? So like it's certain stuff they did in the show because you got to look. Shout out to that show for what it was because we needed to see something like that on TV. But in actuality, everybody know Bill Cosby, Cliff Huxtable was a henpeck ass nigga. Like, let's be
I knew you
real.
was gonna say that.
At the end of the day, he didn't have the final say so on shit.
Not
The
really.
nigga couldn't even keep his couch, bro.
Yeah.
Let's be real.
No, he couldn't keep a sandwich.
No, I only got 2 disagreements, and I'll say I'm gonna throw other ones in. Fresh Prince and some of these other ones. Only 2 disagreements with, and because I'm for feminism. You didn't have to make the dudes dumb to show that women were smart.
Yes.
Right.
They both could have been smart, but they didn't have to make the dudes dumb and the woman always right and he'd be doing something stupid.
Right.
It could have just been a regular something in the middle. And the other thing is this.
They don't have to tear down the man to
That
uplift
part.
the woman.
I agree with that.
Right.
'Cause me and Jay Speed had this argument before. And the other one is the men sleeping on the couch. I got that
that's
from
goofy.
TV.
Yeah, that's some TV shit.
A man sleeping on the couch and then making that a regular through the
And now
TV,
niggas
that's
do that.
unnecessary.
When they get into it with their wife, they do that.
Yeah, that shit, that's some extra shit. That shit that ain't.
But other than that, some stuff is not that big of a deal. Most women work and most men work. Y'all two figure it out. It ain't got to be beaten to death with paychecks and all the 50. That's unnecessary. If you're dating a woman that's working, which 90-something% of people are, put your money together and figure it out.
Right.
Well, the thing about it is, and I get what Summer was trying to say earlier about how they was trying to push that on us, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's crazy because you don't. you can't talk trash about those shows because those shows did show family values and shit like that, which is good because they don't
Mhm.
really do that anymore. But
Mhm.
it's messed up because they never would give you a happy medium. It was either Cliff Huxtable who bowed down to every single feminist concept you could think of, or it was James Evans screaming at Florida. Like
Or Uncle
gave
Phil.
you they never
Do,
gave you a happy medium. You feel me?
That's why. But
do
that's a
you
one
think? Do
off
you think
though.
that Uncle Phil? Do you
That's a
think that
one.
Uncle Phil's character was a good representation of a household that had both parties working? But he seemed to be he was the leader of his home.
He slept
Uncle
on the
He
couch.
Phil.
He
was,
slept on the couch a lot.
Most of it was good, but it's this. Like I said, my only thing is them being dumb and the woman right, extra dumb, and then the sleeping on the couch.
Yeah,
But
well,
I don't make it. I don't define all these sitcoms by that though. That's just something I would have changed.
There's two things that I noticed about all of these sitcoms, right? The two things I noticed, with the exception of Rock, right?
Oh yeah.
All of the men were like, they always bow down to their women, regardless of what the circumstance. There's even times where the woman was wrong and they still bow down. So that was one thing that was goofy. The other thing that was goofy was they made most of them mama's boys. Carl Winslow was a mama's boy. George Jefferson was a mama's boy. Philip Banks was a mama's boy.
Definitely.
Cliff Huxtable wasn't a mama's boy, but he was, they
was a
had
guy.
his father. They had his
He
father
had a
on the
good
show,
relationship
which
with his
was-
father. Yeah.
Yeah, that was good that they showed that. But and then Rock had a good relationship with his father. You feel what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
Rock, out of all of them, I would say Rock was the best one in my opinion. You feel me? But yeah, they put goofy stuff in there that they didn't necessarily have to put in there. Like that sleeping on the couch shit is goofy as hell.
I think Bill Cosby's case, it's an unfortunate casualty to the need to be comedic. He's a comedian, so he had to be the most comedic personality on the show. Therefore, he's going to fall victim to some goofy shit. But I think it did a good job at championing overall how a woman is supposed to behave when she's feminine, right? Because if you look at Claire Huxtable's disposition, the way she expressed herself, for the most part, was very feminine. Even when she was getting on Cliff's ass, there was a softness to her voice. She raised that eyebrow, which was sexy as hell, but it also said, "I'm not taking your shit." And so that would naturally make a man henpeck, and I think what it did was just show that there are going to be times where a man is vulnerable enough to be smitten by his wife, which is completely natural. Do I think he should be sleeping on the couch? No, but that's the comedic point, right? But a man at some point, if he's married that loves his wife, is going to sin for his wife here and there. Not anything major, right? But
I can agree. She never really was like
a bitch.
She was never on that type of time where she made him do anything.
Yeah, he didn't sleep on the couch, but some other sitcoms did.
Right.
Yeah, like she would. It's just like when he was when she was getting on him about his eating. And he was down
I support that.
And he was down in the basement, getting ready to eat the pulpeta or whatever. And she came to the door, and she was real polite about the way she said it. She was like, she's asking if you liked your pulpeta. Are you enjoying it? Like she didn't go in there. She just let him make his decision. Like, you ain't supposed to be doing this. It is what it is, right?
Yeah, I don't disagree with that because she was right.
She was right.
And it's supportive.
Yeah, she was right.
But the few times when they make him dumb and talk about, they made some of these husbands dumb and be extra wrong, and then the women be always right. That was unnecessary.
I ain't gonna lie. One of my
they did make them dumb sometimes.
One of my favorites,
man. I think somebody got on them about that, especially with Theo. And I think that's why they later on they put in there that he had dyslexia to try to explain why he was getting such bad grades. Because they had all of the girls like getting good grades, and he was always getting bad grades and shit. And that was like a trope that they always do on shows too. They make the boys stupid.
Well, Denise was his counter. Denise was his counter of the girls.
That's
They
right. She
did
dropped
make
out of
one.
school.
But
She was.
They had their struggles. Sandra tried to quit law school. Denise
She had to go work at the wilderness.
It was
the
both-
wilderness store.
It was both of them.
Denise hid her free spiritedness behind a sense of independence.
And Vanessa was a rebel.
It was an empowering thing. Whereas Theo, this shit was crippling. You know what I mean? So
Yeah. What's funny to me is how she knew the amount she paid for her college tuition down to the cent.
I remember
And
She's
would.
She's like, I want my money now.
Now, okay. Yep.
But I think with the propaganda that Summer's talking about, they fail to realize that they fail to realize the psychology and the biology behind it, and which a lot of people don't pay attention to. Most women in the households today are not Claire Huxtable. Claire Huxtable might have been career driven, but she always kind of deferred to her husband. Most women who are career driven will never defer to shit.
No.
I'm saying
We will.
that is
We will if we like you, white
why
so.
so?
We will
I'm gonna
if we
be
like you.
honest. Why so? I hear men say that, man, these women, when they make this money, they don't, but I don't see dudes scrambling to go to the projects to get submission either.
Hey, you might not see that.
I don't see submission.
Hey,
in the hood.
you might not see
submission in the
that.
projects.
Trust me, I be seeing niggas. I be seeing niggas drop hoes off in the cabanas, niggas, and they be wifing each other. I be seeing that shit.
Look, I'll tell you something else too. Another reason niggas don't be going to the projects, because as ghetto as a chick can be from the projects, she'll still point out your bullshit faster than anybody.
She'll do it faster because she did with it on the record.
Yeah, she'll look at you and be like, well, you know what the problem is. The problem is you won't keep a job, fuck nigga. Like, and dudes can't handle that type of criticism.
Because she got 3 cents that do got jobs.
Nah, it ain't that. She see the inadequacies every fucking day she leave her house.
Hot Cheetos with a bonnet and furry slippers on. Like, you looking at like, fuck you, you out your mind. Put the hot Cheetos down, stop chewing on ice. At least if a woman pulls up in a Benz and is talking about get on your shit, at least you go, oh well.
Yeah, but you know what? You know why brothers listen to that bullshit 24/7? Because that chick with the bonnet and the hot Cheetos got an onion on her. And every time she walk out the door, niggas is like,
true. Yeah, ice has calories and it goes straight to the booty. Yeah, yep.
I was gonna say thank you, fellas, for the conversation. Is about to be my curfew, 11:30. But I would watch the replay, but I want to ask you guys, if possible, I know you've been defining a few of them, but if you guys can define masculine traits and feminine traits outside of physical that you believe when you say a woman is tapping into their masculine energy, whatever the statement is, right? What does that look like? And then also when they say men are acting too feminine these days, what are those traits that you're seeing in men? Because I really would like to know, because the conversation is always kind of surfacey where they just say, yeah, they're just acting masculine, but they never really define it really seriously outside of physical. So you guys have a great evening. Oh no, I'm a drop. Yeah, my husband said 11:30, so I'm gonna go get off.
That's a feminine trait right there, Brad. That's a feminine trait right there, Summer.
I'm respecting him.
That's
all right.
feminine.
You guys have a good evening.
Take care. Shout out to Mr.
Look, it's easy to describe the difference between those two things that and not talking in the physical. Like, to me, a woman that curses a lot
is not
that's masculine, in my opinion, right? But then again, I'm weird because I think a woman drinking beer out of a bottle is masculine. You feel me? I feel like I'm not to the point where I'm like, women shouldn't drink a beer. I think women should drink beer out of a glass.
I'm with you on that.
What about a sippy cup with a straw?
I don't like women with I don't like women with tattoos.
On the flip side, with men, I think when men say shit like, that was inappropriate, I think that's feminine.
What's wrong with saying it's inappropriate?
What you want us to say? That's some bullshit.
Men should use words like inappropriate.
That's more the professional word.
I think men that smoke hookah. I think men that smoke hookah is
like a dude should be like, hey man, quit fucking up. But it's like, hey, that was inappropriate. Like what?
Well, I worked admin for so many years. Can't say. I'm used to not saying. How can I say it? I got a trained mouth. I was even a 4th grade teacher.
Yeah.
So I can't just say. Like my brain is naturally trained not to just say the stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Now I say,
if you come from academia, I can see that. But
that was when I really was trained, because you really got to watch what you say.
Yeah, I would imagine so.
Kids, teachers, can't say anything. Kids see everything,
and they soak up everything.
Yeah, they see and hear everything.
No, literally, I'm in the classroom. My phone vibrates, and I look down and I make a little smile. Hey, Mr. Scam, your phone ring. First, they see it ringing. Mr. Scam, your phone ringing. Oh, okay, make a smile. Y'all see that smile? That was his girlfriend. That was his girlfriend calling. I'm like, dang. And yeah, that was this sweet little thing that was calling. Shout out to
one thing I noticed
sweet little thing
is if I'm having a conversation with other adults and there's kids in the vicinity, they will be looking at whatever they're doing, not paying no attention.
While listening,
when I'm talking, the moment I almost slip up and say a curse word and I stop myself, if I look over, I know that kid is staring at me. The moment I get ready to say, they're waiting for me to say that word, because like soon as I'm like, man, this is and I stop and I look, they be looking at me like, just waiting to hear it. It's almost like they hear it and then they think, oh, he said it, so now I can say it. No.
I only cussed a couple times in the classroom. I didn't notice it, but they sure did.
Oh yeah, they gonna notice it.
Now, if you got them one-on-one, because I taught in the hood, you one-on-one, you tell them, hey man, I'm gonna knock your ass out. They think sometimes they think it's funny or it's cool that they let it pass. He cussed at me. But in the class, if you say something, they all, ooh, he said. It's like, oh, here we go.
Oh yeah. Prepared
I'm
to
gonna tell
get
you
to
something right now. I don't know how you did it. I tip my hat to anybody that has ever been a teacher, especially elementary school kids. You got to have the patience of a saint.
Man, you ain't lying. I'm a baseball
Worst thing
coach.
about
That
it,
shit annoying.
wore all the way down by Friday.
Oh yeah.
To the point where I ain't going. Friends hitting me up, hey man, let's go to the club free before 11. Man, I'm tired, bro. Saturday is my day, and then Sunday I'm planning. So really, you don't get no week. All you get is Saturday. Because Sunday is planning, and all you're thinking about is Monday. So you might as well count Sunday into Monday. Yeah, it's draining. But yeah, we way off topic. Aaron looking at us crazy. Aaron, you're muted.
The good news is a lot of free flowing conversation kind of burn through a lot of these questions.
Still can't hear him.
I can hear him.
You can hear me?
You can hear him.
I can't. I can't
Really? I can hear him. You can't hear Big Aaron?
Damn, I'm about to drop out and come back.
If you drop, you're not.
Sleep.
Yeah, if you drop, you're not coming back.
You can't hear me, AM? Angry man. You can't hear me.
That's crazy.
I can.
No, AM.
Harwin and Wise, so y'all can hear him?
Yeah, I can hear him. He muffled a little bit,
Yeah,
but
I
I can
hear
hear
him.
though.
Hold on.
Angry man, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, and
can
I can
Yeah.
hear both of y'all.
You
I
can
can't
hear
hear
me?
You
Aaron.
can hear
That's
me?
the only one I can. Yeah, I can hear you
Okay.
too, Harlan.
Damn. Hold on.
StreamYard need to get their shit together.
Seriously.
All that
At
money
least they
people put in.
At least they fixed that echo. Because that was a
no.
curse for me for like a week.
Can you hear me
Man, they
now?
just got
Again?
to fix that shit. Whatever that is, whatever bug that is.
Now, if they shut down Jesus mics, I'm done.
Hold on.
No, Aaron, it's just Anger Man that can't hear you. Everybody else can.
I might have to fix it.
I don't know, but when it comes to the subject, I think it depends on the situation that goes on.
Yeah, y'all go ahead and talk. I can put together what he's saying based on what y'all say.
Yeah, I think it's the level. I think it's the situation. Like I said earlier, if it, because I'm looking at the one-off situation, not where a man is around. Whereas a woman by herself with her kids and a man by himself. If the woman gets belligerent for the safety of her kids, I'm not gonna look at that as a masculine for a woman. That's what you're supposed to do. You birthed the kids for 9 months and even gave birth to them.
Somebody had an echo. It's probably Aaron. I think he's working.
Angry, can you hear me now? You still can't hear me. Okay.
Yeah, like if a woman does that, man, come on, man, you supposed to. Ain't no way you. Why don't you have an affinity towards kids that you could have? You died. You damn near would die on the operating table giving birth to. I wouldn't look at. But if she's standing 10 toes with a man, she's like chasing a career isn't career driven. Is career driven women isn't masculine, but it's the attitude for me that comes behind it. There's like, come on, man, I don't want to date another nigga. I'm not gay. Like shit like that, but it's I think it's situational.
I don't. Okay, I'm just being honest. I don't see women, or me and my personal. I've never been stabbed to death by a paycheck. Where are these women that are saying I got a job and they beat him over the head? Like,
hey, you want me to give you a plane?
Okay, a woman says she makes 3 times. No, I'm saying a woman meets me and they make 3 times as much money as me. What is it that they're going to do?
You know what? I don't think it's the rich one. I find it hard to believe.
And what is she going to do that the broke ones aren't going to do? It's
that's
the same thing.
I think it's
just to go emasculating shit.
Yes,
you
but you just ain't never seen it.
You cannot emasculate a masculine man. It's nothing but exposure.
Man, you tell
no, that's not.
Do that.
That's not true because
it's the attempt to. It's simply that. It's just the attempt to do so. Whether or not she's successful is inconsequential. It's just not a pleasant experience to deal with a woman that's trying to do that. So you just be gone.
I think that's what we're talking about, the attempts that women make to try to emasculate. Like the word sassy, like if you really look at, that's why I say people be using definitions they don't know. If you look up the definition of sassy, it has nothing to do with being homosexual.
That video Trey was playing with them dudes sitting there arguing back and forth with them women with them bullshit talk, that's on the sassy side to me.
But sassy, but you can't use sassy because sassy means being a metrosexual man is sassy. A dude that when he steps out, a sassy person is a person that like they wear the best clothes. Like they go to like they look good when they step outside. So that means that most people who look good are sassy.
I don't think that's what the
word.
I don't think that's what they mean with sassy.
But you can't say that and when sassy means a good dressed person.
I'm talking about the implied definition.
Yeah. It's the wrong word to use when you're talking about why dealing with a successful woman is undesirable. It's not sassiness.
No, we were talking about something else with sassy.
Oh, I thought you were continuing with what you said about how is it emasculating to be dealing with these men.
I mean, all of it playing.
Go ahead on that.
I'm just saying what it is. You know how they like to say that a successful woman intimidates a man? No, you're just annoying. We're not intimidated by you. Okay. You just talk shit like you think
you know something.
It's what it is. It's not. You know what I mean? Like she's sweet, and I'm just not. That's not my life. Like no. I'm not even in competition with you anyway.
They can do that if they work at Amazon. The same thing.
But they don't tend to leverage that position as much. Look,
how is it a leverage position?
A fulfillment member of Amazon is not going to come with the same ruckus as an attorney. Not going to happen.
I can agree to that.
No, hey, Aaron, let's draw this picture.
Cash shit, $100 bill at a time.
Hey, Aaron, let's draw this picture. You're single, 32. You have job, career, or business. 40,000, 100,000, or 160. Your choice. You roll the dice. Woman comes in. I got a job. Do you want to hear that if you make 40,000?
I don't want to hear that if she make $1 million.
No. But I can tell you from experience, that's not what it is. When I was in the Marines, I dated a woman that was in law school. Okay. When I got out of the Marines, she was an attorney. And now anybody that's spoken to me can understand that I'm an intelligent and educated brother, right? And I had a degree in mechanical engineering at the time, but she had a law degree. And a lot of times when it came time for decision making, she just liked to talked to me as if I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. And I'm like, look at here, little bitch. Okay.
What? You cussed?
You know what I mean? But so needless to say, we're no longer together. But right, I can tell she had this level of
She had a puppet's attitude
that did not. It didn't calculate. It didn't compute. It was not even valid.
Okay.
Right. One day, this is before early in the relationship. One day, we're at my parents' house because she had a flat tire and the rim was cracked. And I'm trying to explain to her that you losing air in the rim, the tire is just fine. And she's all up and down. No, the tire's flat. Therefore, it has to be damaging the tire. And I'm like, no, you're losing air out of the rim. We were out there for about an hour, and she's telling me, now I got a mechanical engineering in a degree, right? And I've been in the car all my life, and I'm looking at this crack in the rim, and I'm telling her this is how you losing air, and you need a new rim, not a new tire. And she fought me tooth and nail for an hour. I said, Dad, can you come out here, please? He says, yeah, rim's cracked. Get a new rim. Oh, okay.
Okay, I got you.
The fuck you mean, okay?
I get it. No, I get it. I'm just saying.
My bad.
Hey, Aaron.
None of that.
If you could go back tomorrow and do
you
this.
just weren't communicating clear enough. Cracked rim, loss of air pressure. What the right? But that's the kind of shit that they do.
No, I
It's
had
called
one
ego scam. The women
I
got
had one
ego,
that was argumentative and whatever. But
Very.
it doesn't. When I say this emasculating thing, this brain is very thick. It's not going to work. I'm a whole troll.
It's the attempt, though, scam.
That's why I said they're not.
So I'm just saying, when men grab
annoying.
the mic and say these women are emasculating us, I'm being emasculated. I'm like, dude.
But they're not
talk about
articulating
whole-
themselves, scam. Yeah, that's
Now,
what I'm
if
saying.
you're
I think it's what.
No, I'm saying if they're saying I
always-
don't like women who try to emasculate. I don't like women doing it. But if we're gonna, she emasculated, did you be?
Well, no, what if
But
it's
that's
emasculating
what they-
behavior?
that's
What
what
about
they mean
emasculating behavior?
when
That's
they're saying
behavior.
that-
I can rock with that.
That's
whenever
what they're
they're
saying.
saying that.
And I'm saying broke ones will do the same. A broke woman can get in your face and call you broke.
Yeah, because
but
it
smart
don't matter if
leverage-
she's broke or rich.
can't-
If she say
can't
your dick
leverage
look,
Here's the thing, Sam. I mean, here's the thing, Scam. You got to realize, like, okay, so number one, coming from academia, you're going to articulate yourself way better. Harwin's going to articulate himself better. Aaron's going to articulate. Most guys do not articulate themselves well. So when they say, yo, that woman is emasculating, or she tried to emasculate me, or, you know, she was being emasculating, they basically mean she was trying to make him feel less of a man through
No,
whatever she was saying or her
I
actions.
got you.
You know?
I'm saying if she was successful in it, then maybe your masculinity game ain't tight. You got punked by a whole woman.
hey, scam. Hey, see, that's the thing that I hate.
it's-
See, it ain't just
I
that though,
get,
scam.
I get what you're saying.
No, I'm saying $40,000 in the post office. Woman's making $40,000 a month. I don't care because I don't want to hear a whole bunch of quacking. I would rather be in my car with 3 rims on it. But I'm willing to make that decision. Hey, I'm sorry, this ain't working. But if a dude's gonna sit there and take that abuse, and I'm not saying she's justified and all that, but I'm saying it's a whole grown man coming and saying, she did it, man. She punked at me, man. And it's a whole collection of them.
He broke through my nose. But see, you gotta look at
it's
what we
a
doing?
problem.
Because we ain't in the area where we can knock our wives upside their head no more.
No, you delete the number, you put her in an Uber, and it's a wrap.
But then you gonna deal with them with other
If
women.
she's talking crazy on Tuesday and you're back on Friday, what are you doing?
And see,
And
that's
my
the
It's
bad.
thing.
like
can't hear-
Big
I
Aaron
can't-
will probably
I can't hear
say
why
that
so.
tire situation.
Damn,
If he
for
could go
real.
back now, it wouldn't have been an hour.
Why so? Hold on, AM couldn't hear you.
Yeah, I couldn't hear why. I can't hear why so or Aaron. I can only hear
Damn,
Scam.
you can't hear me.
and Harlan.
Oh, you can't hear
me
why
at all?
so?
No, I can't hear him either. But here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. Let me just say this real quick, and then I'll go back to listening to y'all on the other thing so I can hear you. It's a matter of lack of understanding, right? And you could argue that that's the lack of masculinity as well, right? Like, for instance, when Aaron was talking about the woman that was a lawyer, if you have a woman that tries to compete with a man when it comes to career, when it comes to things like that, those are metrics that usually men are measured by. And so most men don't understand. If a woman feels the need to try to compete with you on metrics that men are measured by, you shouldn't feel emasculated because she had to step completely out of the feminine and step into the masculine just to try to make you feel some type of way. So that should already let you know off the rip that she can't emasculate you, because she's already in a position where she has to do something drastically different or outside of her nature just to even be compared with you. But most guys don't. Most guys don't. Yeah, most guys and women don't understand that.
Yeah, I say efforts are supposed to be collaborative anyway. You an attorney and I'm a dog catcher. Cool. Hey, can you look at these documents for me when I get home? Or I mean,
in the perfect world, you're right, Scam.
If she's, I'm saying, I don't care if she's the dog catcher or if she's a cook, whatever. If it's not being used to incorporate and us to use it together, I don't want it and I don't want her. I don't want competition or her to use tools to come fight me.
So that's what a lot of women are missing today.
That's what you put them in an Uber and you get them out of there.
My wife is a master, right? And her degree is meaningful in not only her career, but the business that we run and everything. It's beneficial, right? That's how it's supposed to be. And that's why I say an industrious woman, an educated woman is not masculine. It's a good thing. That should be an asset to the family. But a lot of women aren't approaching their education like that. They're leveraging it as something that can be used to increase the quality. They think it qualifies them for a better quality man by itself, especially when she's no quality of life, making that a useful asset to him. And that's usually what's happening.
She's not looking at it to make the family better.
We're in agreement.
Like, I'm over it.
That's what it is.
She's not doing it to make the family better. She's like, oh, okay, I'm above you now.
Yeah, that's not going to work for me.
And I deserve better because of it. Right.
Yep. And then even if she get better, she's gonna challenge him too.
But there's a reason they do that, Harwin. The reason they do that is because of the way our society is naturally structured.
Yep.
I believe most women suffer from an inferiority complex.
Yes.
I
They
said
always
this.
feel like they're below men. So that's like a gotcha or I have a better education than you, or I have a better paying job than you. So now it gives them the chance to flex on a man who's part of a group that has been mostly dominant in the society that we live in. Like it's really sad that actually exists, because like Scam said, if a woman goes out here and gets an education and gets a great job, and I've been saying this for years. I said back in the day when they were allowing black women way more access to corporate America. I'm like, why didn't you go get that corporate job, make all of that money, and your boyfriend or husband that's a freaking truck driver, why didn't you take all of that money you was getting from that corporate job and funnel it into a business that you and him own, so that he's not just a truck driver, he has his own company? Like it doesn't make any sense.
And the knowledge behind it, the knowledge of being in corporate.
Well,
he can't hear me. Damn.
Can you hear YSO talking, Angerman?
YSO said the knowledge behind it.
You said the knowledge behind it. What do you mean by that?
The knowledge behind being in corporate to help him.
The knowledge behind being in corporate
help him in the
to
business.
become basically benefit.
Business owner.
Become better.
Yeah.
Business owner, etc.
Yeah. Because the woman having an education and getting a great job, that should be an asset to the family. It shouldn't become like, I said this the other day on the live stream. I said, women, y'all got to stop trying to have dick measuring contests with men, because there's a contest you can never win because you don't have a dick. Like stop trying to compete with men. Like, just if you're doing well, that's awesome. You know what I'm saying? If you get with a man, you got a husband or whatever, that should be an asset, because when men make money and get great jobs or whatever, most of the time they're doing it because they want to be an asset to their family. They want everybody to be straight.
Well, now I'm gonna leave it. I ain't gonna go there.
Go there.
There are, not all, There's an expectation for a lot of men that the money is for the household when they get women. But there are a lot of men exposing a lot of selfishness with trying to use the paycheck and dangling in the sky as a carrot and a stick to a woman. And it doesn't work anyway.
Hey, I got a question. I got a question for that scam. Have you, them men that do that, if you ask him what it was like dating a woman he doing it with while he was down and he really was on the come up, I bet it wouldn't be peaches and cream. Like, I do believe that I believe it's some selfish men out here. But for the most part,
I'm saying not all. I'm just saying that
not
they're
all,
out.
but what I am saying is this. People who are like, we live in a world right now where most of the people that make money are first generation of wealth. Like the grandparents were broke.
No, I'm not talking wealth.
This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying.
Decent money.
People who be broke, they become chauvinistic pigs. They remember what it's like being broke. And the men also remember how women treat them when they broke. What I'm saying is the men who become chauvinistic pigs on the woman where they start boasting the money. I want you to really be a fly on the wall and see how that woman really treated him while he was broke. A lot of women be doing a lot of belligerent shit and they be saying, well, I'm doing this to better you. No, bitch, you been an annoying gnat.
Hey, why so? I'm gonna be honest. My experience, and then Anger Man he'll probably be able to tell what you were saying. He was talking about how women treat dudes when they were broke versus when they start making money. I'm gonna be honest. I've been in college, been in the army. Oh, you could hear him?
Yeah, I'm listening on my other phone. Good.
Oh, okay. I told since it's therapy hour, almost. I told some funny stories. Like, I'll sit here and tell you. I ain't gonna sit here and tell you on the internet. I got 74.3 bitches. I was Mr. Dry Meat, struggling, women out there. Yeah. Problems I had with women.
Did you say
never had anything? Yeah, dry meat, like a cat.
If you wasn't in here that night, I swear to God, Scam had my ass. My stomach was hurting, bro. I was laughing so hard.
No, 80-90% of all this, whatever, how women treat you doesn't have anything to do with money. It really doesn't. If women don't like you, or you're struggling and a woman likes you, they'll be supportive. They'll introduce you to their cousin, try to help you get a job, help you with your resume and everything. If they're working with you.
I agree.
College, ain't nobody got no money. A couple of dudes with some rims. But how a woman treats you when you're down and all that kind of stuff, if they just don't like you. That's most of what it is. But the other problems I had, I was getting treated a little bit different because I had some communication problems. I ain't know to do it on these women.
But see, the problem with that is
Hey, Harwin, your mic. Oh, he muted.
But the problem is, I think I think today because relationships have become more transactional. Like we can argue it, deny it. Relationships
go ahead. My bad.
Relationships have become way more transactional based off what I see, and it's like a lot of men. Like I was talking to my brother and them the other day when we was at the gym, and I was saying, bro, only in the West is where a man making money, he's a man. Like
that ain't true.
What I'm saying is, if you ask random people, the question, can a broke man make a woman happy? And when you got people don't like. A lot of women will say no, but if you leave America and go to these broke ass countries, the women are fucking happy with these broke ass men. I get it. It's proximity. But what I'm saying is only in the West is where men, if you make money, the more money you make, the more respect you get. When
that's not true. The dudes with the money is on the internet crying by Anger Man. Remember the dude who simped and bought the $40 vagina or something? That
man, them niggas. Man, come on. I'm talking about
dudes with the money are even madder because they got money that they're giving out and still ain't getting ganked
because they don't
niggas
realize. Like, here's the thing,
but they got money.
But here's the thing: there's context to it, right? There's context, right? So this is the context, and it's kind of what you were just talking about. Like, for instance, a lot of people, I'll tell people, "Oh, my wife loved me to death," and da 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 da. My wife don't love me to death because of the money, because she loved me when I didn't have shit. So it's like a broke man can make a woman happy if she really loves him. If she's really into him, it ain't about money for her. Like whenever you see chicks that's with a guy and they're mad he ain't got no money, and if he has some money, then they're happy, and then the moment his money get low again, they mad again. 9 times out of 10, she don't really like his ass.
No, she doesn't.
She don't really like him. Like, you know what I'm saying? And this is the funny because it happens on both sides. I said it the other day. I said to the ladies, if a guy got with you and got you pregnant, and then, you know, he end up becoming a deadbeat and flaking on you, I said he didn't really like you in the first place. Yep. I said, dudes, as messed up as this sounds, in order for a dude to actually be invested in raising kids with you, he has to like you first.
Yep.
He has to actually be into you first. If he's into you and then y'all have kids, he gonna try to work it out. He gonna try to have a family and all of that stuff. But if he don't like you, he ain't gonna like them kids, even if they're biologically his. I hate to say it, but it's the damn truth.
Or it's gonna be a
friend of mine's brother.
With you being pregnant.
I asked a friend of mine's brother this. He's doing all right and whatever. He can tolerate a lot of BS. Woman super careered out and she be quacking, but they together, but both of them a little thrown off. I asked him, hey bro, if I put $400,000 in your back pocket, would that be the woman you still with? He said, hell no. He don't like her like that.
Yeah.
But that's
I
got
a
homeboy. Hey,
so
I got
if a dude lost $400,000 and had to go get a payday loan, and a woman still rocking with him, that means she really does like him.
Hey, look, Scam, I got a homeboy. Everybody call him Joker, right? Because like when he messed around, got some acid or something on his face, to kind of mess his face up a little bit. So they started calling him Joker. This motherfucker told his wife, not his girlfriend, his wife, because he played the lottery all the time. He said, she asked him one day, she said, what's the first thing you're going to do if you win the lottery? He said, leave you. I said, God damn. And she asked him, what do you mean by that? He's like, look, I'm not gonna lie to you. If I get millions of dollars, you think I'm gonna stay with you with all the options and all the women I can get? I said, damn.
That's tough. That's tough. But men are only as faithful as they options.
That shit is fucked up.
No, I say no, that's the ones who don't like the let me be real. It's a high percentage dudes that don't like this woman. This woman don't like this dude. It's a lot of it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of marriages and the pictures be like this. Yeah.
You're right. Hey, you're right. I agree with that because I think a lot of people, either circumstances got them together, baby, sex, somebody called feelings, it was convenient, slow Tuesday, she always said yes, he was the nigga that always, out of all these dudes, I can call on him, he gonna always be there for me, and then it just happened to be the, but if you put them in a better situation, that's why I said, like, I say this all the time, I want a woman, and I know this gonna sound stupid, I want a woman that can be in a room full of billionaires, realize she in a room full of billionaires, they trying to hit on her, and the first thing she say is, I gotta go home and make my husband something to eat, because he about to get off. That's the type of woman I want.
It exists.
You know what I'm saying? But in reality, I gotta understand that maybe I'm not the best that she can do. And the minute she started realizing it, damn, I'm fucked. It's not a confidence thing, but it's at the end of the day, I'm not LeBron James.
Hey, why so? There's a whole lot of relationships that's only being held together because the two people in the relationship can't afford to pay rent by themselves.
Yeah.
Facts.
Yeah.
That's the only thing. If they could just afford to have a place by themselves, they wouldn't even be together.
Well, so a lot of that you'll see overseas.
Yeah.
Where if given the option,
right. Yeah, hell yeah.
If given the option, they're out of there.
Yeah.
But some of it's even conditioned.
That's why
to be honest, that's a lot of that 70-80% marriage rate that they keep bragging about in the 60s. It was a lot of that back then. But their brains weren't conditioned.
Back then. Man,
if you look at the actual culture, these people were not conditioned for ambition, to move from New York to LA, to open or do anything out of work for this job, sit on the same spot in the same. They were conditioned that way. So no, they weren't going to leave.
Yeah.
That's how the world was. And they were just zombies. But everything was based on survival. It wasn't opportunity.
Silent generation.
Yeah, they were silent. They didn't want to get beat no more.
Silent generation. But I think
the violent generation.
I mean, I think this is the most peaceful.
Yeah,
this might be the most peaceful era we've ever been
still
in.
talking?
No, I'm done now.
That's right. No, he's listening from his phone, so the timing's gonna be off. He's trying to. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So the thing about it is this, right? What Scam's saying is 100% correct. See, the challenge that's going on right now, and I said this, like, social media didn't really, in my opinion, social media may have made some people worse, but the worst thing that it did is it showed everybody who everybody was.
Yep.
And now that we live in a society where, like Scam was just talking about, it's not necessarily based on survival, it's based on choices and options. That's what's making everything so challenging, because
With
now
some overcorrection.
Yeah,
and,
like now.
And other, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, like now, motherfuckers get together, you got to actually like each other. It can't just be based off of, shit, we got to get together because we got to pay this damn, we got to live. It ain't based on that. It's based on, motherfucker, do I like you? Because if I don't like you, I'm not about to deal with you.
Yeah, I don't like when people say, I think it's a setup when you even talk about relationships working because of duty. How about no?
Most of it was survival. Most of it was definitely survival.
No, I'm saying somebody in 2026 telling a woman that she needs to stay because of duty. No, dude and woman, y'all need to go to these problems and start trying to work them things out. You kind of trying to say the problems ain't nothing. Just stay because you said you was going to. No, there's a reason she may want to leave, and there's something that you can do. Get to the problems.
Yeah. And I think that's another issue. Listening to you have red pill PTSD and what Harwin just said about the articulation. I think people on these social media platforms and the people that be talking in general, even if you're a mentor, you gotta articulate yourself better. And saying, yeah, she should stay for duty. She should stay for duty and servitude, nigga. But at the end of the day, like you just said, Scam, you gotta actually give her something to stay for. Just because y'all got kids, it's fucked up that y'all gonna leave for the kid. But at the end of the day, why should she stay in a situation where you're not gonna change and she not gonna fucking change either?
Yeah, and I don't agree with leaving. I don't agree with them necessarily leaving or already having 2 feet pointed out the window. But if there's a problem, go all the way to the bottom of the problem and all the way to the top, and at least try to fight and work it out. At least fight.
Well, that's you doing
I
your
don't
duty.
agree with
And
that
that's both.
staying because I don't agree with that staying because of duty either. Hell no. Stay because you freaking like me. Because if you staying because you like me, we gonna have a happy life. If you staying because of duty and your ass done got tired of me, you gonna try to make me miserable.
Yep,
Ain't nobody trying to go through no bullshit like that. Like, fuck that.
We're talking about marriage or
I told
relationship.
niggas on my stream, I was like, yo,
Either,
love.
honestly, either or.
Yeah, love ain't
The day
really
that
what
I
keep-
know, the day that I know that the woman I'm dealing with is not really interested in me, if I know that, I'm gonna end it. Like, look,
Let me ask you an angry man this. Let me ask you an angry
Yeah,
man
like
this.
love is not what keep motherfuckers together. You feel me? You could love a motherfucker and not want to be around them.
Because love is
like is what keep people together.
Do
You
y'all
feel me?
think-
Like the moment that before a person fall out of love, they stop liking the motherfucker.
Is there a point
So-
where a woman? Is there a point where a
like
woman
it's-
doesn't like her husband?
If you could love somebody,
AM,
like
can you hear Big A?
Nah, I can't
I don't
hear.
think
He
I
said,
don't
is there a
think-
point? Say it again, Big A.
So I'm asking you this: is there a point where a woman will not like her husband? Do we think that she likes him through the entire duration of the marriage, even if it's just for one day?
AM, he says, there a point where a woman does not like her husband. Does she like him throughout the entire duration of the marriage, or not? Even if it's just for one day, do she not like him?
No, I'm not talking about like. I'm talking about overall. You feel me? Like the overall like ability, not the individual days where it's like a day where like that motherfucker get on my nerves today. Not that shit. You feel what I'm saying?
So where's
I don't think
the
a
threshold?
motherfucker should take a day or moments where they had a disagreement and then that be the catalyst for now we can't be together. You know, I'm talking about the overall like the overall, I like this person, they like me, we get along. You feel what I'm saying? For the most part.
I feel you. So he said, so where's the threshold at for that?
How long? A
How
day,
do
a
we,
week, a month?
you know, how do we measure that? Is that every day, week, or is it just like something you get a feel for?
I
You
think
can tell.
the threshold is when you have a disagreement, is it a small disagreement or is it a full-on argument where you're cursing each other out and calling each other names? Because if you're doing that, you've gotten to a point where you don't really like each other.
Fair enough.
And Big A said fair enough.
I think the threshold should be
because
like
you're not gonna like nobody 100% of the time.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
what
There's gonna
about
be times where
in the
person get
cases
on your
like
nerves.
me where I refuse to behave that way, but I will, like for example, my wife and I have an extremely tight standard of communication. That will never happen if one of the people in the relationship is like that, but will still have the propensity to leave. How can the other person gauge that?
AM, would you hear him on your other phone?
Yeah, I'm listening right now. There's a delay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the part that I did hear, he said that him and his wife have tight communication. And I think he said something about on his part. What was the last part that he said,
Yeah.
y'all?
If one person maintains that standard. So for example, with my ex, I was talking about the attorney. I never got to the point where I would argue and shout and call her all kinds of names, but I did get to a point where I wanted to leave. Do you know how I know? Because I left. How could she have seen that coming?
Damn it, I can't hear it. What did he say?
He said, so he used the example of the woman he was with that was a lawyer, basically, right? He was like, so how do I get to the point where I want to leave? He basically said, shit, damn it, he just left. He never
I
gave
had
the
the same
indication.
standard of communication. So
He had the same way he communicated.
So there's no indication that she could use to determine that I've gotten to the point where I was ready to leave, because I never cussed and fussed and called her all, like I never blew up at her.
Yeah, there was he never lost his control. He never lost his emotion because he don't communicate that way to where he's yelling at you and calling names. So there was no indication for her to know that he was fed up. He just left.
But one day she came home and found out that she was living alone.
That's actually a good thing. if he's the type of person, if Aaron is the type
and
of person,
because she was an attorney, it was a good thing. You better be
that too.
That too. But in the right way.
But here's the thing: when you're a person, see, this is the messed up part, right? When two people are civilized to the point where they're not going to yell and scream and curse each other out and call each other names, that's dangerous if both people are not decisive. It's kind of like that scene in Jerry Maguire when she told him that we could end up wasting 10 years just being polite to each other, right? So it's one of those situations. So for Aaron to be like, yo, I'm not feeling this situation, and he just bounce, that's actually a good thing. Because when you have a scenario like that, you can end up wasting time just because two of you are so civil.
Well, she wasn't civil.
She wasn't civil. He was the civil one. He just don't communicate like that, but she do.
Oh, well, he didn't. Shit, there's no mystery to this shit.
That wasn't going. That just wasn't going to work in time.
How could she have seen it coming?
No, how could she have seen that coming though? If she not really paying, she ain't paying attention to his demeanor anyway. She wouldn't see this shit coming.
It wouldn't have mattered if she seen it coming or she didn't. If she wasn't willing to say, "Hey," if she didn't value communicating properly or doing the things, then it was a matter of time. Even if she seen it coming, she wouldn't have corrected the behavior.
Yeah,
it wouldn't matter.
Surprise!
Because how you're saying is this is who she was.
What Dave Chappelle say? Surprise, bitch.
This is who she was. Interesting topic.
I mean, she came home and discovered that she lived alone. Like it was, listen, man, I didn't leave a pubic hair or a dead skin cell.
No,
Yo, I don't think you heard him, but he said she just came home and it wasn't nothing there. He didn't leave a pubic hair or a dead skin cell. That shit was just empty.
It looked like she left alone. It looked like she's been living alone for 10 years.
Let me tell you something. That's the smartest shit any man can ever. I tell all men, I'm like, yo, if you gonna break up with a chick, it better be a surprise. If y'all live together, it need to be a surprise. Like she need to come home one day and shit just gone. You feel me? Don't be trying to move your shit out while she there.
I called my homie up and everything. He had a Ford Explorer. I said, hey, man, bring that joker over here. I'm at the U-Haul. I already had my place. I had another apartment lined up and everything. She didn't even peep. I dropped my name on the lease. The last time we renewed the lease on the place we were in, dropped my name off it. It was just her signature on it. Oh, no, I was out. Only thing that indicated somebody else lived there was the set of keys sitting on the dining room table mysteriously.
No, I just say like,
yo,
I make sure
Big A just
I make sure that the lines of communication are always open and that the person can be comfortable, or at least as reasonable people. You can tell me that there's a problem and I'm going to at least listen. That door is always open and we can talk about it. But the intention's got to be, you're going to express the way you're going to express the way you can express it in your way or however. I'm going to listen from the beginning to the end and we can talk about it and try to work it out. Certain behaviors, huh?
I said, yeah, just don't blink.
Come on.
But I had girls I dated before where it might be a problem and we don't get all the way to the bottom of it. And I think something's okay. Or either they think it's okay or they're thinking it's bigger than what it is. And I don't open the door to get it all the way from the beginning to the end. And I just make sure I don't do that. I don't do that now. But also try to make it as comfortable as possible. Make sure I'm not a person that's difficult for them to be able to talk to.
Yeah, well,
I can't control and change them.
Yeah, I open the door,
but I can make it as comfortable as whatever.
I mean, let's be honest.
But I'm not talking about them wacky crazies. I don't like them no way. I make it very uncomfortable for them.
But let's be honest. In most cases, when it comes to shit like that, men in general are oblivious. Like in our mind, shit could be going fine, and in their mind is a train wreck because you're not doing something that she expected you to do that you wasn't capable of reading her mind about and shit. And she's a poor communicator, so she doesn't come to you and tell you what it is. She expects you to just know, and because you don't know, it's getting worse, and she's just getting more angry. And it's like she had it's almost like in her mind, she had a whole conversation with you about it and you still ain't doing it. And you never had the conversation.
Yeah, she needs to go ahead and lead her.
But truthfully,
she a weirdo. But that's
when I was 30, 31,
it's more than just that.
To be honest, I added fuel to the fire. Because I didn't know, look, it's time to have a slower conversation. Her mind's racing in 6 different directions. What did I do? Let my mind race in 7. I made it worse. But I didn't know, look, just how she's going to communicate. Sit down, slow the conversation down, and just keep listening. Eventually, it slows down, and she'll start really expressing what's really going on. I didn't know how to do that 10 years ago.
And luckily for you, you didn't. I'm going to tell you why, right? Because, see, look, here's the thing about me. I've always been good at picking up on, like, I'm really perceptive when it comes to people's mood shifts and things like that. So I've always been able to tell when a woman was upset about something, even if they were trying to hide it. And I was always the type of person, I'm going to probe until I find out what it is. I'm going to keep asking until you tell me what it is, right? And because I'm going to force the conversation, right? And there's a lot of guys that don't do that. If she don't say nothing, he ain't gonna say nothing, right? And as much as I hate to say this, that's actually the better route. Because when you're the type of guy that constantly asks women what's wrong and you want to have the conversation, that's how you end up with more gray than you're supposed to have at a young age. You feel me? Like that shit, they will
I'm the one that
stress
gotta
you the
get
hell
and talk
out.
about. Like, hold on, we gotta
Yeah.
talk about this shit.
Yeah, I'm that type of guy. Like, we need to have a conversation about this shit. And then 3 hours later, I'm like, why the hell did I even say any damn thing?
No, I was worse than that. It was her racing, and then whatever she said, I'm on panic mode. Why'd you say that? That ain't what it was. It was the.
You was always defensive. You was always defensive.
The truth was, I didn't know how to have that the conversation I was asking for. I didn't know how to have it either.
I don't think a lot of people know how to have that tough, real conversation.
I wasn't ready. Now I say this: if I could take me now, or me from 40 to 166, how old I am right now, and put that person with these couple of same, it would have been a lot better.
But see, that's the cruel trick that has been played on us men. The type of mind that we have in our 40s, if you could put that in your brain at 20, you'd be phenomenal.
Yeah.
You'd be
Absolutely.
phenomenal. Because you know, like I used to look at my father, right? And I used to think, I swear to God, I used to think my father was a simp, right? Because it was just certain shit he didn't stress, he didn't care about. If the woman ain't bring it up, he ain't bring it up. And now that I'm older, I realize the damn wisdom in my pops. Like I realize he was just trying to avoid arguments and stress and bullshit. You feel me? Now that causes other problems, but you know.
I'm saying the examples I'm giving, these are women that I actually really wanted. These were the ones who were doing everything plus some. So these were ones to do the things to make it work. These weren't the ones I wanted to Uber back to the street somewhere.
Oh, I see.
The ones to Uber back, those conversations, it don't matter what you say. The only thing you really want to say is get in the Uber.
So
don't worry about where it's going, just get in.
So you were in one of those situations where you actually found a winner.
Yes.
And you
were
relationship
ready.
And you were deficient in certain areas.
And I was not relationship ready on communication and husband level communication. Oh God, no.
But see, that's the thing. That's the thing I've said to guys on my channel. I was like, yo, y'all be talking about y'all want a woman that has standards and a woman that's this and that. I said, a lot of y'all ain't ready for that type of woman, because that type of woman is gonna hold your feet to the fire. And if you don't step up to the plate, she gonna keep it pushing. She's not gonna stick around and deal with it. Like she gonna keep it moving. Like for real.
She feet held to the fire. And I'm in the bathtub. I'm in the wrong room. Don't even know where the fire is going on. That's what it eventually felt like. There's a whole conversation, a whole relationship supposed to be built. And I'm over there in the parking lot somewhere thinking that I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing.
Hey, Scam, you know what? When I was young, right? I was used to dating chicks that like to argue, bicker back and forth and all of that, right? And I met this one chick. And this chick, she came from a great family, you know, had a great career, was really intelligent, all of that shit, right? And I remember having a conversation with her, and she was talking about people arguing in relationships. And she was like, I don't argue in relationships. And then I didn't believe the shit, right? So she's like, I don't argue in relationships or whatever. And she was like, because when you get to arguments, you mess around and say something that you can't take back, and people never forget it. And it lingers and makes the shit worse, right? So me not believing her, right? We was cool. We rocking with each other for a few weeks. Then one day we got into a disagreement, right? And I am getting ready to have the whole argument the way I do with every other situation, right? That was the last conversation I had with her, because she didn't call me again.
Fumble.
And she did not answer that phone when I called. I said, damn, like, bro, that was the first time in my life I seen a woman stand on business. I'm talking about 10 toes down, bro. I said, God damn.
Anger man, here's the deal though. She was right.
Yeah, she was right. 100%. 100%.
Can't argue with right. But I've told all my fumbles on therapy hour a few weeks ago. I led the league. Led the league in fumbles. It's funny now. It wasn't funny then. It's funny now.
I feel you. Yeah, bro. I done look. In my lifetime, I done fumble. I lucked up. I got a good wife. I got a good woman now, but I had to tighten up. I had to have one of them conversations with myself, like, what am I doing with my life conversations type shit. Cause, bro, trust me, I fumbled a few.
Harlan, you ever fumbled?
Hey, Scam.
You said about what?
You ever fumbled like 2 feet from the end zone?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I fumbled my high school sweetheart. I
It's
think we fumbled each other.
It's therapy hour. Tell your story.
Yeah, my high school sweetheart. Yeah.
What you done did?
On my end, I was an athlete in high school, so it's typical. Yeah, I was a basketball player and a baseball player. And she was the Jesse White. I don't know if y'all if y'all state got it, but in Illinois we got something called the Jesse White Tumbler team. I don't know if y'all whatever that is, but
This story about to be some bullshit that he did, because he taking a while to tell this shit. Look at Go ahead, bro.
Nah, I ain't finna be up here all night. But if you watching, baby, I'm sorry. God damn it. No, but
you did fumble.
Yeah. Just I wanted to be Allen Iverson, bro, but I was being selfish. Cause I had a temper, man. I ain't want to be playing behind no senior. I feel like I should have been starting. You know what I'm talking about? I ain't never in my life dealt with that. And not even baseball. Baseball, I was on varsity shit sophomore year. And while we hit my junior year, I me and my coach weren't seeing eye to eye, and I let it leak over into our relationship. She was the cheerleader girl. You know, we was popular. Everybody in the school know we was together. The principals, the teachers, the janitors, goddamn it. But these chicks, you know, they really was lying on my, they was lying on my eggplant, bro. And it just made the situation worse because they was hating on her. But I made it worse because I ain't know how to handle that. At the same time, deal with my issues, my selfish issues, what I had going on with basketball. And it just made stuff spiral and go crazy, bro.
Shorty somewhere married, ain't she?
Nah, she ain't married.
Oh, she ain't?
Oh, divorced.
What's her number?
See, that was a trick. See, that was a trick question.
How you know she not married?
Because he want to know if we were still talking. But listen,
I asked you that. I asked you that. No, I didn't.
I got a question too.
Hold on. I didn't ask to see if you were still talking. I asked to see if you were still keeping track.
That's what I asked. Like, how you know?
Oh, well, I kept track because we talking. Because we ain't talking, but we know we keep in touch type shit.
Oh, okay. Because I was gonna ask, if you fumbled like that and you still got this to say, grab that number.
Hey, boy, I'm like Kobe, boy. I ain't seen a shot I don't like, dog. You think I ain't pulled the jumper from half court?
Oh, okay.
Oh, he's tried. Trust me.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I just tried again just in case she's seen this so she can see. Baby, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I got a good friend of mine. He was in high school. And he had this girl. She actually lived in the neighborhood. He would be cutting grass for money or whatever. And this girl would go sit on the steps while he's cutting Mr. Jenkins' yard. She would go and sit on the steps. And this fool thought it was weird. So he started acting funny to make her break up with him because he couldn't just tell her, I ain't comfortable. and she broke up with him, and then got with somebody else who was in the circle. Kind of. Well, he's 4 years older than me, so I'm young. But sure enough, there's a party, my house, my brother is his age. And he's coming in the garage telling me how, man, I'm just mad. Oh, man. I'm like, what's going on? Yeah, broke up with her, whatever, and she's with such and such. And they right there in the living room. They in the living room just, and he told me this years later. He was like, he realized the number one most important thing is a woman just being there with you and being there for you. And he did not know what that was. Just like if he ever became single again, even though he was like 15, 16, if he was single and he ran into her in the coat factory, something, he still remembers that. He would grab and make that phone call if they were both still available 20, 30 years later.
Yeah. Because
Because it's something you don't got to question. This is the woman who was sat on the steps when I was cutting grass. Somewhere it's in there somewhere.
At that time, you don't like niggas be taking shit like that for granted.
But he said but I understand because I fumbled so much. He said he didn't know what to do with it. He didn't know what that even was. Mm-hmm. This is weird.
How old
Why
were
are you
these
on the
people?
steps when I'm cutting grass?
How old were these people?
No, he's 16, 17, something.
That don't mean shit.
Yeah, it does.
They
Shit.
16.
Sitting on the steps while I'm cutting grass.
Yeah,
But
what the hell?
I ain't gonna lie. One that I fumbled. I know that in her, she is the type. She would have been sitting on the steps with me cutting grass. That's exactly who she
They
was.
all sit on, man.
They all sit on the steps for a man they like though.
At 16, what else they got to do? 16, bro.
And see, that's what I'm saying. I hate when people bring up the 16 shit because, like,
Anger man, you
wife-
get what I'm saying.
Like, look, yeah, I get
You
like
get
my
it.
wife.
Yeah, I
she-
get what you're saying.
My
And
wife, she
Harwin-
had her look. My wife had her first love, and we
Harwin
talking.
gets
I ain't
it.
gonna get into the business.
Hey, Harwin,
Oh, go ahead.
Harwin never watched that episode of the Cosby Show.
What episode? What you talking about?
Don't Justine.
Oh yeah, man. Fuck y'all.
I never saw
He
that.
said,
What are y'all talking
You
about?
a dog. It's 20 below. And the only person that can let you in the house is Justine.
Oh, I know. I remember that episode.
How's this go
That was
again?
a
What's
classic.
the song? Sing the song.
Yeah, that shit was funny.
On
as
Bill
hell.
It was a
Cosby.
Cosby Show episode.
When the man was in the doghouse.
And that's how the song went. It wasn't like
That what
okay.
Bill Cosby did.
That shit sound funny as hell.
No,
It
literally.
would.
If I effed up like that's a good example, Anger Man. If you F up and fumble that bad or throw something in a trash can, yes, you need to throw a Hail Mary from end zone to end zone. Or you need
Oh yeah, I'm gonna throw that motherfucker again tomorrow morning.
Hey, here's what it is.
She's still keeping contact though, so that's the shit that I be talking about. Like no matter, she's still keeping contact. If you reach out, she'll reach back out to you.
Hey, Harwin.
Oh yeah, that's
I
my
bet
girl.
I bet your ass hate to hear that song when a woman's fed up.
When a woman
That shit
said,
true to the motherfucker, bro. For real.
Hey man, I wouldn't. Hey, listen, I'm just taking accountability for my. I wasn't the only one fucking.
"Yeah, I was in high school,
I hear
though,
you.
man."
No, you don't understand, bro. That's
Yeah, you right. I want there.
like I get what you saying. You right.
Yeah.
In most cases, this ain't that case.
Okay.
Yeah, I just
Yeah.
shortened it up for you. We was in love. Like it was extreme.
That first love be the deciding factor for the next relationship that you get in.
Nah, bro, you don't get it, bro. You still don't get it. You comparing it to this regular shit.
I mean,
It wasn't
I've
that.
only been in love once.
Hey,
so-
Harwin.
What up?
I'm in love 3 times.
Nigga, when I was a young nigga.
3.5.
In my late teens, early 20s, nigga, I was on demon time, nigga. I ain't even gonna lie. I was on some bullshit. I ain't gonna front.
Was it on some selfishness? Was it on some revenge?
I just didn't give a fuck because I didn't appreciate, like, all right, you know how you was telling the story about how, you know, you had them situations or whatever. I didn't really have situations like that because I was lucky enough that a lot of times the chicks would shoot their shot at me. You know what I'm saying? And because of that shit just kind of, it just created this bullshit in me. Like, I just didn't give a fuck. Like, I just didn't care. Like, I was just on some really selfish bullshit. I just didn't give a fuck about nothing because I knew I could always get another chick with no problem. You know what I'm saying? So I wasn't trying to hear none of that shit. Like, when he was talking about how the girls sit on the steps, like you was talking about the girls sitting on the steps and shit, like, I would have a chick that was on that level, and I'll still be out here hollering at other chicks. Like, didn't give a fuck, bro. Like, I'm talking about, you know how bad it was, Scam? This is how bad it was. It was so bad that I'd be at my crib and one chick would find out that I was talking to this other chick. And you know how chicks will kind of brag about you to other chicks? And then the chick would try to talk to me. And nigga, I was going. You feel me? I got caught up a few times like that. I done got caught on them three-way conversations like a motherfucker numerous times.
Hey, man, how about this? The girls are shooting at you, and you don't know they're shooting. They coming up and ask you, excuse me, do you got change for a $4 bill? Or just anything, like almost handing it, like shooting.
Scam. They wasn't lying on your dick, though.
No, I had dry meat. I wanted to lie about.
No, see, that's the thing. I was that nigga, boy. They all wanted me. They was hating. They was telling all type of lies. It was lies, though, Scam. You hear me? All lies.
I'm telling you, I had two different chicks call me within like a month, telling me, come over. My mom ain't home. Ain't nobody home. And didn't get what they were asking me to do. And I was 20. How about that?
Hey, Harwin, the shit they was lying on.
Remember telling the girl, why don't you ask me to come over when your people are home so you can be more. I remember saying that before. That's how bad I was. I never met your mom before. Why would you invite me when they're not? Yes, it was that bad.
Damn, you gotta get your ass out of here.
It was bad. I had multiple friends. After I tell a story of why they ain't returning calls or whatever it is. Oh, hold on. You said what? That was the norm. Like I told you, Anger Man, I was 22 with an 18-year-old cousin, and he's schooling me and blasting me. I'm taking notes from him.
Damn,
it was that bad.
Hey, we was finna say what? Oh, my bad.
I ain't gonna lie. I was like that too, but I was like that early. I was like that in my teens, like around 13, 14. I was like that. Like literally, I'd be in a situation where the chick was trying to do something and I was just completely oblivious to it. Like
I like that all my life.
Oh yeah, that's something that a lot of dudes experience.
It's different when you experience it late. When you're whole 6 feet and they're expecting something and they're coming out of their comfort zone to try to hand you something.
The alley-oop, boy. The alley-oop, and you just missed the alley-oop.
No, he ain't even jump.
Why did you throw the ball in the air? That was me.
Like, what you doing? You threw the ball out of bounds.
Yeah, it was bad.
But I bet you this though. I bet you I know why though. I bet you I know the reason why though. You probably was on some trying to be respectful and not assume shit. Am I right?
That was a default, 60-70%. But then it was not knowing that there's stuff outside of it. Like this is what they say means that. I had a friend try to hook me up with his own cousin. This is how bad I knew it was. Because when it's so bad, you get the feedback.
The feedback.
Tried to hook me up with his cousin, whatever. I don't even remember what all happened. But he had the cousin had a friend for him, and he invited me over. I go meet his cousin. And we're talking, chilling, whatever. She's saying some stuff, whatever. And I'm just saying off the wall. I'm just throwing some junk.
Dust.
Bad dust. It was bad. I honestly wish I could remember what it was because it was so bad he called me the next morning. And we could have hung out that night, but instead, me and another friend was going to go to the club. And she's pretty much asking, we can go do this, we can go this. And I'm like, man, hell with that. Me and we going to the club. Yeah. Airball. And she said something like, why would you go to the club when we can be right here? And well, I already said it. It's bad, horrible. I left. She told my friend, because it's her cousin, she can say direct. What's wrong with your boy? He don't get no vagina.
Damn.
Because he would, if I tried to give it to him, he wouldn't even know what to do to how to take it. Called me and told me that the next one. That's exactly what she had said. What's up with your boy?
What's up with your man?
I wonder how come she didn't return my call. He's like, nah, don't even bother. You ain't got to worry about that no more, bro. And then he's telling me what I said and whatever. Yeah, it was bad.
Dang.
Yep.
Hey, you was finna say what? Why they lying? You was finna say something to me?
Who?
You was finna say, you know why they was lying?
No,
on you,
I said all of the shit that they was saying when that they was lying on you. That was the shit I was doing. So it wasn't for me. It wasn't a lie. It was the shit I was doing, nigga. Like I found out a secret about women at 14 years old, and when I figured that shit out, bruh, it turned me into a whole goddamn supervillain, fam. Like I was at this I went to this damn parade and shit, right? And I'm at the parade and I see this dude that I know. And he's talking to this girl, beautiful girl, like chocolate. You remember Lark Voorhees from Saved by the Bell?
Saved by the Bell, of course. Before she went crazy.
Boy, she was fine.
Before she went crazy, right? So Shorty kind of looked like,
I think she got vitiligo or some shit. What happened to her?
I don't know, something crazy.
She's
but
bipolar.
Shorty looked like her, right? Like, but prettier, right? And so I was like, damn, yo. So I'm telling him she's pretty and shit, right? Unbeknownst to me, they've been friends like forever. Like they kind of grew up together. So he goes over and tells her that I want her phone number, right? And she gives me the phone number and shit, right? So he threw the fucking alley-oop, and I just was lucky enough to be in this situation, right? So I'm talking to the chick on the phone, and she a whole dingbat. I'm talking about annoying as fuck, right? I'm talking about so annoying that the looks don't even matter anymore at this point, right? So one day I just got fed up and I just hung the fucking phone up on her, just banged on her. Click. She called right back. I answered the phone. I was like, she was like, yo, we got disconnected. I said, we didn't get disconnected. I hung up. And I hung up the phone again, right? She called right back. And he said, what the fuck is this goofy shit, right? So it's like a light bulb popped up over my head. I was like, oh, this is how y'all operate. And bruh, from that day forward, I was on some bullshit. You hear me? I'm talking about cold-blooded than a motherfucker, bruh. I was so cold-blooded, I was talking to this one chick. No, matter of fact, I was talking to that chick. And then I had started talking to this other chick, right? And so I didn't know that they both had a mutual friend. And she had figured out I was talking to both of them. And so her and the first chick tried to set me up. They had me come to the mall. They was going to have both of the chicks show up at the same time, right? My cousin take me to the mall because at the time I wasn't driving and shit, right? I didn't have my license yet. And so I go to the mall and I walk up and I see Shorty, the Shorty I was hanging up on, and then I see the other Shorty come walking up, and the friend is in the middle like, busted, got your ass. I tapped my cousin on the shoulder. I was like, come on. We turned around and walked back out, right? I ain't say shit. I just left, right? Get back home. They both blowing my phone up, right? The second chick didn't really give a shit. So I keep talking to her. The first chick is like, what was you doing? Like, you talking to her? And I was like, what do you mean? She's like, yo, why you didn't say nothing when you was at the mall? I was like, what you mean? I didn't go to the mall today. I'm talking about straight gaslighting, bro. It wasn't me. I didn't even go to the mall today. Bro, I kept saying that shit over and over to the point, guess what? You think Shorty stopped talking to me?
Nope.
No. Now, keep in mind, this is at 14. So you could imagine where I was at by the time I got to 18 and 19. You feel me? So once I figured out that psychology, that chicks really be into guys that really don't give a fuck about them, that shit turned me into a fucking monster, bro. But that shit, it works when you're young and motherfuckers is immature. But when you get older, it still kind of works, but it's not conducive to having no real relationship. You know what I'm saying? Like trying to have a real long-term relationship and shit. That's why I said,
that's why all them hoes was hating on me. Cause they all wanted me too. I ignored them.
Yeah. That's why I said, bro, the shit you was being accused of, nigga, I was doing, nigga. I didn't give a fuck, nigga, because I was like, yo, I already know what time it is.
But part of that's her fault for going around telling people, immature teenagers telling people stories about me. Stop telling girls stories about your sisters. Don't tell no women about your man. What he doing to you and all that.
That's
if y'all knew what time it was, I didn't even have a watch.
Damn.
But I say this though, I learned a lot being on different angles. Like you know what is when a woman doesn't like you or they thrown all the way off, like being from way off to actually being up on game, or like you learn a lot from being in different spots.
But you know what, like I probably would have went through similar shit. But what happened to me is like when I was real young, like 12 or 13, the first real girlfriend I had, this motherfucker used to play games like a motherfucker. But she was the type of chick that would play games with you and then explain to you the bullshit she was doing. And so I was like, why would you do some shit like that? Like, so
that's probably saved your life. She told you the game.
It did. Because like this is what she would do. She would be like, for instance, this is the first thing that happened. It was the goofiest shit in the world. So she was like the most popular girl in school. Only reason I got her is because when I moved to that area and started going to that school, she took a liking to me, right? On some, you gonna be my boyfriend type shit. I ain't shoot no shot or none of that shit. She made me her boyfriend, right? And so one day, we at this damn pep rally watching this basketball game or whatever, right? And, there was a guy on the court, old star basketball player, old Harwin type nigga, right? And so she just kept complimenting this dude. She's like, oh, he plays basketball so well, right? And I'm sitting there like, yeah, now, Scam, this is when I was on the type of time you was on. I'm oblivious to what's going on, right? She's into this guy, and I just don't realize it, right? So, long story short, she breaks up with me to talk to his ass, right?
Oh.
And I'm heartbroken because this is my first girlfriend, first kiss, all of that shit. I'm heartbroken.
I remember when I walked out.
But here's the goofy shit, right?
I gave up loving you. Oh, go ahead.
But here's the goofy shit. So the advantage I had, but look, check this out. The advantage I had over old boy was she lived in the same building as me. So I always saw her, right? So one day we talking and shit. And I guess she didn't, I guess she wasn't feeling him no more, right? And I asked, I was like, yo, why would you do some shit like that? And she started breaking it down. She was like, well, first of all, you didn't even fight for me. Like this shorty was like in my age bracket, but she was on the type of shit that women be on as adults. And so she's like, you didn't even fight for me. You was listening to me compliment him. You didn't say nothing. You didn't like. And,
okay,
and this,
I know what that was, but go ahead.
Yeah, and this type of shit, that wasn't the first incident. Like, it was a bunch of incidents like this that just was going on. And like, I'm not even going to front. Once I got older, the shit I experienced dealing with her, it was like easy mode after that. Because then I said, okay, I know what type of time she on. She doing this and she doing that. You know what I'm saying? But bro, she played so many fucking games. She had me. And keep in mind, this is the first girlfriend playing all of these games that I'm completely oblivious to, that I'm not even thinking about, because I'm still 12 and 13 years old. I'm still playing Super Nintendo. You feel me? So crazy.
Yeah, my biggest mistake was not getting in the game earlier. So I'm 19, 20, going through 14-year-old heartbreaks. Late. They throwing easy layups, trying to show up. Some of them, 18, 19, just off the fact of hearing me being a virgin. They want to just hand over the vagina on a silver platter. 2021. By 21, 22, it wasn't cute no more. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah.
But sometimes off of that, or sometimes off of just being different or whatever, and they like me. But if you don't know, can't do nothing with it. And it makes them uncomfortable. They trying to give you something, they trying to hit at you, and you miss the signals. What they gonna do? Throw themselves at you?
Yeah, it's better to go through that shit early, because when you go through it early, you don't really, there ain't really too much you can do, but just go home and listen to Jodeci and shit. Just go home and feel sorry for yourself for a little while, then start playing Super Nintendo or some shit.
Yeah, the first song, Tony Braxton, Just Be a Man About It. It's not about the context of it, but it's about how depressing that song, like the music pattern is so depressing. Is that, and it was another, because it was a chick I was all depressed over when I was in the Army. That was the first time I had a song like really ring in my head, like over some chick. That song, and it was a song by the Big Timers, My Life, because I just remember that was her favorite song at the time. I still to this day listen to them songs that take me back to the spring of 2000.
Yeah, make you feel some type of way too.
Then how old was you in 2000s, gang?
20.
Oh shit. Y'all niggas got 10 years on me.
Yeah, 2000.
36.
Yeah, I'm 36.
I'm 46.
I think I was like 21, 21, something like that. I'm around the same age.
You born 78, 79?
Yeah, I was born 78.
I was born in 80.
Scan must be 70, it must be 80.
Yeah, he 2 years younger. But yeah, and what's crazy is I actually linked up with Shorty after we was grown, because I had moved away and hadn't seen her in years. And one day I seen her on fucking Facebook after Facebook got popular and shit. And I hit her up, and we didn't see each other, but we had a conversation over the phone. And she really broke that shit down. She was like, oh, you was so timid, and you was this, and you was that, and read me the whole fucking riot act. I was like, God damn. And I was like, but I was supposed to be. I was 12. The fuck?
What is wrong with you? What you was doing at 12, bitch?
Was fast, was like advanced. That's the worst. If you fuck around and if you a young boy, you get a girlfriend for the first time and she more advanced than you, that's a recipe for disaster.
I was older than me, bro. When I was in the 3rd grade, I had 6th graders.
No, Cody said this. Cody was like, most dudes, women their age, that the better looking women or whatever, their age runs circles around them. Because you figure when a woman is 17 and a dude is 17, she didn't talk to some college dude, some military dude. By the time she's 20 in college, she talked to college graduates. They bought their own house, they got their own apartment or whatever. If she really looking like something and she's social, then she didn't seen it all. Dudes is coming at her from different angles. Simps, players, people with names, status, regular dudes, Kappas, Qs. They didn't see it all.
They get to
where 2021, the dude's still figuring stuff out, and she didn't see it all at 2021.
Yeah, in their teens, they get the game early because the guys are trying to talk to them, so they get to experience. They get way more experience as far as dudes trying to run game and all of that shit. And so, as a guy, you don't really get when you're in your teens, you don't really get that experience because everything is like puppy love to you. Like you talk to a girl, you at home listening to freaking love music and shit, enamored and all of that crazy shit. Meanwhile, she running
She
a
trying to
whole
bust it
different
open
game.
for the 21-year-old.
Running a whole different game on your ass.
And me at 16, 17, if a chick would have busted it open, I'm like, why don't you close that thing? I was way out there.
Scam, man.
It was bad.
Oh, Shorty was, look, I would have ended up losing my virginity at 12 if I would have listened to Shorty. She was trying to sneak me in her crib. Her mother worked night shift, and like early in the morning before we went to school, right? Her mother would be in there knocked out and shit. And she was trying to sneak me in there, and I'm like, man, I'm not about to. She had a mama that looked like Kilolo from fucking Martin. And was mean as hell. I'm like, I'm not about to go in there, your mean ass yellow mama. She catch us in there, I'm through. And she live in the same building. I'm gonna have to see her every day. Hell no.
I was on Witch Doctor panel yesterday. It was talking about meeting dads and brothers, and like, well, them dads, they gonna ask you, what are your intentions of my daughter? And I'm like, old as I am, I ain't never had no dad start sizing me up, and I've just had regular conversations, and they always liked me. I ain't never had that problem. I had one kind of goofy brother, my whole life, just one. And he wasn't rude, just like, hey man, look, hey man, that's my sister, this whatever. I don't know you, it's all good. But look, if you ever disrespecting, if whatever, we'll be here. But hey, enjoy your weekend, enjoy the time, whatever. I'm here, this is my name, it's all good. That was it. But I forgot what the dude said. He said he went and stayed a weekend. It was a hurricane or something, and he was staying with his girlfriend. He's 20, she 20. And the dad had a gun on him the whole time and talking about he's sleeping in. I get it. You're not sleeping in the room with the daughter, though you're probably knocking it down anyway. But like he slept in the living room and then the dad slept in the living room too. Like, dude, dad, go back and sleep with your damn wife. It ain't that serious. If he's sleeping in the couch in the living room and then having a gun, you ain't got to do all that. But no, I never had no anger blocker dads and all that kind of stuff.
Nah, I was one time I was talking to this pretty ass Mexican girl. I was in high school, and another time I didn't shoot my shot. She shot her shot, and I started talking to her, not realizing who she was related to, right? And the dude that she was related to, I knew him, right? Now, keep in mind, I was here in Raleigh, and there wasn't really a lot of Mexicans here at the time. But this particular dude was like a LA Mexican. He was like a vato. Like, I'm talking about the Nike Cortez with the socks pulled all the way up, with the freaking flannel.
The flannel
at the top
plaid
and shit. Yeah, like
shit.
he was serious business, and I knew him because I was in classes with him or whatever, right? But I didn't know that was his sister. And she, she hollered at me, and I'm like, yeah, shit. I started talking to her. I'm walking down the hall with her, holding hands and stuff, walking her to class, kissing her. Dudes started coming up to me. They said, "Hey, man, Santiago gonna fuck you up." I said, "What?" Bro, I was in terror for like a whole 2 goddamn weeks waiting on this nigga. I was like, I know he gonna approach me sooner or later.
He had backing and everything too.
That shit was bugged out.
He had backing. He had a whole squad.
But some dudes, yeah, brothers and pops, they be on it.
Yeah, I got a sister, but she a year older. So,
is Aaron asleep?
No.
Shit, I'm realizing it's almost 4 a.m. I'm about to knock out. Yeah, y'all have a good one. I'm just realizing it's almost 4.
Yeah, no, I'm just listening to y'all. My youthful experiences are not like any of this.
Yeah, I'm about to go crash too, man.
Yeah, Aaron gonna wait, catch me slipping, and use all this and dust me off one good day. That's what he gonna do.
I gotta holler at Trey. He gotta get somebody the controls, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, y'all have a good one.
All right, fellas, it's been real. Chat. See y'all later.
All right, peace out.
I wish. I don't even have a sales pitch. I just give the thing. Hey, if you're losing for 4 hours, $600. You have one week that's fun. That's $600 monthly, and that's 2 clients a week. No, do the lease of them. Then it's yours 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And all of it's because $1,000 a month. $30 a day, $1.50 an hour. That's a 4-hour ride that costs you $200. That's less than a taxi cab. Are you with us? That's simple arithmetic. We're not in the liberal business. Exactly. And what better advertising than a shutting limo parked out there by the curb? License plate, it says dollar. That is class. It gives the whole operation something I like to call Nora assistance.